Marx's Capital after 150 years. Faced with a new crisis of capitalism, many scholars are now looking back to the author whose ideas were too hastily dismissed after the fall of the Berlin Wall. During the last decade, Marx's Capital has received renewed academic and popular attention. It has been reprinted in new editions throughout the world, and the contemporary relevance of its pages is being discussed again. Today, Marx's analyses are arguably resonating even more strongly than they did in his own time, and Capital continues to provide an effective framework to understand the nature of capitalism and its transformations. This volume includes the proceedings of the biggest international conference held in the world to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Capital's publication. The book is divided into three parts: I. Capitalism, Past and Present; 2. Extending the Critique of Capital; 3. The Politics of Capital. It contains the contributions of globally renowned scholars from 13 countries and multiple academic disciplines who offer diverse perspectives and critical insights into the principal contradictions of contemporary capitalism while pointing to alternative economic and social models. Together, they reconsider the most influential historical debates on capital and provide new interpretations of Marx's magnum opus in light of themes rarely associated with capital, such as gender, ecology, and non-European societies. The book is an indispensable source for academic communities who are increasingly interested in rediscovering Marx beyond 20th century Marxism. Moreover, it will be of great appeal to students, as well as established scholars interested in critique of capitalism and socialist theory. Part I. Capitalism, Past and Present 37. 2. Revisiting the expropriation of expropriators in Marx's Capital 39. Etienne Balibar. 3. Every beginning is difficult, holds in all sciences, Marx on the economic cell form of capital and the analysis of capitalist social formations 54. Bob Jessup. 4. The Challenge of Transcending Capital 83. Leo PANITCH. 5. The Current Crisis and the Anachronism of Value 94. Moishe POSTONE. 6. Marx's New Concept of Class 108. Richard D. WOLFF. Part 2. Extending the Critique of Capital 123. 7. Revolution Begins at Home, Rethinking Marx, Reproduction, and the Class Struggle 125. Silvia Federici. 6. Contents 8. Towards a Communist Revolution, Gender and Class in Capital, Volume I 145. Himani Banerjee. 9. Marx and Engels, The Intellectual Relationship Revisited from an Ecological Perspective 167. Kahe Saito. 10. Marx's Capital and the Earth, An Ecological Critique of Political Economy 184. John Bellamy F. Oster. 11. 5 Explicit and Implicit Notions of Revolution in Capital, Volume I. As seen from a multilinear, peripheral angle 197. Kevin B. Anderson. 12. Had Capital been written today 208. Pietro Basso. Part 3. The Politics of Capital 217. 13. Reading Capital as Political Theory, On the Political Theory of the Value Form 219. William Clare Roberts. 14. The Neglected Chapters on Wages in Capital 232. Gary Tipla. 15. The Persistence of Marx's Humanism, From the Doctoral Dissertation on Epicurus to Capital 247. Mauro Bucari. 16. The Ambivalence of Cooperation 258. Alfonso M. Iacano. 17. Toward a Marxist Revision of Marx's Revision of Marxism in Capital 277. Bertel Ohlmann. 1. Introduction. The Unfinished Critique of Capital. 1. From the Grundrisse to the Critical Analysis of Theories of Surplus Value. Marx started to write Capital only many years after he had begun his rigorous studies of political economy. From 1843 onwards, he had already been working, with great intensity, towards what he would later define as his own economics. 1. It was the eruption of the financial crisis of 1857 that forced Marx to start his work. Marx was convinced that the crisis developing at international level had created the conditions for a new revolutionary period throughout Europe. He had been waiting for this moment ever since the popular insurrections of 1848, and now that it finally seemed to have come, he did not want events to catch him unprepared. He therefore decided to resume his economic studies and to give them a finished form. This period was one of the most prolific in his life. He managed to write more in a few months than in the preceding years. In December 1857, he wrote to Engels, "I am working like mad all night and every night collating my economic studies, so that I might at least get the outlines Grundriss clear before the deluge." Marx's work was now remarkable and wide-ranging. From August 1857 to May 1858, he filled the 8 notebooks known as the Grundriss, while as correspondent of the New York Tribune, he wrote dozens of articles on, among other things, the development of the crisis in Europe. Lastly, from October 1857 to February 1858, he compiled 3 books of extracts, called the Crisis Notebooks. Thanks to these, it is possible to change the conventional image of a Marx studying Hegel's science of logic to find inspiration for the manuscripts of 1857 to 1858. For at that time he was much more preoccupied with events linked to the long-predicted major crisis. Unlike the extracts he had made before, these were not compendia from the works of economists but consisted of a large quantity of notes, gleaned from various daily newspapers, about major 2. developments in the crisis, stock market trends, trade exchange fluctuations and important bankruptcies in Europe, the United States of America, and other parts of the world. A letter he wrote to Engels in December indicates the intensity of his activity. "I am working enormously, as a rule until 4 o'clock in the morning. I am engaged on a twofold task: 1. Elaborating the outlines of political economy. 2. The present crisis. Apart from the articles for the Tribune, all I do is keep records of it, which, however, takes up a considerable amount of time. I think that, somewhere about the spring, we ought to do a pamphlet together about the affair." 3. The Grundriss were divided in 3 parts: a methodological introduction, a chapter on money, in which Marx dealt with money and value, and a chapter on capital, that was centered on the process of production and circulation of capital, and addressed such key themes as the concept of surplus value, and the economic formations which preceded the capitalist mode of production. Marx's immense effort did not, however, allow him to complete the work. In late February 1858 he wrote to La Salette, "I have in fact been at work on the final stages for some months. But the thing is proceeding very slowly because no sooner does one set about finally disposing of subjects to which one has devoted years of study than they start revealing new aspects and demand to be thought out further. The work I am presently concerned with is a critique of economic categories or, if you like, a critical exposé of the system of the bourgeois economy. It is at once an exposé and, by the same token, a critique of the system. I have very little idea how many sheets the whole thing will amount to. Now that I am at last ready to set to work after 15 years of study, I have an uncomfortable feeling that turbulent movements from without will probably interfere after all." There was no sign of the much anticipated revolutionary movement, which was supposed to be born in conjunction with the crisis, and Marx abandoned the project to write a volume on the current crisis. Nevertheless, he could not finish the work, on which he had been struggling for many years, because he was aware that he was still far away from a definitive conceptualization of the themes addressed in the manuscript. Therefore, the Grundriss remained only a draft, from which, after he had carefully worked up the chapter on money, in 1859, he published a short book with no public resonance, a contribution to the critique of political economy. In August 1861, Marx again devoted himself to the critique of political economy, working with such intensity that by June 1863 he had filled 23 sizable notebooks on the transformation of money into capital, on commercial capital, and above all on the various theories with which economists had tried to explain surplus value. For his aim was to complete a contribution to the critique of political economy, which was intended as the first installment of his planned work. The book published in 1859 contained a brief first chapter, The Commodity, differentiated between use value and exchange value, and a longer second chapter, Money, or Simple Circulation, dealt with theories of money as unit of measure. In the preface, Marx stated, "I examine the system of bourgeois economy in the following order: capital, landed property, wage labor, the state, foreign trade, world market." 2 years later, Marx's plans had not changed. He was still intending to write 6 books, each devoted to one of the themes he had listed in 1859. 5 however, from summer 1861 to March 1862, he worked on a new chapter, Capital in General, which he intended to become the 3rd chapter in his publication plan. In the preparatory manuscript contained in the first 5 of the 23 notebooks he compiled by the end of 1863, he focused on the process of production of capital and, more particularly, on the transformation of money into capital, absolute surplus value, and relative surplus value. Some of these themes, already addressed in the Grundrisse, were now set forth with greater analytic richness and precision. A momentary alleviation of the huge economic problems that had beset him for years allowed Marx to spend more time on his studies and to make significant theoretical advances. In late October 1861 he wrote to Engels that circumstances had finally cleared to the extent that at least got firm ground under feet again. His work for the New York Tribune assured him of £2 a week. He had also concluded an agreement with Die Presse. Over the past year, he had pawned everything that was not actually nailed down, and their plight had made his wife seriously depressed. But now the twofold engagement promised to put an end to the harried existence led by family and to allow him to complete his book. Nevertheless, by December, he told Engels that he had been forced to leave Eus with the butcher and grocer, and that his debt to assorted creditors amounted to £100. Because of these worries, his research was proceeding slowly. Circumstances being what they were, there was, indeed, little possibility of bringing theoretical matters to a rapid close. But he gave notice to Engels that the thing is assuming a much more popular form, and method is much less in evidence than in Part I. Against this dramatic background, Marx tried to borrow money from his mother, as well as from other relatives and the poet Karl Siebel. In a letter to Engels later in December, he explained that these were attempts to avoid constantly pestering him. At any event, they were all unproductive. Nor was the agreement. 4. With Die Presse working out, as they were only printing half the articles he submitted to them. To his friend's best wishes for the new year, he confided that if it turned out to be anything like the old one he would sooner consign it to the devil. Things took a further turn for the worse when the New York Tribune, faced with financial constraints associated with the American Civil War, had to cut down on the number of its foreign correspondents. Marx's last article for the paper appeared on March 10, 1862. From then on, he had to do without what had been his main source of income since the summer of 1851. That same month, the landlord of his house threatened to take action to recover rent arrears, in which case, as he put it to Engels, he would be sued by all and sundry. And he added shortly after, "I'm not getting on very well with my book, since work is often checked, i.e. suspended, for weeks on end by domestic disturbances." During this period, Marx launched into a new area of research, theories of surplus value. 7. This was planned to be the 5th, 8th and final part of the long 3rd chapter on capital in general. Over 10 notebooks, Marx minutely dissected how the major economists had dealt with the question of surplus value. His basic idea was that all economists share the error of examining surplus value not as such, in its pure form, but in the particular forms of profit and rent. 9. In Notebook 6, Marx began with a critique of the physiocrats. First of all, he recognized them as the true fathers of modern political economy, since it was they who laid the foundation for the analysis of capitalist production and sought the origin of surplus value not in the sphere of circulation, in the productivity of money, as the mercantilists thought, but in the sphere of production. They understood the fundamental principle that only that labor is productive which creates a surplus value. On the other hand, being wrongly convinced that agricultural labor was the only productive labor, they conceived of rent as the only form of surplus value. They limited their analysis to the idea that the productivity of the land enabled man to produce no more than sufficed to keep him alive. According to this theory, then, surplus value appeared as a gift of nature. In the second half of Notebook 6, and in most of Notebooks 7, 8, and 9, Marx concentrated on Adam Smith. He did not share the false idea of the physiocrats that only one definite kind of concrete labor, agricultural labor, creates surplus value. Indeed, in Marx's eyes one of Smith's greatest merits was to have understood that, in the distinctive labor process of bourgeois society, the capitalist appropriates for nothing, appropriates without paying for it, a part of the living labor, or again, that more labor is exchanged for less labor is exchanged for more labor. Smith's limitation, however, was his failure to differentiate surplus value as such from the specific forms it 5. assumes in profit and rent. He calculated surplus value not in relation to the part of capital from which it arises, but as an overplus over the total value of the capital advanced, including the part that the capitalist expends to purchase raw materials. Marx put many of these thoughts in writing during a 3-week stay with Engels in Manchester in April 1862. On his return, he reported to La Salette, "As for my book, it won't be finished for another 2 months. During the past year, to keep myself from starving, I have had to do the most despicable hack work and have often gone for months without being able to add a line to the thing. And there is also that quirk I have of finding fault with anything I have written and not looked at for a month, so that I have to revise it completely." Marx doggedly resumed work and until early June extended his research to other economists such as Germain Garny and Charles Ganel. Then he went more deeply into the question of productive and unproductive labor, again focusing particularly on Smith, who, despite a lack of clarity in some respects, had drawn the distinction between the two concepts. From the capitalist's viewpoint, productive labor is wage labor which, exchanged against the part of the capital that is spent on wages, reproduces not only this part of the capital, but in addition produces surplus value for the capitalist. It is only thereby that commodity or money is transformed into capital, is produced as capital. Only that wage labor is productive which produces capital. Unproductive labor, on the other hand, is labor which is not exchanged with capital, but directly with revenue, that is, with wages or profit. According to Smith, the activity of sovereigns, and of the legal and military officers surrounding them, produced no value and in this respect was comparable to the duties of domestic servants. This, Marx pointed out, was the language of a still revolutionary bourgeoisie, which had not yet subjected to itself the whole of society, the state, etc. Illustrious and time-honored occupations, sovereign, judge, officer, priest, etc. With all the old ideological castes to which they give rise, their men of letters, their teachers and priests, are from an economic standpoint put on the same level as the swarm of their own lackeys and jesters maintained by the bourgeoisie and by idle wealth, the landed nobility and idle capitalists. 6. In Notebook X, Marx turned to a rigorous analysis of François Quesnay's Tableau économique. 10. He praised it to the skies, describing it as an extremely brilliant conception, incontestably the most brilliant for which political economy had up to then been responsible. Meanwhile, Marx's economic circumstances continued to be desperate. In mid-June, he wrote to Engels, "Every day my wife says she wishes she and the children were safely in their graves, and I really cannot blame her, for the humiliations, torments and alarms that one has to go through in such a situation are indeed indescribable." Already in April, the family had had to repawn all the possessions it had only recently reclaimed from the loan office. The situation was so extreme that Jenny made up her mind to sell some books from her husband's personal library, although she could not find anyone who wanted to buy them. Nevertheless, Marx managed to work hard and in mid-June expressed a note of satisfaction to Engels, strange to say, My gray matter is functioning better in the midst of the surrounding poverty than it has done for years. Continuing his research, he compiled notebooks 11, 12, and 13 in the course of the summer. They focused on the theory of rent, which he had decided to include as an extra chapter in the text he was preparing for publication. Marx critically examined the ideas of Johann Rodbertus, then moved on to an extensive analysis of the doctrines of David Ricardo. 11. Denying the existence of absolute rent, Ricardo had allowed a place only for differential rent related to the fertility and location of the land. In this theory, rent was an excess, it could not have been anything more, because that would have contradicted his concept of value being equal to a certain quantity of labor time. He would have had to admit that the agricultural product was constantly sold above its cost price, which he calculated as the sum of the capital advanced and the average profit. Marx's conception of absolute rent, by contrast, stipulated that under certain historical circumstances landed property does indeed put up the prices of raw materials. In the same letter to Engels, Marx wrote that it was a real miracle that he had been able to get on with theoretical writing to such an extent. His landlord had again threatened to send in the bailiffs, while tradesmen to whom he was in debt spoke of withholding provisions and taking legal action against him. Once more he had to turn to Engels for help, confiding that had it not been for his wife and children he would far rather move into a model lodging house than be constantly squeezing purse. In September, Marx wrote to Engels that he might get a job in a railroad office in the new year. In December, he repeated to Ludwig Kugelmann that things had become so desperate that he had decided to become a practical man. Nothing came of the idea, however. Marx reported with his typical sarcasm, "Luckily, or perhaps I should say unluckily, I did not get the post because of my bad handwriting." Meanwhile, in early November, he had confided to Ferdinand Lassalle that he had been forced to suspend work for some 6 weeks but that it was going ahead with interruptions. However, he added, it will assuredly be brought to a conclusion by and by. During this span of time, Marx filled another 2 notebooks, 14 and 15, with extensive critical analysis of various economic theorists. He noted that Thomas Robert Malthus, for whom surplus value stemmed from the fact that the seller sells the commodity above its value, represented a return to the past in economic theory, since he derived profit from the exchange of commodities. Marx accused James Mill of misunderstanding the categories of surplus value and profit, highlighted the confusion produced by Samuel Bailey in failing to distinguish between the immanent measure of value and the value of the commodity, and argued that John Stuart Mill did not realize that the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit were 2 different quantities, the latter being determined not only by the level of wages but also by other causes not directly attributable to it. Marx also paid special attention to various economists opposed to Ricardian theory, such as the socialist Thomas Hodgkin. Finally, he dealt with the anonymous text revenue and its sources, in his view, a perfect example of vulgar economics, which translated into doctrinaire but apologetic language the standpoint of the ruling section, i.e. the capitalists. With the study of this book, Marx concluded his analysis of the theories of surplus value put forward by the leading economists of the past and began to examine commercial capital, or the capital that did not create but distributed surplus value. 12. Its polemic against interest-bearing capital might parade as socialism, but Marx had no time for such reforming zeal that did not touch upon real capitalist production but merely attacked one of its consequences. For Marx, on the contrary, the complete objectification, inversion, and derangement of capital as interest-bearing capital, in which, however, the inner nature of capitalist production, derangement, merely appears in its most palpable form, is capital which yields compound interest. It appears as a Moloch. 8. Demanding the whole world as a sacrifice belonging to it of right, whose legitimate demands, arising from its very nature, are however never met and are always frustrated by a mysterious fate. Marx continued in the same vein. Thus it is interest, not profit, which appears to be the creation of value arising from capital as such. Consequently it is regarded as the specific revenue created by capital. This is also the form in which it is conceived by the vulgar economists. All intermediate links are obliterated, and the fetishistic face of capital, as also the concept of the capital fetish, is complete. This form arises necessarily, because the juridical aspect of property is separated from its economic aspect, and one part of the profit under the name of interest accrues to capital in itself, which is completely separated from the production process, or to the owner of this capital. To the vulgar economist who desires to represent capital as an independent source of value, a source which creates value, this form is of course a godsend, a form in which the source of profit is no longer recognizable, and the result of the capitalist process, separated from the process itself, acquires an independent existence. In MCM9 an intermediate link is still retained. In MM9 we have the incomprehensible form of capital, the most extreme inversion and materialization of production relations. Following the studies of commercial capital, Marx moved on to what may be thought of as a third phase of the economic manuscripts of 1861 to 1863. This began in December 1862, with the section on capital and profit in Notebook 16 that Marx identified as the third chapter. Here Marx drew an outline of the distinction between surplus value and profit. In Notebook 17, also compiled in December, he returned to the question of commercial capital and to the reflux of money in capitalist reproduction. At the end of the year, Marx gave a progress report to Kugelmann, informing him that the second part, or the continuation of the first installment, a manuscript equivalent to about 30 sheets of print, was now at last finished. 4 years after the first schema, in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx now reviewed the structure of his projected work. He told Kugelmann that he had decided on a new title, using capital for the first time, and that the name he had operated with in 1859 would be merely the subtitle. Otherwise he was continuing to work in accordance with the original plan. What he intended to write would be the third chapter of the first part, namely Capital in General 13, the volume in the last stages of preparation. 9. Would contain what Englishmen call the principles of political economy. Together with what he had already written in the 1859 installment, it would comprise the quintessence of his economic theory. On the basis of the elements he was preparing to make public, he told Kugelmann, a further sequel could easily be pursued by others. Marx thought he would be able to produce a fair copy of the manuscript in the new year, after which he planned to take it to Germany in person. Then he intended to conclude the presentation of capital, competition, and credit. In the same letter to Kugelmann, he compared the writing styles in the text published in 1859 and in the work he was then preparing. In the first part, the method of presentation was certainly far from popular. This was due partly to the abstract nature of the subject. The present part is easier to understand because it deals with more concrete conditions. To explain the difference, almost by way of justification, he added, "Scientific attempts to revolutionize a science can never be really popular. But, once the scientific foundations are laid, popularization is easy. Again, should times become more turbulent, one might be able to select the colors and nuances demanded by a popular presentation of these particular subjects." A few days later, at the start of the new year, Marx listed in greater detail the parts that would have comprised his work. In a schema in Notebook 18, he indicated that the first section, the production process of capital, would be divided as follows. 1. Introduction. Commodity. Money. 2. Transformation of money into capital. 3. Absolute surplus value. 4. Relative surplus value. 5. Combination of absolute and relative surplus value. 6. Reconversion of surplus value into capital. Primitive accumulation. Wakefield's theory of colonization. 7. Result of the production process. 8. Theories of surplus value. 9. Theories of productive and unproductive labor. Marx did not confine himself to the first volume but also drafted a schema of what was intended to be the third section of his work, Capital and Profit. This part, already indicating themes that were to comprise Capital, Volume 3, was divided as follows. 1. Conversion of surplus value into profit. Rate of profit as distinguished from rate of surplus value. 2. Conversion of profit into average profit. 10. 3. Adam Smith's and Ricardo's theories on profit and prices of production. 4. Rent. 5. History of the so-called Ricardian law of rent. 6. Law of the fall of the rate of profit. 7. Theories of profit. 8. Division of profit into industrial profit and interest. 9. Revenue and its sources. 10. Reflux movements of money in the process of capitalist production as a whole. 11. Vulgar economy. 12. Conclusion. Capital and wage labor. 14. In Notebook 18, which he composed in January 1863, Marx continued his analysis of mercantile capital. Surveying George Ramsay, Antoine Elie Cherbuliez, and Richard Jones, he inserted some additions to the study of how various economists had explained surplus value. Marx's financial difficulties persisted during this period and actually grew worse in early 1863. He wrote to Engels that his attempts to raise money in France and Germany come to naught, that no one would supply him with food on credit, and that the children no clothes or shoes in which to go out. 2 weeks later, he was on the edge of the abyss. In another letter to Engels, he confided that he had proposed to his life's companion what now seemed an inevitability. My 2 elder children will obtain employment as governesses through the Cunningham family. Lenchen is to enter service elsewhere, and I, along with my wife and little Tussie, shall go and live in the same city model lodging house in which Red Wolf once resided with his family. At the same time, new health problems had appeared. In the first 2 weeks of February, Marx was strictly forbidden all reading, writing or smoking. He suffered from some kind of inflammation of the eye, combined with a most obnoxious affection of the nerves of the head. He could return to his books only in the middle of the month, when he confessed to Engels that during the long idle days he had been so alarmed that he indulged in all manner of psychological fantasies about what it would feel like to be blind or insane. Just over a week later, having recovered from the eye problems, he developed a new liver disorder that was destined to plague him for a long time to come. Since Dr. Allen, his regular doctor, would have imposed a complete course of treatment that would have meant breaking off all work, he asked Engels to get Dr. Edward Gumpert to recommend a simpler household remedy. 11. During this period, apart from brief moments when he studied machinery, he began to attend a practical course for working men given by Professor Willis. Apart from that, however, Marx had to suspend his in-depth economic studies. In March, however, he resolved to make up for lost time by some hard slogging. He compiled 2 notebooks, XX and XXI, that dealt with accumulation, the real and formal subsumption of labor to capital, and the productivity of capital and labor. His arguments were correlated with the main theme of his research at the time, surplus value. In late May, he wrote to Engels that in the previous weeks he had also been studying the Polish Question 15 at the British Museum. What I did, on the one hand, was fill in the gaps in my knowledge of the Russian-Prussian-Polish affair and, on the other, read and make excerpts from all kinds of earlier literature relating to the part of the political economy I had elaborated. These working notes, written in May and June, were collected in 8 additional notebooks A to H, which contained hundreds of more pages summarizing economic studies of the 18th and 19th centuries and covering more than 100 volumes. 16. Marx also informed Engels that, feeling more or less able to work again, he was determined to cast the weight off his shoulders and therefore intended to make a fair copy of the political economy for the printers. He still suffered from a badly swollen liver, however, and in mid-June, despite wolfing sulfur, he was still not quite fit. In any case, he returned to the British Museum and in mid-July reported to Engels that he had again been spending 10 hours a day working at economics. These were precisely the days when, In analyzing the reconversion of surplus value into capital, he prepared in Notebook XXII a recasting of Quesnay's Tableau économique. Then he compiled the last notebook in the series begun in 1861, No. XXII, which consisted mainly of notes and supplementary remarks. At the end of these 2 years of hard work, and following a deeper critical re-examination of the main theorists of political economy, Marx was more determined than ever to complete the major work of his life. Although he had not yet definitively solved many of the conceptual and expository problems, his completion of the historical part now impelled him to return to theoretical questions. 12. To the writing of the 3 volumes of Capital, Marx gritted his teeth and embarked on a new phase of his labors. From summer 1863, he began the actual composition of what would become his magnum opus. 17 until December 1865, he devoted himself to the most extensive versions of the various subdivisions, preparing drafts in turn of Volume I, the bulk of Volume III, and the initial version of Volume II. In the manuscripts of 1863 to 1865, Marx grappled with new themes after his work of previous years. None of these, however, was tackled in an exhaustive manner. 18 As regards the 6-volume plan indicated in 1859 in the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx inserted a number of themes relating to rent and wages that were originally to have been treated in volumes 2 and 3. 19 In mid-August 1863, Marx updated Engels on his steps forward. In one respect, my work is going well. In the final elaboration the stuff is, I think, assuming a tolerably popular form. On the other hand, despite the fact that I write all day long, it's not getting on as fast as my own impatience, long subjected to a trial of patience, might demand. At all events, it will be 100% more comprehensible than Noel 20. Marx kept up the furious pace throughout the autumn, concentrating on the writing of Volume I. But his health rapidly worsened as a result, and November saw the appearance of what his wife called the terrible disease against which he would fight for many years of his life. It was a case of carbuncles, 21, a nasty infection that manifested itself in abscesses and serious, debilitating boils on various parts of the body. Because of one deep ulcer following a major carbuncle, Marx had to have an operation, and for quite a time his life was in danger. According to his wife's later account, the critical condition lasted for 4 weeks and caused Marx severe and constant pains, together with tormenting worries and all kinds of mental suffering. For the family's financial situation kept it on the brink of the abyss. In early December, when he was on the road to recovery, Marx told Engels that he had had one foot in the grave, and 2 days later, that his physical condition struck him as a good theme for a short story. From the front, he looked like someone who regale his inner man with port, claret, stout, and a truly massive mass of meat. But behind, on his back, the outer man, a damned carbuncle. In this context, the death of Marx's mother obliged him to travel to Germany to sort out the legacy. His condition again deteriorated during the trip. 13. After he returned to London, all the infections and skin complaints continued to take their toll on Marx's health into the early spring, and he was able to resume his planned work only towards the middle of April, after an interruption of more than 5 months. In that time, he continued to concentrate on Volume I, and it seems likely that it was precisely then that he drafted the so-called Chapter 6. Results of the immediate process of production. In this text, Marx returned several times to a very important concept: commodities appear as the purchasers of persons. In capitalism, means of production and means of subsistence confront labor power, stripped of all material wealth, as autonomous powers, personified in their owners. The objective conditions essential to the realization of labor are alienated from the worker and become manifest as fetishes endowed with a will and a soul of their own. 22. During this period, the early death of his friend Wilhelm Wolff, of whom both he and Engels were very fond, was a source of great pain for both. Wolff left a legacy of £800 to Marx, thanks to which he was able to move to a larger detached house at number 1 Medina Villas. 23. Despite this improvement in his finances, the arrival of summer did not change his precarious circumstances. Only after a family break in Ramsgate, in the last week of July and the first 10 days of August, did it become possible to press on with his work. He began the new period of writing with Volume 3, Part 2, The Conversion of Profit into Average Profit, then Part 1, The Conversion of Surplus Value into Profit. During this period, he assiduously participated in meetings of the International Working Men's Association, for which he wrote the inaugural address and the statutes in October. Also in that month, he wrote to Karl Klings, a metallurgical worker in Zolingen who had been a member of the League of Communists, and told him of his various mishaps and the reason for his unavoidable slowness. I have been sick throughout the past year. Had it not been for that, my work on political economy, capital, would already have come out. I hope I may now complete it finally in a couple of months and deal the bourgeoisie a theoretical blow from which it will never recover. You may count on my remaining ever a loyal champion of the working class. Having resumed work after a pause for duties to the International, Marx wrote Part 3 of Volume 3, entitled The Law of the Tendency of the 14. Rate of profit to fall. But his work on this was accompanied with another flare-up of his disease. From January to May 1865, Marx devoted himself to Volume 2. The manuscripts were divided into 3 chapters, which eventually became parts in the version that Engels had printed in 1885, 1. The Metamorphoses of Capital, 2. The Turnover of Capital, and 3. Circulation and Reproduction. In these pages, Marx developed new concepts and connected up some of the theories in volumes I and 3. In the new year too, however, the carbuncle did not stop persecuting Marx, and around the middle of February, there was another flare-up of the disease. In addition to the furuncles, which persisted until the middle of the month, the International took up an enormous amount of time. Still, he did not stop work on the book, even if it meant that sometimes he didn't get to bed until 4 in the morning. A final spur for him to complete the missing part soon was the publisher's contract. Thanks to the intervention of Wilhelm Strohn, an old comrade from the days of the League of Communists, Otto Meissner in Hamburg had sent him a letter on March 21 that included an agreement to publish the work Capital, a contribution to the critique of political economy. It was to be approximately 50 signatures, 24 in length, appear in 2 volumes. By signing the agreement, Marx undertook to deliver the complete manuscript on or before the last day of May of this year. Between the last week of May and the end of June, Marx composed a short text, Wages, Price, and Profit. 25 in it, he contested John Weston's thesis that wage increases were not favorable to the working class, and that trade union demands for higher pay were actually harmful. Marx showed that, on the contrary, a general rise of wages would result in a fall in the general rate of profit, but not affect the average prices of commodities, or their values. In the same period, Marx also wrote Part 4 of Volume 3, entitling it Conversion of Commodity Capital and Money Capital into Commercial Capital and Money Dealing Capital. At the end of July 1865, he gave Engels another progress report. There are 3 more chapters to be written to complete the theoretical part. Then there is still the 4th book, the historical literary one, to be written, which will, comparatively speaking, be the easiest part for me, since all the problems have been resolved in the first 3 books, so that this last one is more by way of repetition in historical form. But I cannot bring myself to send anything off until I have the whole thing in front of me. Whatever shortcomings they may have, the advantage of my writings is that they are an artistic whole, and this can only be achieved. 15. Through my practice of never having things printed until I have them in front of me in their entirety. 2 years later, Marx's fascination with art reasserted itself in Capital. He advised Engels to read the unknown masterpiece by Honoré de Balzac, which he described as a little masterpiece in its own right, full of the most delightful irony. The hero of the short story is Master Fraunhofer, who, obsessed with the wish to make a painting of his as realistic as possible, delays completing it in the search for perfection. To those who ask what is still lacking, he answers, a trifle that's nothing at all, yet a nothing that's everything. To those who ask him to display the canvas, he stubbornly refuses, no, no, it must still be brought to perfection. Yesterday, toward evening, I thought I was done. Yet I'm still not satisfied, I have doubts. Eventually Balzac's masterly creation is driven to exclaim, it's 10 years now, that I've been struggling with this problem. But what are 10 short years when you're contending with nature? And he adds, for a time I believed my painting was done, but now I'm sure several details are wrong, and I won't have a moment's peace till I've dispelled my doubts. It is likely that Marx, with his usual sharpness of wit, identified with Fraunhofer. Looking back, his son-in-law Paul Lafargue said that a reading of Balzac's story had made a deep impression on him because it partly described feelings that he had himself experienced. Marx, too, was always extremely conscientious about his work. He was never satisfied with his work, he was always making some improvements, and he always found his rendering inferior to the idea he wished to convey. When unavoidable slowdowns and a series of negative events forced him to reconsider his working method, Marx asked himself whether it might be more useful first to produce a finished copy of Volume I, so that he could immediately publish it, or rather to finish writing all the volumes that would comprise the work. In another letter to Engels, he said that the point in question was whether he should do a fair copy of part of the manuscript and send it to the publisher, or finish writing the whole thing first. He preferred the latter solution, but reassured his friend that his work on the other volumes would not have been wasted. Progress with it has been as fast as anyone could have managed, even having no artistic considerations at all. Besides, as I have a maximum limit of 60 printed sheets, 26, it is absolutely essential for me to have the whole thing in front of me, to know how much has to be condensed and crossed out, so that the individual sections shall be evenly balanced and in proportion within the prescribed limits. 16. Marx confirmed that he would spare no effort to complete as soon as possible. The thing was a nightmarish burden to him. It prevented him from doing anything else, and he was keen to get it out of the way before a new political upheaval. I know that time will not stand still forever just as it is now. Although he had decided to bring forward the completion of Volume I, Marx did not want to leave what he had done on Volume III up in the air. Between July and December 1865, he composed, albeit in fragmentary form, Part 5, Part 6 and Part 7. 27. The structure that Marx gave to Volume III between summer 1864 and the end of 1865 was therefore very similar to the 12-point schema of January 1863 contained in Notebook 18 of the manuscripts on theories of surplus value. In parallel with this work, in the second half of November 1865, Marx asked Engels to obtain from his acquaintance Alfred Knowles, a Manchester manufacturer, some information about the cotton industry, without which he would be unable to write out the second chapter of Capital, Volume I 28. The financial relief that allowed him to concentrate fruitfully on his work did not last long, and within a year the economic problems were back. In late July 1865, Marx confessed to Engels that he felt extremely uncomfortable about his plight and that he would rather have had thumb cut off than to be writing to him about it. The situation was indeed dramatic. For 2 months I have been living solely on the pawn shop, which means that a queue of creditors has been hammering on my door, becoming more and more unendurable every day. Thinking back to what had led to this state, he recalled that he had been unable to earn a farthing and that merely paying off the debts and furnishing the house cost something like £500. On top of this, his duties for First Conference of the International in London were particularly intense in September. To keep at least a modicum of time for the writing of Capital, Marx ending up telling a few white lies. To comrades in the International, he said he was about to leave on a trip, when in fact he was planning complete isolation so that he could work as much as possible without interruptions. However, he came down with a bad flu that only allowed him to write intermittently. When the fellows and friends of the International discovered after all that not away, they sent a summons to attend a meeting of the subcommittee of the General Council to which he belonged. Marx complained to Engels that all this had prevented him from writing, and in addition the 4 weeks of disappearance had been spoiled by the doctor's prescriptions. 17. 3. The completion of Capital Volume I. At the beginning of 1866, Marx launched into the new draft of Capital, Volume I. In mid-January, he updated Wilhelm Liebknecht on the situation. Indisposition, all manner of unfortunate mischances, demands made on me by the International Association etc., have confiscated every free moment I have for writing out the fair copy of my manuscript. Nevertheless, he thought he was near the end and that he would be able to take volume 1 of it to the publisher for printing in March. He added that its 2 volumes would appear simultaneously. In another letter, sent the same day to Kugelmann, he spoke of being busy 12 hours a day writing out the fair copy, but hoped to take it to the publisher in Hamburg within 2 months. Marx was referring here only to Volume I, on the process of production of Capital. Contrary to his predictions, however, the whole year would pass in a struggle with the carbuncles and his worsening state of health. Despite everything, Marx's thoughts were still directed mainly at the task ahead of him. What was most loathsome to me was the interruption in my work, which had been going splendidly since January 1st, when I got over my liver complaint. There was no question of sitting, of course. I was able to forge ahead even if only for short periods of the day. I could make no progress with the really theoretical part. My brain was not up to that. I therefore elaborated the section on the working day from the historical point of view, which was not part of my original plan. Marx concluded the letter with a phrase that well summed up this period of his life: "My book requires all my writing time." How much the more was this true in 1866. The situation was now seriously alarming Engels. Fearing the worst, he intervened firmly to persuade Marx that he could no longer go on in the same way. "You really must at last do something sensible now to shake off this carbuncle nonsense, even if the book is delayed by another 3 months. The thing is really becoming far too serious, and if, as you say yourself, your brain is not up to the mark for the theoretical part, then do give it a bit of a rest from the more elevated theory. Give over working at night for a while and lead a rather more regular life." Engels immediately consulted Dr. Gumpert, who advised another course of arsenic, but he also made some suggestions about the completion of his book. He wanted to be sure that Marx had given up the far from realistic idea of 18. Writing the whole of Capital before any part of it was published. "Can you not so arrange things," he asked, "that the first volume at least is sent for printing first and the second one a few months later?" Taking everything into account, he ended with a wise observation: "What would be gained in these circumstances by having perhaps a few chapters at the end of your book completed, and not even the first volume can be printed, if events take us by surprise?" Marx replied to each of Engels's points, alternating between serious and facetious tones. With regard to arsenic, he wrote, "Tell or write to Gumpert to send me the prescription with instructions for use. As I have confidence in him, he owes it to the best of political economy if nothing else to ignore professional etiquette and treat me from Manchester. As for his work plans," he wrote, "as far as this damned book is concerned, the position now is, it was ready at the end of December 29. The treatise on ground rent alone, the penultimate chapter, is in its present form almost long enough to be a book in itself. 30. I have been going to the museum in the daytime and writing at night. I had to plow through the new agricultural chemistry in Germany, in particular Liebig and Schonbein, which is more important for this matter than all the economists put together, as well as the enormous amount of material that the French have produced since I last dealt with this point. I concluded my theoretical investigation of ground rent 2 years ago. And a great deal had been achieved, especially in the period since then, fully confirming my theory incidentally. And the opening up of Japan. So here was the shifting system as it was applied by those curs of English manufacturers to one and the same persons in 1848 to 50, being applied by me to myself. Daytime study at the library, to keep abreast of the latest discoveries, and nighttime work on his manuscript. This was the punishing routine to which Marx subjected himself in an effort to use all his energies for the completion of the book. On the main task, he wrote to Engels, although ready, the manuscript, which in its present form is gigantic, is not fit for publishing for anyone but myself, not even for you. 31. He then gave some idea of the preceding weeks. 19. I began the business of copying out and polishing the style on the dot of January 1st, and it all went ahead swimmingly, as I naturally enjoy licking the infant clean after long birth pangs. But then the carbuncle intervened again, so that I have since been unable to make any more progress but only to fill out with more facts those sections which were, according to the plan, already finished. In the end, he accepted Engels's advice to spread out the publication schedule. I agree with you and shall get the first volume to Meissner as soon as it is ready. But, he added, in order to complete it, I must first be able to sit. In fact, Marx's health was continuing to deteriorate. Finally, Marx let himself be persuaded to take a break from work. On March 15 he traveled to Margate, a seaside resort in Kent, and on the 10th day sent back a report about himself. I am reading nothing, am writing nothing. The mere fact of having to take the arsenic 3 times a day obliges one to arrange one's time for meals and for strolling. As regards company here, it does not exist, of course. I can sing with the miller of the D. 32. I care for nobody and nobody cares for me. Early in April, Marx told his friend Kugelmann that he was much recovered. But he complained that, because of the interruption, another 2 months and more had been entirely lost, and the completion of his book put back once more. After his return to London, he remained at a standstill for another few weeks because of an attack of rheumatism and other troubles. His body was still exhausted and vulnerable. Although he reported to Engels in early June that there has fortunately been no recurrence of anything carbuncular, he was unhappy that his work had been progressing poorly owing to purely physical factors. In July, Marx had to confront what had become his 3 habitual enemies, Livy's periculum in mora in the shape of rent arrears, the carbuncles, with a new one ready to flare up, and an ailing liver. In August, he reassured Engels that, although his health fluctuated from one day to the next, he felt generally better. After all, the feeling of being fit to work again does much for a man. He was threatened with new carbuncles here and there, and although they kept disappearing without the need for urgent intervention, they had obliged him to keep his hours of work very much within limits. On the same day, he wrote to Kugelmann, I do not think I shall be able to deliver the manuscript of the first volume to Hamburg before October. I can only 20. Work productively for a very few hours per day without immediately feeling the effects physically. This time too, Marx was being excessively optimistic. The steady stream of negative phenomena to which he was daily exposed in the struggle to survive once more proved an obstacle to the completion of his text. Furthermore, he had to spend precious time looking for ways to extract small sums of money from the pawn shop and to escape the tortuous circle of promissory notes in which he had landed. He also said that for family's sake he must, however unwillingly, observe the hygienic limitations until he was fully recovered. Marx's old friend and former member of the League of Communists, Friedrich Lessner, recalled that he often used to speak of the length of the working day. At the end of the General Council meetings, Marx more than once said, "We are striving for an 8-hour day, but we ourselves often work twice as long in the space of 24 hours. According to Lessner, Marx did much too much. An outsider has no idea how much energy and time his work for the International cost him. Besides, Marx had to slave away to keep his family and to spend hours in the British Museum collecting material for his historical and economic studies. Very often, Marx's permanent intellectual curiosity led him to widen his range of studies. For example, despite the pressure to finish his book as well as his political responsibilities, he wrote to Engels in the summer of 1865 that he was studying Comte on the side just now, as the English and French are making such a fuss of the fellow. He remained firm in what he thought of Comte's limitations. What attracted him was his encyclopedic quality, la synthèse, although Hegel infinitely superior as a whole. And this shitty positivism came out in 1832, he ended. His prediction to Kugelmann that he might be able to take the manuscript to Hamburg in October also proved to be over-optimistic. In August, Marx wrote to Kugelmann that accumulated debts had become a crushing mental burden and that he had even been thinking of moving to the United States. He was soldiering on, though, convinced that he had a duty to remain in Europe and complete the work on which been engaged for so many years. With regard to capital, he assured his friend that, although he was spending much time writing documents in preparation for the Geneva Congress of the International, he would not be attending it himself. For the working class, he wrote, what doing through this work far more important than anything might be able to do personally at any congresses. 21. Writing to Kugelmann in mid-October, Marx expressed a fear that as a result of his long illness, and all the expenses it had entailed, he could no longer keep the creditors at bay and the house was about to come crashing down about heirs. Not even in October, therefore, was it possible for him to put the finishing touches to the manuscript. In describing the state of things to his friend in Hanover, and explaining the reasons for the delay, Marx set out the plan he now had in mind. My circumstances oblige me to publish volume I first, not both volumes together, as I had originally intended. And there will now probably be 3 volumes. The whole work is thus divided into the following parts. Book I. The process of production of capital. Book 2. The process of circulation of capital. Book 3. Structure of the process as a whole. Book 4. On the history of the theory. The first volume will include the first 2 books. The third book will, I believe, fill the second volume, the fourth the third. Reviewing the work he had done since the contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, which was published in 1859, Marx continued. It was, in my opinion, necessary to begin again from the beginning in the first book, i.e., to summarize the book of mine published by Duncker in one chapter on commodities and money. I judged this to be necessary, not merely for the sake of completeness, but because even intelligent people did not properly understand the question. In other words, there must have been defects in the first presentation, especially in the analysis of commodities. Extreme poverty marked the month of November, too. But Marx was keen to point out that this summer and autumn it was really not the theory which caused the delay, but physical and civil condition. If he had been in good health, he would have been able to complete the work. He reminded Engels that it was 3 years since the first carbuncle had been lanced, years in which he had had only short periods of relief from it. Moreover, having been forced to expend so much time and energy on the daily struggle with poverty, he remarked in December, I only regret that private persons cannot file their bills for the bankruptcy court with the same propriety as men of business. 22. At the end of February 1867, Marx was finally able to give Engels the long-awaited news that the book was finished. Now he had to take it to Germany, and once again he was forced to turn to his friends so that he could redeem his clothes and timepiece from their abode at the pawnbroker's, 33, otherwise he would not have been able to leave. Having arrived in Hamburg, Marx discussed with Engels the new plan proposed by Meissner. He now wants that the book should appear in 3 volumes. In particular, he is opposed to my compressing the final book as I had intended. He said that from the publishing point of view this was the part by which he was setting most store. I told him that as far as that was concerned, I was his to command. Despite Marx's optimism, it should be noted that between 1862 and 1863 he had written only the history of the category of surplus value, and that he had done this before making significant theoretical progress. A few days later, he gave a similar report to Becker. The whole work will appear in 3 volumes. The title is Capital: A Critique of Political Economy. The first volume comprises the first book, The Process of Production of Capital. It is without question the most terrible missile that has yet been hurled at the heads of the bourgeoisie. After a few days in Hamburg, Marx traveled on to Hanover. He stayed there as the guest of Kugelmann, who finally got to know him after years of purely epistolary relations. Marx remained available there in case Meissner wanted him to help out with the proofreading. Marx stayed in Hanover until the middle of May. Happy with the results of the trip, he described his weeks with the Kugelmann family as an oasis in the desert of his life. 34 The most particularized accounts of Marx during this period have come down to us through the later recollections of Kugelmann's daughter, Franziska. She described her fears before the arrival of the unknown guest, of her mother's concern that he would be a man lost in his political ideas, with the manner of a gloomy revolutionary. But both she and her mother had to think again as soon as they met Marx in person. He turned out to be a lively gentleman and displayed a youthful freshness in his movements and conversation. In fact, he was a thoroughly likable and unpretentious presence, not only in get-togethers at home but also in the circle of my parents' acquaintances. Franziska also recalled that Marx, 23, showed a lively interest in everything, and when someone pleased him in particular, or made an original remark, he would insert his monocle and look at the person with a cheerful and attentive expression. The hospitality he received was returned with numerous anecdotes. On Hegel, he recounted how he had once said that none of his students had understood him, except Rosenkranz, and that he had understood him badly. Marx also often quoted Friedrich Schiller and once jokingly adapted a famous quotation of his from Wallenstein's camp: "He who has seen the best of his time has enough for all times." In discussions on the struggle against capitalism, however, Marx spoke in authoritative tones and did not avoid polemic. To one man's question about who would polish boots in the future society, he replied, "You should do it." And someone who asked when communism would begin was told, "The time will come, but we'll have to be gone by then." From Hanover, Marx wrote to other comrades about the forthcoming publication of his work. To Siegfried Meyer, a German socialist member of the International active in organizing the workers' movement in New York, he wrote, "Volume I comprises the process of production of capital. Volume II contains the continuation and conclusion of the theory, Volume III the history of political economy from the middle of the 17th century." His schema was unchanged, however, and the idea was still that the second and third volumes would appear together. Buoyed up with enthusiasm, Marx wrote to Engels in early May that the publisher Meissner was demanding the second volume by the end of the autumn at the latest. That should have included both Volume 2 and Volume 3, so Marx thought he would have to get his nose to the grindstone again, especially as, in the time since he had composed Volume 3, a lot of new material relating to the chapters on credit and landed property had become available. In the end, he expected to finish the third volume during the winter, so that have shaken off the whole opus by next spring. Marx's over-optimistic predictions were based on the hope that the business of writing would be quite different once the proofs for what had already been done started to come in, and he felt under pressure from the publisher. In mid-June, Engels became involved in the correction of the text for publication. He thought that, compared with the 1859 contribution to the critique of political economy, the dialectic of the argument had been greatly sharpened. Marx was heartened by this approval. "That you have been satisfied with it so far is more important to me than anything the rest of the world may say of it." However, 24. Engels noted that his exposition of the form of value was excessively abstract and insufficiently clear for the average reader. He also regretted that precisely this important section had the marks of the carbuncles rather firmly stamped upon it. A further problem was Marx's rather dysfunctional subdivision of the volume. Its 800 pages were structured in just 6 long chapters, each with very few paragraph breaks. Engels therefore wrote, It was a serious mistake not to have made the development of these rather abstract arguments clearer by means of a larger number of short sections with their own headings. You ought to have treated this part in the manner of Hegel's encyclopedia, with short paragraphs, each dialectical transition emphasized by means of a special heading. Then, a very large class of readers would have found it considerably easier to understand. In reply, Marx fulminated against the cause of his physical torments: "I hope the bourgeoisie will remember my carbuncles until their dying day," and convinced himself of the need for an appendix presenting his conception of the form of value in a more popular form. This 20-page edition was completed by the end of June. The proof corrections were finished on August 16, 1867, at 2 in the morning. A few minutes later, he wrote to his friend in Manchester, "Dear Fred, have just finished correcting the last sheet. So, this volume is finished. I owe it to you alone that it was possible. I embrace you, full of thanks." A few days later, in another letter to Engels, he summarized what he regarded as the two main pillars of the book. 1. The twofold character of labor according to whether it is expressed in use value or exchange value, which is brought out in the very first chapter. 2. The treatment of surplus value regardless of its particular forms as profit, interest, ground rent, etc. Capital was put on sale on September 14, 1867. 35. The high price of the book, 3 thalers, was equivalent to a worker's weekly wage. Jenny von Westphalen wrote to Kugelmann, "There can be few books that have been written in more difficult circumstances, and I am sure I could write a secret history of it which would tell of many, extremely many unspoken troubles and anxieties and torments." Following the final modifications, the table of contents was as follows. 25. Preface 1. Commodity and money 2. The transformation of money into capital 3. The production of absolute surplus value 4. The production of relative surplus value 5. Further research on the production of absolute and relative surplus value 6. The process of accumulation of capital. Appendix to Part 1. 1. The form of value. Despite the long correction process and the final edition, the structure of the work would be considerably expanded over the coming years, and various further modifications would be made to the text. Capital, Volume I, therefore continued to absorb significant energies on Marx's part even after its publication. For in search of the definitive version in October 1867, Marx returned to Capital, Volume II. But this brought a recurrence of his medical complaints, liver pains, insomnia, and the blossoming of 2 small carbuncles near the membrum. Nor did the incursions from without or the aggravations of home life leave off. There was a certain bitterness in his sage remark to Engels that my sickness always originates in the mind. As always, his friend helped out and sent all the money he could, together with the hope that it drives away the carbuncles. That is not what happened, though, and in late November Marx wrote to say, "The state of my health has greatly worsened, and there has been virtually no question of working." The new year, 1868, began much as the old one had ended. During the first weeks of January, Marx was even unable to attend to his correspondence. His wife Jenny confided to Becker that her poor husband had once again been laid up and fettered hand and foot by his old, serious, and painful complaint, which becoming dangerous through its constant recurrence. A few days later, his daughter Jenny reported to Engels, "Moore is once more being victimized by his old enemies, the carbuncles, and is, by the arrival of the latest, made to feel very ill at ease in a sitting posture." Marx began to write again only towards the end of the month, when he told Engels that for 2 to 3 weeks he would do absolutely no work. "It would be dreadful," he added, "if a third monster were to erupt." 26. As always, however, he returned as soon as he could to his research. During this period, he took a great interest in questions of history and agriculture, compiling notebooks of extracts from the works of various authors. Particularly important for him was the introduction to the constitutive history of the German mark, farm, village, town, and public authority by the political theorist and legal historian George Ludwig von Maurer. Marx told Engels he had found Maurer's books extremely significant, since they approached in an entirely different way not only the primitive age but also the entire later development of the free imperial cities, of the estate owners possessing immunity, of public authority, and of the struggle between the free peasantry and serfdom. Marx further approved of Maurer's demonstration at length that private property in land only arose later. By contrast, he waxed sarcastic about those who were surprised to find what is newest in what is oldest, and even egalitarians to a degree that would have made Proudhon shudder. Also in this period, Marx studied in depth 3 German works by Karl Fraß, Climate and the Vegetable World Throughout the Ages, A History of Both, A History of Agriculture and the Nature of Agriculture. Marx found the first of these very interesting, especially appreciating the part in which Fraß demonstrated that climate and flora change in historical times. Writing to Engels, he described the author as a Darwinist before Darwin, who admitted even the species developing in historical times. He was also struck by his ecological considerations and his related concern that cultivation, when it proceeds in natural growth and is not consciously controlled, leaves deserts behind it. Here too, Marx could detect what he called an unconscious socialist tendency. While affording Marx a little energy for these new scientific studies, the state of his health continued its ups and downs. In late March, he reported to Engels that it was such that he should really give up working and thinking entirely for some time. But he added that would be hard for him, even if he had the means to loaf around. The new interruption came just as he was recommencing work on the second version of Volume 2, after a gap of nearly 3 years since the first half of 1865. He completed the first 2 chapters in the course of the spring, in addition to a group of preparatory manuscripts, on the relationship between surplus value and rate of profit, the law of the rate of profit, and the metamorphoses of capital, which occupied him until the end of 1868. 36 At the end of April 1868, Marx sent Engels a new schema for his work, with particular reference to the method by which the rate of profit is developed. This 27 would be the last occasion when Marx referred in his correspondence to the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to decline. Despite the major economic crises that developed after 1873, Marx never again mentioned this concept to which the whole third section of Volume 3 is devoted, and which has received so much emphasis in later times. It was as if he thought it to have been superseded. In the same letter, he made it clear that Volume 2 would present the process of circulation of capital on the basis of the premises developed in Capital, Volume I. He intended to set out, in as satisfactory a manner as possible, the formal determinations of fixed capital, circulating capital, and the turnover of capital, and hence to investigate the social intertwining of the different capitals, of parts of capital and of revenue. Instead, Marx had decided to present the conversion of surplus value into its different forms and separate component parts. In May, however, the health problems were back. In the second week of August, he told Kugelmann of his hope to finish the entire work by the end of September 1869. But the autumn brought an outbreak of carbuncles, and in spring 1869, when Marx was still working on the third chapter, entitled in this version The Real Relations of the Circulation Process and the Reproduction Process, of Volume 2. His plan to finish it by 1869 seemed realistic, since the second version of the text he had written since spring 1868 represented an advance in both qualitative and quantitative terms. His liver took yet another turn for the worse. His misfortunes continued in the following years, with troublesome regularity, and prevented him from ever completing Volume 2. There were also theoretical reasons for the delay. From autumn 1868 to spring 1869, determined to get on top of the latest developments in capitalism, Marx compiled copious excerpts from texts on the finance and money markets that appeared in the Money Market Review, The Economist, and similar publications. 37 His ever-growing interest in developments on the other side of the Atlantic drove him to seek out the most up-to-date information. He wrote to his friend Siegfried Meyer that it would be of great value, if could dig up some anti-bourgeois material about land ownership and agrarian relations in the United States. He explained that, since be dealing with rent in second volume, material against H. Carey's harmonies would be especially welcome. Moreover, in autumn 1869, having become aware of new literature about changes in Russia, he decided to learn Russian so that he could study it for himself. He pursued this new interest with his usual rigor, and in early 1870 Jenny told Engels that, instead of looking after himself, to study Russian hammer and tongs, went out seldom, ate infrequently, and only showed the carbuncle under his arm when it was already very swollen and had hardened. 28. Engels hastened to write to his friend, trying to persuade him that in the interests of the volume 2 he needed a change of lifestyle, otherwise, if there was constant repetition of such suspensions, he would never finish the book. The prediction was spot on. In early summer, summarizing what had happened in the previous months, Marx told Kugelmann that his work had been held up by illness throughout the winter, and that he had found it necessary to mug up on Russian, because, in dealing with the land question, it had become essential to study Russian landowning relationships from primary sources. After all the interruptions and a period of intense political activity for the International following the birth of the Paris Commune, Marx turned to work on a new edition of Capital, Volume I. Dissatisfied with the way in which he had expounded the theory of value, he spent December 1871 and January 1872 rewriting the 1867 appendix, and this led him to rewrite the first chapter itself. The result of this labor was the manuscript known as Additions and Changes to Capital, Volume I. During the revision of the 1867 edition, Marx inserted a number of additions and clarifications and also refined the structure of the entire book. 38 Some of these changes concerned surplus value, the difference between constant capital and variable capital, and the use of machinery and technology. He also expanded the new edition from 6 chapters to 7 books containing 25 chapters, themselves subdivided into more detailed sections. The new edition came out in 1872, with a print run of 3,000 copies. The year 1872 was a year of fundamental importance for the dissemination of capital, since April saw the appearance of the Russian translation, the first in a long series. Begun by German Lopatin and completed by the economist Nikolai Danielson, it was regarded by Marx as masterly. Lessner related that the event, an important sign of the times, turned into a festive occasion for himself and for his family and friends. In a letter of May 1872 to Liebknecht, Jenny von Westphalen, who with her daughters had shared the joy of the success and other of Marx's achievements, described most effectively how gender differences also weighed in the common struggle for socialism. In all existing conflicts, she wrote, we women have the harder part to bear, because it is the lesser one. A man draws strength from his struggle with the world outside, and is invigorated by the sight of the enemy, be their number legion. We remain sitting at home, darning socks. That does nothing to dispel our fears, and the gnawing day-to-day petty worries slowly but surely sap our spirit. 29. In this year, too, the publication of the French edition of Capital got underway. Entrusted to Joseph Roy, who had previously translated some of Ludwig Feuerbach's texts, it was scheduled to appear in batches with the French publisher Maurice Lachatre, between 1872 and 1875. Marx agreed that it would be good to bring out a cheap popular edition. I applaud your idea of publishing the translation, in periodic installments, he wrote. In this form the work will be more accessible to the working class, and for me that consideration outweighs any other. Aware, however, that there was a reverse side of the coin, he anticipated that the method of analysis he had used would make for somewhat arduous reading in the early chapters, and that readers might become discouraged when they were unable to carry straight on. He did not feel he could do anything about this disadvantage. other than constantly caution and forewarn those readers concerned with the truth. There is no royal road to learning, and the only people with any chance of scaling its sunlit peaks are those who have no fear of weariness when ascending the precipitous paths that lead up to them. In the end, Marx had to spend much more time on the translation than he had planned for the proof correction. As he wrote to Danielson, Roy had often translated too literally and forced him to rewrite whole passages in French, to make them more palatable to the French public. Earlier that month, his daughter Jenny had told Kugelman that her father was obliged to make numberless corrections, rewriting not only whole sentences but entire pages, and a month later she added that the translation was so imperfect that he had been obliged to rewrite the greater part of the first chapter. Subsequently, Engels wrote in similar vein to Kugelman that the French translation had proved a real slog for Marx and that he had more or less had to rewrite the whole thing from the beginning. At the end of his labors, Marx himself remarked that they had consumed so much of time that not again collaborate in any way on a translation. In revising the translation, moreover, Marx decided to introduce some additions and modifications. These mostly concern the section on the process of capital accumulation, but also some specific points such as the distinction between concentration and centralization of capital. In the postscript to the French edition, he did not hesitate to attach to it a scientific value independent of the original. It was no accident that in 1877, when an English edition already seemed a possibility, Marx 30. wrote to Zarga that a translator must without fail compare the second German edition with the French edition, in which included a good deal of new matter and greatly improved presentation of much else. In a letter of November 1878, in which he weighed the positive and negative sides of the French edition, he wrote to Danielson that it contained many important changes and additions, but that he had also sometimes been obliged, principally in the first chapter, to simplify the matter. For this reason, he felt it necessary to clarify later in the month that the chapters Commodities and Money and the Transformation of Money into Capital should be translated exclusively from the German text 39. The drafts of Capital, Volume 2, which were left in anything but a definitive state, present a number of theoretical problems. The manuscripts of Capital, Volume 3, have a highly fragmentary character, and Marx never managed to update them in a way that reflected the progress of his research. 40. It should also be borne in mind that he was unable to complete a revision of Capital, Volume I, that included the changes and additions he intended to improve his magnum opus. 41. In fact, neither the French edition of 1872 to 1875 nor the German edition of 1881 can be considered the definitive version that he would have liked it to be. The critical spirit with which Marx composed his magnum opus reveals just how distant he was from the dogmatic author that many of his adversaries and self-styled disciples presented to the world. Unfinished though it remained, those who today want to use essential theoretical concepts for the critique of the capitalist mode of production still cannot dispense with reading Marx's Capital. Translated from the Italian by Patrick Camillo. Part I. Capitalism, Past and Present. 2. Revisiting the expropriation of expropriators in Marx's Capital. Etienne Balibar. 1. A displaced conclusion. The expropriators are expropriated is one of Marx's most celebrated sentences, which is to be found towards the end of chapter 24 of section 7 in Capital, Volume I. It is also one of the most enigmatic. I want to subject it to an exegesis at the same time literary, philological, philosophical, political, and even theological, not for the sake of pure erudition, but to revisit some of the problems which, today, any idea of an alternative to capitalism is confronted with, when it may appear that historical capitalism has entered a transition towards something like an absolute capitalism, with some apocalyptic features. 1. I am pursuing simultaneously two objectives. First, to clarify the sense of this formula, through an elucidation of where it comes from and what it does express at this specific place in Marx's text, written in a certain conjuncture, and second, to reflect on which problems that Marx addressed in his magnum opus, but left without a solution, it may indicate. And my underlying question will be, do we have, today, a clearer view of these problems? Or is it the case, on the contrary, that they have become even more enigmatic? Of course, it could be the case that all these questions belong, in fact, to a past that is foreclosed, only worth the gnawing criticism of the mice, but even in that case, it would be worthwhile to undertake a rigorous scrutiny of a formulation and a thinker whose influence has been so great on our history and whose name remains a point of attraction for revolutionary expectations and the critique of dominant ideas. Let me resume from the immediate context in which the formula is introduced, concluding a long syllogism. For lack of room, I only quote the final sentence in the indicated paragraph. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with, and under it. Centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. The original German has, die Expropriators werden expropriiert, which any German reader will immediately identify as a fremd word, an alien word, among several others that pepper this eloquent development, in which dialectical form is combined with economic, historical, and juridical content. Several others are to be found, exploitieren, expropriieren, usurpatoren, etc., where Marx of course could have used more idiomatic German equivalents. This cannot be a loose stylistic improvisation, since Marx's writing in Capital, Volume I, is characterized by permanent accuracy in the use of the German language. We know that Marx wanted to be considered a writer as much as a scientist and a political essayist. This should be especially prevalent in a passage that formed the political conclusion of the whole book. Here we face a first difficulty. I speak of a conclusion, but in which sense and to what extent is that the case? No doubt, the dialectical idea of the expropriation of expropriators names the end of what Marx described in the book as violent process of transformation of the social relations, which is accomplished historically by capitalism and leads to a socialization of the economy. Communism should be able to build on that result, provided it abolished private property and the corresponding power exercised upon labor. We are not surprised, therefore, that Marx immediately adds a footnote in which a passage from the Manifesto of the Communist Party, written 20 years earlier, where the Communist Revolution is announced, as the historical achievement of the proletariat. The advance of industry, whose involuntary but willing promoter is the bourgeoisie, replaces the isolation of the workers, due to competition, with their revolutionary combination, due to association. The development of large-scale industry, therefore, cuts from under its feet the very foundation on which the bourgeoisie produces and appropriates products for itself. What the bourgeoisie, therefore, produces, above all, are its own grave diggers. Its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. Of all the classes which confront the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and disappear in the face of large-scale industry, the proletariat is its most characteristic product. The lower middle classes, the small manufacturers, the shopkeepers, the artisans, the peasants, all these fight against the bourgeoisie in order to save from extinction their existence as parts of the middle class. They are reactionary, for they try to roll back the wheel of history. 2. In other terms, what Marx wants to indicate is the following: what could appear as a prophecy, to which the bloody suppression of the 1848 revolutions had put an irreversible end, was in fact a very realistic anticipation. Through the analysis of the historical tendency of capitalist accumulation proposed by Capital on the basis of its critique of political economy, it now receives an irrefutable scientific foundation. A knowledge of the laws of development of capitalism and a forecast of the proletarian revolution meet precisely on this point. Marxism, often conceived as a fusion of the revolutionary class struggle and the scientific theory of history, was built precisely on this certainty, for better or worse. Yes, indeed. But something is missing in this reading, calling for a symptomatic reading, which leads to one of the great puzzles in the history of modern socialism. It is simply the fact that the revolutionary conclusion marking the achievement of Marx's argument is not at the end of the book. It forms only the last paragraph in the penultimate chapter of the section on the so-called primitive accumulation, die sogenannte ursprüngliche Akkumulation, where Marx describes the origins of capitalism in the violent expropriation of small producers, which mainly took place in England, in the centuries before the Industrial Revolution. After this chapter comes still another one, on the modern theory of colonization, which very few readers really take into account. 3. How can we explain this decalage, which prevents the end to be located in the end place? Given, once again, the careful composition of the book, we can't just see this as a mistake. We need an explanation matching the content. One possibility would be simply that the end of volume I is not the end of the attempted book. Marx's project evolved continuously, but in his last plans, at the time of the publication of volume I, he projected 1 or 2 more volumes, which remained as sketches after his death. Probably Marx believed that these would follow shortly, which would make it possible then to draw the practical lessons of the whole demonstration. But this suggestion can be reversed, leading to a reading that is more coherent with the text. After years of intense study of his material, Marx was convinced that he could anticipate the coming conclusions regarding the overcoming of capitalism and the consequences of its internal contradictions, at least in a general manner. This was even more necessary since the volume was published less than 3 years after the foundation of the International Working Men's Association, whose General Council Marx coordinated. Through this organization, Marx wanted to interpellate the new generation of activists of the proletarian cause, which he saw as entering a new phase of development. But if that is the case, why hide the announcement of the expropriation of capital, as it were, inside the text? Here another hypothesis comes to mind. I must admit that, for a long time, I thought it was the most convincing. Quite simply, it refers to censorship. As many other revolutionaries, or subversive writers, Marx had to struggle against this institution all his life. Occasionally he practiced what Leo Strauss famously called the art of writing in times of persecution. Strauss. When Capital, Volume I was published in 1867 with a Hamburg publisher, it needed to pass through the censor's authorization in the first place. Perhaps Marx reflected that the not-so-intelligent police officials would look at the table of contents, plus the beginning and end of the book, would see their mere erudition, a scientific treatise out of the grasp of the ordinary people, and wouldn't object. But, Marx was hoping, real activists would have a closer look, they would find the expropriation of expropriators in its place, and this would directly connect with their hopes and political objective. I am still including Marx's litigations with censorship in the understanding of his writing, but I am no longer certain that such an explanation is sufficient, because there is an intrinsic difficulty about the conclusions of the argument in Capital that even the dialectics of negation of the negation doesn't entirely resolve. Here, the decalage affecting the formulation of the revolutionary outcome of the historical tendencies of capitalism must be considered a symptom. It had huge consequences in the subsequent history of uses and abuses of Marxism, which are still there with us, because Capital hasn't become a cold text, but remains a hot text. Even today projects and plans of social transformation are made either with capital or, according to the famous Gramscian motto, against capital, but never apart from capital with its analyses and prophecies, for therefore we must go to the roots of the difficulties and enigmas harbored by the expropriation of expropriators and, following Althusser's injunction, reveal its internal vacillation through a symptomatic reading. Capital is not only a book left unfinished by its author, essentially it could not be finished. Why was that? The thesis I want to defend now is, because its principal argument was leading to several incompatible conclusions. I will even submit that, becoming aware that there existed this logical uncertainty, did not content himself with a passive attitude, a victim of his own writing as it were, but he decided actively to let some of the latent alternatives within his thought become manifest in the text, leaving it to us to draw the consequences, which leads me to suggesting that he unfinished capital, in the active sense. Let me show it by returning, first, to the complex references involved in the formula expropriation of expropriators, when we read it literally, trying to decrypt the multiple traces that overdetermine its meaning. I just alluded to the strange accumulation of French wording, more or less Germanized, in the surrounding paragraphs. Marx was born in Trier, a city of Rhineland full of French history and influences, where the memory of revolution and Napoleonic Empire was very much alive. He was fluent in French and even wrote directly in this language one of his best-known early works, The Poverty of Philosophy, against Proudhon. Like some expropriation of expropriators 43 of his closest friends, he was convinced that France was the land of politics. This accounts for a cultural tradition or a national myth, but there is more. In these passages from Capital we may read the insistence and continuity of egalitarian and proto-communist movements during the French Revolution, particularly the Bobovist and enrages who thunder against expropriateurs, exploiteurs, usurpateurs, and accapareurs. Marx, who had wanted to write a history of the Convention Nationale during the Jacobin period, had received this tradition through direct and indirect sources, the discourse of utopian socialism in the first half of the 19th century, not least the pioneering book by Lawrence von Stein from which so many passages of the Manifesto of the Communist Party actually derive. The quotation from the manifesto becomes clearer, even without using the word. It brings with it the idea of a revolutionary dictatorship, or a politics of salad public that counteracts a historical violence with another one of opposite intention. This marks at the same time a continuity from the radical tendencies of the past bourgeois revolution to the future proletarian revolution, and a progress accomplished by the latter over the former. In the meantime, the capitalist development will have transformed a utopian objective into historical necessity, reflecting the social form of the economy and the centralization of the means of production imposed by capital. I believe that this first layer of interpretation, that is suggested by the hybrid language invented by Marx, is rather indisputable. In a sense, this was not unexpected, because it concords with the use that socialist parties, and particularly of course the Bolsheviks, made of the whole passage during the 19th and 20th centuries, underpinning the great myth of the new revolution to come. Interestingly, however, it doesn't exhaust the rhetorical dynamic involved in this figure, the expropriation of expropriators, or the redress of violence turned against itself. At this moment, we must invoke another register of meaning, which is not contained in pure politics, but arises from the impolitical element, in Roberto Esposito's sense 5, a religious element that belongs to the treasure of eschatological hopes of liberation, periodically reactivated by apocalyptic and millenarist movements retrieving the tradition of Jewish and Christian messianism. As I already indicated several times in the past, the formula is a transposition of a key motto in the book of Isaiah in the Bible, the great book announcing the liberation of Israel from its enslavement in Babylon, from which then arise the great Christian theme of the remainder of Israel, the ancestor of the proletariat, and the messianic name of the Redeemer, called Emmanuel or God with us. In Isaiah 14, 1-4, and again 27, 7-9, you can read the prophecy. And the people shall take them, and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. Which is clearly a prototype of the formula in capital. 6. Messianism of course is frequent in Marx, especially when it is a question of the revolutionary mission of the proletariat, a radically disposed class whose rebellion will simultaneously put an end to capitalism and every historical form of a class domination. 7. However, the return of messianicism is especially remarkable in the conclusion of Capital, because it comes at the end of the long development on the so-called primitive accumulation, where the expropriation of produces was described as an effort of the state violence that paved the way for the accumulation of capital. In this development, we find another messianic formula, which asserts that violence is the midwife of every old society which is pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. In the Marxist tradition, this will be used to set up the comparison between the violence of origins and the violence of end. If you take the two formulas together, you can understand why the negation of the negation doesn't simply have a logical meaning, it must evoke a decomposition of the institutional forms of law and politics followed by the birth of a new humanity in the midst of pain. It is the very symbol of radical historical transformations. 8. 3. Alternative tendency. The reading I just proposed pushes the idea of historical tendency to the representation of an apocalyptic end. But it is not the only possible one, far from, since it has a reformist double, more precisely an evolutionist double, in which the forms of capitalist expropriation appear not only as preparations but virtual instruments of the collective appropriation called association, the very social form of future communism. We discover this possibility if we dig out from Volume 3 a development which, in a sense, is just a twin deduction of the expropriation of expropriators, but make a completely different use of the dialectical transformation of private property. As we know, Capital, Volume 3 is made up of texts written before the completion of Volume I, but published posthumously in a disposition chosen by Engels. The passage from Chapter 27 on the role of credit in capitalist production has acquired a special interest these days, because of its direct link to the analysis of financialization of capital, where Marx's category of fictitious capital is at the same time referred to and expropriation of expropriators. 45 criticized. There are three relevant passages. First of all, Marx wrote, "This is the abolition of the capitalist mode of production within the capitalist mode of production itself, and hence a self-abolishing contradiction, which presents itself prima facie as a mere point of transition to a new form of production. It presents itself as such a contradiction even in appearance. It gives rise to monopoly in certain spheres and hence provokes state intervention. It reproduces a new financial aristocracy, a new kind of parasite in the guise of company promoters, speculators, and merely nominal directors, an entire system of swindling and cheating with respect to the promotion of companies, issue of shares and share dealings. It is private production unchecked by private ownership." Moreover, Marx added, "Expropriation now extends from the immediate producers to the small and medium capitalists themselves. Expropriation is the starting point of the capitalist mode of production, whose goal is to carry it through to completion, and even in the last instance to expropriate all individuals from the means of production, which, with the development of social production, cease to be means and products of private production, and can only remain means of production in the hands of the associated producers, as their social property, just as they are their social product. But within the capitalist system itself, this expropriation takes the antithetical form of the appropriation of social property by a few, and credit gives these few ever more the character of simple adventurers." Finally, he stated, "The cooperative factories run by workers themselves are, within the old form, the first examples of the emergence of a new form, even though they naturally reproduce in all cases, in their present organization, all the defects of the existing system, and must reproduce them. But the opposition between capital and labor is abolished here, even if at first only in the form that the workers in association become their own capitalist, i.e. they use the means of production to valorize their own labor. Capitalist joint stock companies as much as cooperative factories should be viewed as transition forms from the capitalist mode of production to the associated one, simply that in the one case the opposition is abolished in a negative way, and in the other in a positive way. The credit system has a dual character immanent in it. On the one hand it develops the motive of capitalist production, enrichment by the exploitation of others. Labor, into the purest and most colossal system of gambling and swindling, and restricts ever more the already small number of the exploiters of social wealth. On the other hand, however, it constitutes the form of transition towards a new mode of production. It is this dual character that gives the principal spokesman for credit, from Law through to Isaac Pereire, their nicely mixed character of swindler and prophet. I gave these long quotations because this is less well known than the passage in Volume I. It was never considered a conclusion, at most a side remark. But the formulas are very close, almost identical on crucial points. We find here the same hybrid French-German terminology of expropriation, to which is added association, one of the classical names of communism in Marx, and the same problematic of the dialectical reversal which expresses the necessity of an overcoming of capitalism as consequence of its own internal contradictions. Above all, we find the same idea that the essence of revolutionary change is a conversion of expropriation into appropriation by the individuals of their own means of existence and their productive capacity, which had been estranged from them. Following another eschatological formula, capitalism thus becomes its own gravedigger. However, there are two essential differences with Volume I. First, by invoking the financial mechanisms of banking and credit, Marx goes much further in looking into the very institutions of capitalism for a prefiguration of communism forms within the capitalist mode of production, and second, the strategy of communism appears here as horizon of a combination or reconciliation of two completely heterogeneous historical inventions, which however could be considered forms of socialization. Or an overcoming of private property, albeit for opposite reasons, socialization through money, and socialization through labor, as it were. Summarizing all this, we see that the overcoming of capitalism depends on the emergence of a force that can join the opposites, what is furthest from the classless society, and what comes closest to making it alive in the present. Marx unfortunately says nothing about that force and the means it will have to make use of. This is a variant of the expropriation of expropriators that becomes today very relevant, not only because it forms an alternative to the messianic discourse, but because it finds echoes in some recent or current socialist projects. Still, we must concede that the opposite forms that Marx wanted to unite remain, most of the time, separated terms. The idea of cooperatives is very much alive. But, in a seeming paradox, the idea of using the financial structures of capitalism in a revolutionary way is no less popular. Not long ago, when big pension funds started to play a decisive role in financing shadow banking and the development of expropriation of expropriators' 47 hedge funds, it was proposed by some European socialist theorists to redeem capitalism through pension funds whose owners would be the workers themselves, or their unions. More recently, we see Marxist analysts of liquidity invent strategies for citizens to take power within the financial speculative operations. This is a minor mode with respect to the great revolutionary tradition, but still a way of interpreting the dialectical scheme of transformation invented by Marx. I am convinced that we have to do here, not simply to a vacillation in the writing of the theory, but a genuine alternative rooted in the antithesis of private property and collective property. Before I draw some conclusions from this objective intermination, however, I must make the picture even more complicated, invoking still another concept of the capitalist historical tendency that can be read in Capital. For a protracted civil war with much simplification, one could say that the central theme that is continuously redefined and complexified in Capital, as successive moments of the dialectical relationship of capital and labor are succeeding one another, is an articulation of contradiction and antagonism. A contradiction takes place between tendencies which are simultaneously unfolding, and periodically produce crises in the mechanism of the economy. Conflict essentially arises between classes, in the first place the capitalist bourgeois class and the proletarianized working class, or also class fractions, which come to oppose each other because of their antagonistic interests in production, or the distribution of the product of labor, or in other correlative domains of social life. However, for a historical tendency to exist that leads to transformations and mutations in the social relations, contradictions and crises must produce an intensification of conflict, and conflict must generate either a deepening or a displacement of the contradiction. This is the object of Marx's political theory of history, and there is no other. No doubt, in the passages that I commented, it is just this articulation, with conditions and effects, that was discussed. But alternative or even diverging possibilities emerge if we broaden our scope. Take the long chapter on the working day. It is not only about illustrating the concept of absolute surplus value, which had been defined as an excess of the value of the product compared to the value of the labor power consumed in the production, also measurable as an excess of the amount of social labor time necessary to produce the commodities compared to the amount necessary to reproduce the labor power itself, or in equivalent terms, to produce the means of consumption for the workers, what today would be called their real wages. It illustrates that there is permanent antagonism determining the rate of surplus value that in turn leads to a contradiction, because it implies chronic underconsumption of the working class and a tendency towards the exhaustion of the labor power. In this conflict, the interest of capital is to continuously increase surplus labor, hence expanding daily labor time for the worker beyond any given limit. Whereas the interest of the working class is to limit labor time, which means a decreasing proportion of unpaid labor and a better protection of the living labor force against exhaustion. This conflict is called by Marx a protracted and more or less concealed civil war between the capitalist class and the working class. Throughout the first half of the 19th century in England, following the workers' demand of a normal labor day, the relationship of forces was evolving, with the intervention of numerous factors, the degree of organization of the workers themselves, the counter-effects of the political revolutions on the continent, the attitude of the public opinion influenced by the factory reports and the nascent sociology of labor, the common interests of the capitalist class, which are not the same as the interests of individual entrepreneurs in this or that branch, and above all the position of the state which seeks to regulate the class struggle and keep the contradictions of capitalism within sustainable limits. What is fascinating, of course, is the fact that such description, provided some historical data are updated, remains completely relevant today, in particular because the wild forms of exploitation of the labor power, which have been more or less completely, more or less provisionally eliminated from the central region of capitalism through labor legislation, trade unionism, and the more general democratic evolution of society, have been massively transplanted into the periphery. Which concept of historical tendency can we associate with such a pattern? Here again we could be tempted to speak of reformism, but it seems more adequate, if we consider the long-term fluctuations in the relationship of forces, to use the same category as Marx himself. It is a civil war, or a social war, more or less declared and regulated, which sometimes rises to the extremes, sometimes remains within the limits of a social contract. Contrary to the representation of the expropriation of expropriators, in either of its interpretations, this civil war doesn't have a predetermined end. We observe here in Marx's thought what could be called a Machiavellian concept of the class struggle and its result, where the social reforms and the labor legislation in modern capitalist societies play a role analogous to that of the tribune of the plebs in ancient Rome. 9. Expropriation of expropriators. 49.5 Total subsumption. Strikingly, Marx also developed an antithetic view on this point. Once again, we must look for it in the unpublished material, although very well known today, the unpublished Chapter 6 of Capital, Volume I, also known as Results of the Immediate Production Process, a fragment from the 1863 to 1864 manuscript that, eventually, Marx decided not to rework it and not to include it in the final version of Volume I. Readers of this chapter are not at one to decide why Marx did not include it in the final version of 1867, which was responsible for the reception and understanding of Marxism for more than 1 century. 10. Not discarding other elements, I tend to believe that a decisive reason lies in the potentially nihilistic picture of the historical tendency of capitalism that can be derived from this chapter. For what concerns the articulation of contradiction and conflict, the transformations of capitalism and the possibilities of class struggle. Why? Because the chapter develops and pushes to the extreme an indication only quickly sketched in Volume I, this time regarding the mechanism of relative surplus value. Capitalism evolves from a mere formal subsumption of labor forces under capital to a real subsumption, in which the labor powers are completely incorporated into the technological system and subjected to its norms, which makes them useless, unless they are subjected to the capitalist relationship of production, through machinery and scientific organization of labor. 11. At the edge of the description, there is even the idea that capitalism not only organizes the production process, but also organizes the process of reproduction of life and everyday life, subjecting it entirely to the law of profit and the commodity form and making it the object of a new industry, an idea that was retrieved by theorists of the mass consumption and the alienation of social needs that it generates. At this point, admittedly extrapolating Marx, we could speak not only of real but of something like a total subsumption, which produces a new form of voluntary servitude, an absolute control exercised by capital on the life of citizens. We may hypothesize that Marx, with despair, perceived that his analysis of capitalism's development led to the possibility of a totalitarian system, where class struggle is neutralized, reduced to impotency, because it is anticipated, instrumentalized, or controlled by capitalism, if necessary through violence, but above all through the complete incorporation of the labor power in its own reproduction process. This is the absolute opposite of the Machiavellian civil war that could be read in the chapter on the working day, and a fortiori of the revolutionary outcome for the contradictions of capitalism, a quasi-totalitarian biopolitics of capital becoming the social norm. If this possibility did exist, it becomes understandable that Marx decided rather to repress the argument, or postpone its examination. This may have also led to substituting, at the last minute, the conclusion in which the tendency of evolution of property relations validates the optimistic scenario of a political revolution that expresses the economic tendency itself, in a more secular or a more messianic formulation. At the end, however, if we consider all the alternative scenarios, which no doubt were not granted in Marx's writing the same validation, but really existed in his thought, we are faced with a bundle of strategic possibilities, where, on either side of the standard idea of the expropriation of expropriators, we also have the political scenario of indefinite social war, and the nihilistic scenario of total subjection. 12 And for us, today, Marx the theorist, the author of the theory of capital, must be identified with this bundle of possibilities itself, less determined, but also more productive than in the Marxist tradition. 6. Open work. Now I am aware that the reader/listener, who was hoping for a resolution of the dilemmas, leading to a definition of the good interpretation of Marx's conclusions in Capital, is very unsatisfied. If not, what can we conclude? In my opinion, this all means that Capital, as history revealed its structure, is unfinished in a positive way. It is, to borrow the category from Umberto Eco, an open work, therefore a work that problematizes different theoretical and practical issues. What we observe is that Marx, analyzing capitalism, as he was progressing in the analysis, also never ceased to bifurcate in the interpretation of the tendencies and the political outcomes that they anticipated. These bifurcations are more or less completely explored, but in any case, they don't have a purely subjective meaning. They correspond to real tendencies in the development of capitalism, which are more or less actualized, depending on conditions, counter-tendencies, and the historical transformations themselves. Today's capitalism is more than ever subjected to the logic of endless accumulation and the maximization of profit, whose concept was derived by Marx from the Critique of Political Economy. The sarcastic motto, accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and the prophets, has lost nothing of its validity. But capitalism's institutions and social forms have considerably changed, particularly because it has been globalized. 13 And at the end of the globalization process it has been financialized, thus radically modifying the mechanism of crises, although not suppressing them, and even has proved able to draw a benefit from socialist experiences for its own modernization. 14 This capitalism that is post-historical because it is post-colonial and post-socialist, may appear as unsurpassable and expropriation of expropriators. 51 Invincible, because it has dissolved the forms and classical representations of the class struggle around which such themes as expropriation of expropriators were built and which served to imagine a revolutionary social transformation. This doesn't mean that it is stable or peaceful. Rather, it is ultraviolent, involving organically endemic wars, brutal segregations of humans divided into educated and non-educated, sedentary and migrant, efficient and non-adapted, useful and disposable humans, etc., in other terms a generalized Hobbesian competition among individuals and peoples. For us, post-Marxists, the great question is how to define and construct the possible bifurcations, the imminent alternatives in this capitalism. This is a political and intellectual labor, for which a meditation on the various ways that Marx had tried to explore doesn't suffice, but remain indispensable. We must rethink entirely his theory, but embarking on this journey we find him continuously walking on our side, as a good companion. 3. Every beginning is difficult, holds in all sciences Marx on the economic cell form of capital and the analysis of capitalist social formations. Bob Jessup. 1. Introduction in the manuscript on Ludwig Feuerbach that forms part of the text known as the German ideology, Marx and Engels write. We know only a single science, the science of history. One can look at history from two sides and divide it into the history of nature and the history of men. The two sides are, however, inseparable. The history of nature and the history of men are dependent on each other so long as men exist. 1. When Marx and Engels broke with their former philosophical consciousness after critiquing fellow young Hegelians and Max Stirner, they continued to follow advances in the natural sciences and to study human history. Marx's interest in nature and the natural sciences had profound implications for his developing critique of political economy and, indeed, in political ecology. Later, writing on 19th-century scientific developments, Engels noted that Feuerbach had lived to see all three of the decisive discoveries, that of the cell, the transformation of energy, and the theory of evolution named after Darwin. The same holds, of course, for Karl Marx. Engels had already referred to the first two discoveries in a letter to Marx on July 14, 1858, when he referred to cell theory and thermodynamics, and Marx in turn had written excitedly to Engels about Darwin's new book, On the Origin of the Species, on December 13, 1859. The three decisive scientific discoveries. The most discussed of these three discoveries over many decades in commentaries on Marx is probably Darwin's theory of evolution. Indeed, his comments on Darwin while Economic Cell Form of Capital 55 Preparing Capital focused later attention on this discovery, which he and Engels praised as undermining teleological arguments in natural history just like they sought to subvert them in human history. In addition, Marx once suggested, half seriously in a letter to Ferdinand Lassalle on January 16, 1861, that Darwin had introduced the class struggle into nature with his account of natural selection as a struggle for life. Another letter strongly criticized Friedrich Lang's lazy, simplistic, bombastic, ahistorical, mock-scientific readings of Darwin's analysis. However, these epistolary remarks are less significant than Marx's use of the English natural historian's ideas in Capital. Thus, in the preface to the first German edition of Capital, Volume I, Marx wrote that, for him, the evolution of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history. He proceeded to identify analogies between natural selection and the evolution of tools and technology in the division of labor. He also presented competition as a crucial mechanism of natural selection in relations among those hostile brothers, individual capitalists, whereby one capitalist kills many. 3. He also commented, perhaps semi-seriously, on natural selection in the labor force, and he probably drew his contrast between a bee's instinctive high building capacities and the pre-imagined achievements of the worst architect from Darwin's discussion of high bees' inimitable architectural powers. The laws concerning the conservation and transformation of energy imply that the whole motion of nature is reduced to its incessant transformation from one form into another. Their impact on Marx has generally been recognized far more recently than Darwin's influence, thanks to examination of Marx's excerpt theft from the 1850s onwards as well as the published and preparatory works for Capital. As Foster and Burkett note, Marx's political economy was unique in the 19th century in incorporating thermodynamics into the core of its analysis, thus providing the foundations for an ecological economics. An emphasis on the correlation of physical forces and their mutual transformation was a key theme in William Grove's book of that title, much admired by Marx, as well as the work of Hermann von Helmholtz. His interest was further demonstrated in his analysis of the transformative power of the steam engine in industrial production. For some commentators, for thermodynamics and energetics even facilitated Marx's turn from the classical political economist's concern with labor to his own interest in labor power as the universal substratum of production and the key to its special status as a commodity. According to Anson Robinbach, it was von Helmholtz, whose work was known to Marx, who introduced this concept. The German physicist extended the scope of the term Kraft. 56. Beyond its original context, where it denoted the forces unleashed by machines that converted chemical or heat energy into mechanical energy, to describe all of nature, including animal and human labor power, in terms of this sort of conversion, and thereby included nutrition into his discussion. Thus, labor, reconceived as a part of the continuous fabric of energy, became Arbeitskraft, or labor power. 5. Marx adopted this broad interpretation of Kraft. This influenced his analysis of labor power as well as machinery, especially of human labor and machines as alternative forms of motive power. 6. Temporality and reversibility were also key emerging themes in thermodynamics and crucial to Marx's exploration of the political economy of time. These ideas informed his analysis of the results of the direct production process, the division of labor, machinery, the substitutability of machines and labor power, and so on. Moreover, writing to Engels on August 24, 1867, he reported that one of the two best points in Capital, Volume I, was the twofold character of labor according to whether it is expressed in use value or exchange value, the other being the treatment of surplus value regardless of its particular forms as profit, interest, ground rent, etc. 19th century thermodynamics and cell biology shared an interest in metabolism. This concept was developed in the 1830s by cellular biologists and physiologists and then applied in physics and chemistry. Marx applied it in his accounts of the metabolic relation between humanity and nature in the labor process, 7, emphasizing that it always takes socially mediated and historically specific forms. He also applied the concept metaphorically in the discussion of the conversion and reconversion of different moments of the capital relation in the expanded reproduction of capital. Indeed, it is the abstract possibility of ruptures in the conversion process that informs Marx's analysis of crisis. Thus, writing in Theories of Surplus Value, he noted, "The possibility of crisis, which became apparent in the simple metamorphosis of the commodity, is once more demonstrated, and further developed, by the disjunction between the process of production and the process of circulation. The general possibility of crisis is the formal metamorphosis of capital itself, the separation, in time and space, of purchase and sale. But this is never the cause of the crisis. For it is nothing but the most general form of crisis, i.e., the crisis itself in its most generalist expression. But it cannot be said that the abstract form of crisis is the cause of crisis. If one asks what its cause is, one wants to know why its abstract form, the form of its possibility, turns from possibility into actuality." Economic Cell Form of Capital. 57. The third major scientific discovery was the cell as the unit from whose multiplication and differentiation the whole plant and animal body develops. Although cell biology evolved differently in different scientific communities in the early 19th century, Marx's ideas on cell biology came initially from two German scientists, Matthias Schleiden and Theodor Schwann, who studied plant and animal cells respectively. 8. They discovered that both kinds of cell shared the same properties and they thereby established the unity of organic nature. They presented their joint discovery in Mikroskopische Untersuchungen über die Übereinstimmung in der Struktur und dem Wachstum der Tiere und Pflanzen. Marx owned a copy of the 1847 English translation, underlining passages from the section on a general retrospect of the previous researches, the formative process of cells, The Cell Theory 9. Marx also read other work on comparative physiology that discussed phylogenesis, ontogenesis, embryology, organogenesis, and how elementary cells could produce diverse tissues. These processes are crucial to cell formation, reproduction, transformation, metabolism, and so on. Cell biology is the least often discussed of the three discoveries in relation to Marx's critique of political economy. Yet, I will argue in the next two sections, it had a crucial, if often overlooked, heuristic role in the development of Marx's method. The neglect of this role may have arisen both because the volume of excerpts and marginalia is smaller than for mechanics, chemistry, agriculture, etc., and because the relevant materials have not yet been published in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe. 10. The theme is also less evident in published work. For example, Marx mentions economic cell form or germ form only once each and elementary form just twice in the 3 published volumes of Capital, compared with 13 times for the more generic notion of simplest form, which also has Hegelian connotations. 11. Conversely, he employs many other analogies, metaphors, or references drawn from the natural sciences in relevant preparatory and published texts. One example, noted above, is Stoffwechsel, which figures in cell theory, physiology, physics, chemistry, and agronomy and was also applied to industrial production. This term occurs 28 times. More significant still, Verwandlung and Rückverwandlung are mentioned over 1,300 times in the 3 volumes. In addition, cell biology is easily subsumed into Marx's more general interest in physiology and its relevance to anthropology 12 and land economy. 13. Yet its significance for Marx's method is hidden in plain sight in his preface to the first German edition of Capital, Volume I. 3. Method in political economy. The preface remarks that every beginning is difficult, holds in all sciences. This could be an indirect reference to Hegel's concern in the 58. Science of logic, with the difficulty of finding a beginning in philosophy, especially as, for Hegel, this was also a science, indeed, a pure science. 14. More directly, it refers to the difficulties that Marx felt his readers might have with Capital's opening chapters, which he reworked several times both in draft and across successive editions. In addition, it could refer, again indirectly, to the difficulties that the physiocrats and their opponents found in establishing the starting point of political economy. 4. As he wrote in contribution to the critique of political economy, the crucial issue was not what kind of labor creates value but what kind of labor creates surplus value. They were thus discussing the problem in a complex form before having solved it in its elementary form, just as the historical progress of all sciences leads only through a multitude of contradictory moves to the real point of departure. Marx's quest for an entry point also involved many contradictory moves. Thus, his comment could also refer to his own difficulties in finding the right starting point for his critique of the categories, practices, and dynamic of political economy. These challenges pervaded not only the method of research but also the method of presentation that was appropriate for reproducing the real concrete as a concrete in thought. A fortiori, this also concerned the interweaving of phases of research, drafting, and final editing. Indeed, his intellectual development reveals that he tried several possibilities before eventually identifying the commodity both as the elementary or simplest form of capitalist wealth and, hence, as the starting point for his critique. These options are obviously conditioned by the ontological assumptions that Marx makes about his changing object of inquiry, the real concrete both as it appears to the senses and as it is transformed into an object of scientific analysis. Thus, initially, his work in political economy began with the separation between state and civil society and with money as a central component of bourgeois social relations. He then turned, with Engels, to the changing social relations of production and reproduction, followed by use and exchange value, the division of labor, and the nature of money, before returning to civil society in the unfinished introduction to Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. 15. The account of method in political economy that he offered in the 1857 introduction is confusing because it juxtaposes two approaches that seem hard to reconcile with the approach that he eventually adopted in Capital. The first approach involves the decomposition of a real and concrete precondition of production that remains an empty phrase, amounting to a chaotic conception of the whole, until it has been decomposed into its economic cell form of capital 59 simplest determinations and then recomposed, this time as a rich totality of many determinations and relations. This approach corresponds to the descending method of political economy in the 17th century and is illustrated by William Petty's Political Arithmetic. Adopting an analytical method, its comprehensive starting point in the real world, here population, is, at the same time, the starting point of perception and conception. In other words, population is the most visible form in which the object of national economics appears. Early political economy then aims to reproduce this real starting point in thought as a synthesis of many determinations. While focusing on political economy, Marx also took the opportunity to criticize Hegel's phenomenology. Specifically, he attacks its idealist premises that take the real starting point as the product of the thinking mind rather than as having an existence outside the mind and independent of it. The second approach takes the simplest element of a specific mode of production as its point of departure. It then explores the historical presuppositions of the simple or abstract existence of this element, how this elementary form develops historically into its most abstract expression and becomes articulated with other elements to form more complex moments of production, or how more complex moments can be derived logically, with due recognition of historical contingencies, from the simple, elementary form that is chosen as the starting point. This ascending approach is characteristic of classical political economy, as exemplified in Adam Smith's synthetic method in The Wealth of Nations. Marx praised Smith's theoretical breakthroughs but also emphasized the limits of his bourgeois standpoint. Nonetheless, with important corrections, reflecting his historicization of Smith's categories and, relatedly, Marx's emphasis on the formal rather than material aspects of capitalist production, the German also adopted the ascending approach in his emerging critique of political economy. He aimed to identify the historical differentia specifica of the capitalist mode of production vis-a-vis elements common to production in general. Marx briefly illustrated this approach from Hegel's analysis of possession as the simplest legal relation of the subject as the starting point of philosophy of law. Then, referring to Smith, he considered labor as the simplest element identified in classical political economy and comments on the historical conditions in which labor as such can become an abstract starting point for the analysis of modern political economy as labor becomes a means to create wealth in general. In discussing the scientific basis for choosing a departure point, Marx stressed that it should be the social form that dominates all others in a given social formation. Where the CMP is this dominant form, the arrangement of categories must differ from the historical succession of different forms and reflect their mutual relation in modern bourgeois society. Thus, after presenting the general abstract 60 determinations that characterize all forms of society, attention must turn to the categories which constitute the internal structure of bourgeois society and on which the principal classes are based. Next comes a progressive movement from more abstract simple to more concrete complex categories, culminating in the world market, which Marx describes in the Grundriss as the conclusion, the world market, in which production is posited as a totality and all its moments also, but in which simultaneously all contradictions are set in motion. Hence the world market is likewise both the presupposition of the totality and its bearer. The dialectical relation between external or historical presuppositions of the real emergence of a real concrete totality and the subsequent positing of these conditions as internal presuppositions resulting from the consolidation and self-realization of the totality is a recurrent theme in Marx's analysis of capitalist social formations in this and other texts. As such, it indicates a debt to Hegel's logic, especially the concept of notion, more than to his phenomenology. It is also clear, as Marx noted in his afterword to the second German edition of Capital, Volume I, that he had coquetted with Hegelian modes of expression in writing it. But it does not follow that he followed to the letter the second method of inquiry outlined in the introduction. This can be seen in Table 3.1, which indicates that Marx adopts a third method in the first edition of Capital as compared to the various preparatory manuscripts. This owes far more to cell biology as a metaphor or analogy. This comparison suggests that Marx took seriously Engels's comment, in a letter sent to him on July 14, 1858, that the discovery of the cell as an elementary form of organic life is reminiscent of Hegel's being in itself. This comment could have served both as a guide in the process of discovery and as a presentational device. There is a hermeneutic dilemma here. On the one hand, if too much attention is paid to the Hegelian form of presentation, one could miss the role of cell biology in pointing Marx towards the commodity as being in itself, as the simplest element of the CMP. On the other hand, had Marx overemphasized the role of cell biology in presenting his analysis of the commodity as being in itself, he would soon have run out of analogies and fallen into a mock scientific, abstract materialism. The key point here is that we must focus on the substance of the argument as well as its form of presentation, and the substance is, of course, an unfolding of the value form of the commodity as the presupposition and posit of the unfolding dynamic, contradictory character, and inherent crisis tendencies of the capital relation. Economic cell form of Capital 61. Thus, as Roberto Feinske noted, the commodity provides the ideal starting point because it is not abstract content but a unity of form and content. Specifically, 1. The economic cell must at the same time express the universal character of the content and the formal determinacy it assumes in the capitalist mode of production. The commodity seems to respond to this need, this is the criterion for choosing it. 2. Its ability to represent at the most abstract level possible the unity of material content and social form is not, however, enough to characterize the economic cell. It must contain, potentially, in itself, the exposition of the whole theory of capital. 16. This excludes both the one-sided descending method of early political economy and the one-sided ascending method of classical political economy. It requires a unique combination of logical analysis based on the force of abstraction to identify the simplest social relation of the CMP that can be linked in potentia, by virtue of its inherent contradictions, to other bourgeois social relations such that what is initially an immediate presupposition is revealed, as the presentation reaches its conclusion, to be the product of the capital relation as an organic whole. Historical analysis of the genesis of specific economic and social forms and their changing significance in Table 3.1 from the 1857 Introduction to Capital, Volume 1. 1857 Introduction Capital I. Method 1 Method 2 Marx's method. Example Early political economy. Classical political economy. Critique of political economy. Starting point. Chaotic conception of the whole as it appears at first sight to a naive observer. Decomposition of the whole by an informed theorist into analytically distinct but connected parts. Identify the ultimate morphological element that is also nucleus of all further development. Initial object. The real concrete several abstract simple elements the simplest element. Method descending analysis into constituent elements to better grasp the whole. Ascending synthesis to create a rich totality that reproduces real concrete as a concretine thought. Logical historical analysis of dialectical relations between the simplest element as both presupposition and posit of the whole. Source, original elaboration. 62. Different contexts, and attention to the empirical details of relevant contemporary examples of the CMP to identify emergent tendencies and or demonstrate the plausibility of logical arguments. This can be described, controversially perhaps because of its negative connotations in other theoretical contexts, as a logical historical method. 17 Marx develops these reflections on method elsewhere but nowhere in the detail that he once promised. On this promise, on January 16, 1858, he wrote to Engels that he intended to write a short book on method once he had finished Capital. This would comprise 2 or 3 printer's sheets, i.e. between 32 and 48 printed pages, and present the rational aspect of the method in Hegel's logic. 10 years later, after the publication of the first edition of Capital, Volume I, he wrote that, "When I have shaken off this economic burden, I shall write a dialectic." The correct laws of the dialectic are already contained in Hegel, although in a mystified form. They must be stripped of this form. One way to understand these remarks is to recall that Hegel's logic begins with the immediate, simplest, most concrete notion and then reconstructs it so that, although it is something thought, even abstract, the rational is at the same time something concrete, because it is not a simple, formal unity, but a unity of distinct determinations. Igor Hansel develops this argument persuasively in a recent analysis. He suggests that the commodity as a germ form is the equivalent of Hegel's elementary form. Why did Marx take this method from Hegel? The answer is, at least in my view, that Marx saw the strength of Hegel's method as proved by the fact that the latter employed it successfully in the construction of network integrating over 200 philosophical categories. So, at least in my view, Marx could have viewed this method as suitable also for the construction of his network of categories of political economy. This network, according to my first tentative count, integrates at least 30 such categories. Since Marx applied the cyclical feature of the method of ascent from the abstract to the concrete in Capital, it may seem that he made an attempt, like Hegel, at the creation of a network of categories as a purely self-justifying system. However, as shown above, Marx's network is, due to the methods employed in its construction, open to the theoretical treatment of new economic facts. In the absence of Marx's promised text on dialectic, we have 4 main sources for explaining Marx's method and his choice of the commodity as a starting point for his dialectic. These comprise Marx's preface to the first German edition, different editions of Volume I, the initially unpublished Chapter 6, Results of the Direct Process of Production, which economic cell form of Capital 63 was intended as a bridge at the end of Volume I to Volume II, and Marx's marginal notes on Adolf Wagner's Lehrbuch der politischen Ökonomie. In the following 2 sections, I link these to the overall argument in the preparatory texts and published volumes of Capital. For the commodity as starting point. So, what exactly happened between 1857 and 1867 to prompt Marx to begin Capital with the commodity rather than one of the economic categories that get far more attention in the 1857 introduction, namely, money, price, labor and wage labor? Commodities are mentioned only once in the 1857 introduction and in relation to commodity prices rather than the commodity form. In contrast, money is referenced 11 times, capital in different forms appears 28 times, and labor and wage labor together figure around 50 times. In turn, the Grundriss manuscripts begin effectively with Chapter 2, on money, which ends rather than starts with some remarks on the commodity, and then move to Chapter 3, on capital, which is 10 times as long as the chapter on money. In contrast, by 1859, the first topic of Chapter 1 in contribution to the critique of political economy is the commodity as the elementary existence of the capitalist form of wealth, followed by a chapter on money, but without the promised chapter on capital. The obvious theoretical and methodological answer is that the commodity is logically prior to the other forms of the capital relation mentioned in the 1857 introduction. It must therefore be presented before the discussion of labor power, money as money, and money as capital, which are the key categories for analyzing the capitalist mode of production. Further, given that wealth in capitalist social formations presents itself as an immense accumulation of commodities, this starting point corresponds to Hegel's remark in The Science of Logic that one should begin with the immediate. 18. Likewise, the opening pages of Contribution and Capital both describe the singular commodity as the elementary existence or elementary form of wealth in social formations in which the CMP is dominant. In contrast to the 1857 introduction with its focus on method in political economy, the 1867 preface highlights method in the natural sciences. This analogy concerns their capacity to drill down to the micro-foundations of macro-level phenomena. This would hold for cell biology, thermodynamics, and Darwin's theory of evolution among other scientific discoveries. Indeed, Marx specifically cites microscopy and chemical reagents, in an allusion to the newly burgeoning field of histology and its accompanying cell theory or cell doctrine. The value form, whose fully developed shape is the money form, is very elementary and simple. The human mind has for more than 2,000 years 64. Sought in vain to get to the bottom of it all, whilst on the other hand, to the successful analysis of much more composite and complex forms, there has been at least an approximation. Why? Because the body, as an organic whole, is more easy of study than are the cells of that body. 19. In the analysis of economic forms, moreover, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use. The force of abstraction must replace both. But in bourgeois society, the commodity form of the product of labor or value form of the commodity is the economic cell form. To the superficial observer, the analysis of these forms seems to turn upon minutiae. It does in fact deal with minutiae, but they are of the same order as those dealt with in microscopic anatomy. Marx then presents micrologisk anatomy as the model for his point of departure, with a view to moving from the commodity as the economic cell form of the CMP through the process of cell formation, differentiation, repetition, and growth to provide a complete account of the whole organism formed by a social formation dominated by the CMP. Since microscopy cannot be applied in the analysis of social forms, it must be replaced by the power of abstraction. Abstraction is not a purely logical procedure. Instead, Marx focused on the English case as the closest parallel to physicists' observation of natural processes where they exist in their most typical form with the least external disturbance or to their use of experiments in conditions that isolate the normal case. Later, Marx showed growing interest in the USA as a site of even more advanced forms of the capital relation regarding the enterprise form and finance. So far, so good. But if the commodity is the simplest, most elementary, most immediate, and self-evident form of the capital relation, why describe it as the economic cell form? A first answer seems to lie in Engels and Marx's readings in physiology. Specifically, on July 14, 1858, Engels wrote to Marx, "One has no idea, by the way, of the progress made in the natural sciences during the past 30 years. Two things have been crucial where physiology is concerned, one the tremendous development of organic chemistry, two the microscope, which has been properly used only during the past 20 years. This last has produced even more important results than chemistry. What has been chiefly responsible for revolutionizing the whole of physiology and has alone made comparative physiology possible is the discovery of the cell, in plants by Schleiden and in animals by Schwann. Everything consists of cells. The cell is Hegelian being in itself. Economic cell form of capital 65 and its development follows the Hegelian process step by step right up to the final emergence of the idea, i.e. each completed organism. This observation could have been a trigger, especially as Marx acknowledges in a letter written on July 4, 1864, that, in the natural sciences, Engels is always ahead of him and I always follow in your footsteps." He continued, "During this time, being utterly incapable of work, have read Carpenter, Physiology, Lord, Ditto, Kolliker, Jobler, 20 Spurzheim, The Anatomy of the Brain and the Nervous System, and Schwann and Schleiden, on the Cell's Business. 21. Around this time, 22 Marx also read Virchow's Cellular Pathology, which begins with a general introduction to cell theory. These texts all emphasize that the most elementary or simplest form of organic life is the cell and that, in different ways, reflecting disciplines such as histology, embryology, organology, and physiology, it is the point of departure for studying cell formation, the differentiation of tissues, and the arrangement of simple and more developed cells to produce a functioning organism. Of special interest is that, in his personal copy of Schwann's microscopic investigations, Marx underlined these passages, among others, on cell theory. The elementary parts of all tissues are formed of cells in an analogous, though very diversified manner, so that it may be asserted, that there is one universal principle of development for the elementary parts of organisms, however different, and that this principle is the formation of cells. The existence of a common principle of development for all the elementary parts of organic bodies lays the foundation of a new section of general anatomy, having for its object, firstly, to prove the general laws by which the elementary parts of organisms are developed, and, secondly, to point out the different elementary parts in accordance with the general principle of development, and to compare them with one another. We have seen that all organized bodies are composed of essentially similar parts, namely, of cells, that these cells are formed and grow in accordance with essentially similar laws and, therefore, that these processes must, in every instance, be produced by the same powers. 66. Moreover, in an appendix to this text, Matthias Schleiden wrote, "Each cell leads a double life, an independent one, pertaining to its own development alone, and another incidental one, in so far as it has become an integral part of a plant. It is, however, easy to perceive that the vital process of the individual cells must form the very first, absolutely indispensable fundamental basis, both as regards vegetable physiology and comparative physiology in general. We do not have the benefit of knowing what attracted Marx's attention in the other texts that he cited or might have learned about through Engels or other friends and acquaintances who were practicing natural scientists or interested in natural science might have cited. Among these, we can mention Roland Daniels, Ernst Haeckel, Thomas Huxley, Edwin Lancaster and E. Ray Lancaster, Karl Schorlemmer, and Rudolf Virchow. We also know that Marx attended popular lectures in London on the natural sciences and wanted to observe anatomy lessons. 6 Principles of Cell Theory. Based on the above-mentioned texts and other pioneering work published between 1857 and 1867 that Marx was likely to have known directly or indirectly, we can distill 6 key propositions in cell theory. 1. All living organisms, plants and animals alike, are composed of one or more cells. Or, as Virchow expressed it, the cell is really the ultimate morphological element in which there is any manifestation of life, and, we must not transfer the seat of real action to any point beyond the cell. 2. Following from this, the cell is the most basic unit of life. 3. Cells lead independent lives that, at least in animals, are shaped by the life of a larger organism of which they are part. 4. Omnicellula e cellula, i.e. all cell arises from other cells. 5. Cellular reproduction depends on metabolic exchanges with the environment that convert food/fuel into energy to run cellular processes, create the building blocks for cell formation, and eliminate waste. 6. Embryonic cells can, but need not, differentiate into other kinds of cell, generating the higher order forms that comprise a functioning organism. 23. Economic cell form of capital 67. These points find parallels, conscious or unconscious, in Marx's analysis of the commodity, the circuits of capital, and the differentiation of different moments of the value form and other categories of the capital relation. Thus, 1. The living organism or Gesellschaftskörper of the CMP consists in the dynamic arrangement of the value form and its cognate forms into concrete complex relations. 2. The elementary unit of the value form is the commodity, which is also the economic cell form of the CMP. 3. Commodities lead independent lives that are shaped by the life of the CMP of which they are a part. They are both the presupposition and the posit of simple and expanded reproduction alike. 4. Omnes merx e mercibus, i.e. all commodities from commodities. This can take the form of simple commodity circulation, i.e. CMC, or of the circuit of capital, with the potential for expanded reproduction, i.e. MCM 9. As Marx wrote, and capitalist production of products as commodities, on the one hand, and the form of labor as wage labor, on the other, becomes absolute. 5. Production, distribution, and exchange are analyzed as metabolic processes, examining how different elements are converted into each other and how a metabolic rift can produce pathological effects in the overall production process as it unfolds in time-space. 6. Embryonic contradictions in the commodity as cell form of the value relation generate further developments in the capital relation. Thus Marx soon moves from the commodity to two of its special forms. First, labor power, and, second, money as the universal commodity or universal equivalent, which is later analyzed in terms of its metamorphosis into capital. It also provides the starting point for unfolding dialectically from the commodity form. All the remaining forms of the capital relation can be unfolded dialectically from the value form of the commodity. All 6 principles merit extended treatment in a longer chapter. Here, however, I ignore the first principle to focus on the remaining 5, which subsume and illustrate the first. Add 2. The simple commodity is the presupposition of distinctive capitalist forms. As 68. Marx records in his marginal notes of Wagner's textbook of political economy, it was therefore appropriate to start from the simplest social form in which the product of labor presents itself in contemporary society, and this is the commodity. It was important to investigate the commodity initially in its purest form, the form in which it appears. Here I find that on the one hand in its natural form it is a thing for use, alias a use value, on the other hand, a bearer of exchange value, and from this point of view it is itself an exchange value. Further analysis of the latter shows me that exchange value is merely a form of appearance, an independent way of presenting the value contained in the commodity, and then I start on the analysis of the latter. Thus I do not divide value into use value and exchange value as opposites into which the abstraction value splits up, but the concrete social form of the product of labor, the commodity, is on the one hand, use value and on the other, value, not exchange value, since the mere form of appearance is not its own content. This argument directly affects Marx's chosen method of presentation. Hence, before turning to these forms, the analysis of the commodity, the simplest concrete element of economics, must exclude all relations which have nothing to do with the particular object of the analysis. When analyzing the commodity, I do not immediately drag in definitions of capital, not even when dealing with the use value of the commodity. Such definitions are bound to be sheer nonsense as long as we have advanced no further than the analysis of the elements of the commodity. Add 3. On this basis, Marx could then explore the double life of the commodity, as a single commodity and as an integral part of the overall logic of the capitalist mode of production. This is typically expressed in Hegelian terms as a relation between presupposition and posit. Thus, in the Grundriss, he writes: circulation therefore presupposes both the production of commodities by labor as well as their production as exchange values. This is its point of departure, and by its own movement it returns into the production which creates exchange values as its result. Once again, therefore, we have arrived back at the point of departure, production which creates, which posits. Economic cell form of capital 69 exchange values. But now it presupposes circulation as a developed moment and appears as a constant process positing circulation and continually returning from circulation back into itself, in order to posit it anew. Later in the same text he writes: if in the fully developed bourgeois system each economic relationship presupposes the other in a bourgeois economic form, and everything posited is thus also a premise, that is the case with every organic system. This organic system itself has its premises as a totality, and its development into a totality consists precisely in subordinating all elements of society to itself, or in creating out of it the organs it still lacks. This is historically how it becomes a totality. Its becoming this totality constitutes a moment of its process, of its development. This is further explained in the original draft of the chapter on money for contribution to the critique of political economy. Money and commodity, like their relation to each other in circulation, now equally appear as mere premises of capital, as, on the one hand, the form of its being, equally as mere existing elementary premises for capital, as, on the other hand, forms of its being and its results. Likewise, in the 1861-63 manuscript, Marx comments on the commodity as follows. The prerequisite, the starting point, of the formation of capital and of capitalist production is the development of the product into a commodity, commodity circulation, and consequently money circulation within certain limits, and consequently trade developed to a certain degree. It is as such a prerequisite that we treat the commodity, since we proceed from it as the simplest element in capitalist production. On the other hand, the product, the result of capitalist production, is the commodity. What appears as its element is later revealed to be its own product. Only on the basis of capitalist production does the commodity become the general form of the product, and the more this production develops, the more do the products in the form of commodities enter into the process as ingredients. The commodity, as it emerges in capitalist production, is different from the commodity taken as the element, the starting point of capitalist production. We are no longer faced with the individual commodity, the individual product. Apart both really and conceptually of production as a whole. 70. Similarly, Chapter 6 begins with the statement. The commodity, as the elementary form of bourgeois wealth, was our starting point, the presupposition for the emergence of capital. On the other hand, commodities now appear as the product of capital. And, once more, in Capital Volume I, Marx declares the individual commodity as the product of capital, in fact as the elementary constituent of reproduced and valorized capital, displays the difference between it and the individual commodity from which we started out as the presupposition of capital formation, the commodity considered in its independence. Ad 4. In the unpublished Chapter 6, Marx argued, the commodity is a direct unity of use value and exchange value. In the same way, the production process, which is a process of the production of commodities, is a direct unity of the labor and valorization processes. Commodities, i.e. use value and exchange value directly united, emerge from the process as result, as product. Similarly, they enter into it as constituent elements. But nothing at all can ever emerge from a production process without first entering into it in the form of the conditions of production. Ad 5. I have already shown that Stoffwechsel is a recurrent theme in Capital and the preparatory works, and that the processes of conversion and reconversion are the most frequent metaphor from the natural sciences. All three concepts are common to cell biology, physiology, and thermodynamics, making it hard to disentangle their respective influences. An interesting example from thousands occurs in the 1861-63 manuscripts. The conversion of money, which is itself only a converted form of the commodity, into capital only takes place when once labor power has been converted into a commodity for the worker himself. Only when the working population has ceased either to form part of the objective conditions of labor, or to enter the market as a production of commodities, selling its labor itself, or more precisely its labor capacity, instead of the product of its labor, does production become the production of commodities over the whole of its length and breadth. Only. Economic cell form of Capital 71. Then are all products converted into commodities, and only then do the objective conditions of each individual sphere of production enter into production as commodities themselves. Only on the basis of capitalist production does the commodity in fact become the universal elementary form of wealth. To give just one further example, from the unpublished Chapter 6 of 1864. The conversion of money, which is itself only a converted form of the commodity, into capital only takes place once labor power has been converted into a commodity for the worker himself. Only then are all products converted into commodities, and only then do the objective conditions of each individual sphere of production enter into production as commodities themselves. Ad 6. Marx considered the commodity as the unity of exchange value and use value, as a unity of form and content. In this sense, the value form of the commodity contains the embryonic contradiction that becomes the germ form of other contradictions. For example, the commodity form of value is a mere germ form, which must undergo a series of metamorphoses before it can ripen into the price form. In brief, the commodity form is the common principle of development for other forms of bourgeois society and therefore provides its most elementary form. It is the simple concretum from which all other forms can be derived through a combination of logical reflection and historical analysis in order, eventually, to reproduce the real concrete as a concrete in thought, as a rich totality of many determinations and relations. This enables Marx to reveal the specificity of the CMP vis-a-vis the features of production in general as he then moves on from the simple commodity to its two particular forms, the generalization of the commodity form to labor power, and the development of money as the universal commodity. Later, in Capital, Volume 3, Marx discusses land as another special commodity. More generally, contradiction is the mechanism that drives the metamorphosis of the value form and capitalist societalization and, as such, also creates the abstract possibility of crisis due to breaks in this metamorphosis or conversion process. 72. Excursus on stem cells and DNA. As someone who kept up to date with recent developments in the natural sciences, Marx would have encountered the modern notion of stem cell in the 1870s, in a period when he was once again busy excerpting works in this field. Given the cumulative knowledge about cells and stem cells since then, it is tempting to speculate that Marx might well have described the commodity today as the stem cell form of capitalist social formations. But this notion was already implicit in the argument that cells could replicate themselves and differentiate into different kinds of tissue with specialized functions. Stem cell already appeared in the German scientific literature in the work of Haeckel to describe the ancestor unicellular organism from which he assumed all multicellular organisms evolved. By 1877, in the revised third edition of his book, Anthropogeny, he had extended the concept from evolution to embryology and suggested that the fertilized egg can also be described as a stem cell. That is, Haeckel used the term stem cell in two senses, as the unicellular ancestor of all multicellular organisms and as the fertilized egg that gives rise to all cells of the organism. Later, influenced by Haeckel, Theodore Boveri demonstrated that these cells were carriers of germplasm and were the starting points for embryological development of differentiated body cells as well as germ cells. Boveri's concept of a stem cell included both a capacity for self-renewal and a capacity for differentiation. Scientific confirmation of the role of stem cells came in the 1880s and 1890s from German cell biologists. A further discovery, which came in the 1960s, is, of course, DNA. Several commentators have suggested that, had Marx been aware of the late 19th century experimental confirmation of the nature and functions of stem cell or, indeed, of the discovery of DNA, he would have described the commodity as the economic stem cell form of the capitalist mode of production or, indeed, the DNA of capitalism. Stem cells are vital to bodily renewal and embryonic stem cells differentiate into many kinds of specialized cell. This was already implicit in the idea that every cell develops from other cells and that the simple cell can generate different kinds of tissue. Today, it is recognized that stem cells reproduce themselves through simple repetition but are also pluripotent, having the capacity to form very different kinds of cell with different properties and functions. Building on the remarks in earlier sections and employing the metaphor of the economic stem cell form, I suggest that the value form of the commodity can be seen from two perspectives, as the elementary unit of the capital relation that reproduces itself through the circuit. Economic cell form of capital 73 of capital and as a pluripotent stem cell that can differentiate into many other special forms of the capital relation that are often essential to its expanded reproduction, as well as further abstract possibilities for crises to erupt. The first dimension concerns the commodity as the elementary unit of the capital relation that reproduces itself through the metamorphosis in the circuit of capital in the form of MCM9. The second dimension, the pluripotency of the commodity form, can be elaborated conceptually by showing how the contradiction within the value form of the commodity leads to differentiation, for example, with the development of wage labor and money as special forms of the commodity and, Subsequently, further forms of the capital relation. These are not simple expressions of the value form of the commodity. They have their own specific properties, contradictions, and impact on the expanded reproduction of capital and the nature of capitalist social formations. While the stem cell metaphor might enable these arguments to be presented more clearly, they are already implicit in the cell theory with which Marx and Engels were familiar in the years between 1857 and 1867, when Marx was drafting Capital. The heuristic power of these suggestions depends not on their capacity to restate what Marx already said but on whether they can generate new insights. That is a topic for another paper. 5. The limits of analogy and metaphor. As noted in the introduction, Marx and Engels believed in the unity of the natural and human sciences. However, while their critique of capitalist social formations and advocacy of socialism was influenced by their reading of the natural sciences, these were not the immediate grounds of their theoretical work and political commitments. The scientific basis of Marxism is not demonstrated by the number of natural scientific references, or analogies its founders insert into their works. Rather, their approach to history, by basing it on a science, and by treating it in a scientific manner, rendered their socialism scientific. Indeed, Marx and Engels were opposed to making categorical political arguments based on analogies with biology and other natural sciences. This kind of argument was already criticized in the first German edition of Capital, Volume I, when Marx noted 74. The weak points in the abstract materialism of natural science, a materialism that excludes history and its process, are at once evident from the abstract and ideological conceptions of its spokesmen, whenever they venture beyond the bounds of their own speciality. A particular example, relevant to cell theory, was that contemporary German scientific materialists, such as Ludwig Buchner, Karl Voigt, and Jacob Mollschott, invoke science, including cell biology and Darwinism, in their attacks on scientific socialism. In another example of false or misleading analogies, Ludwig Kugelmann tried to use the publication of Marx's Capital in 1867 to convert the cell pathologist, Rudolf Virchow, a vocal and influential German liberal, to scientific socialism. In a letter written in early 1868, he informed Marx that he had sent Virchow a copy. P.S. In making him aware of your work, I told him how you regard commodities as cells, analyze bourgeois society, etc., that you follow the same method in political economy as he does in medicine, that your capital could therefore be dubbed the social pathology of bourgeois society, etc. Marx replied to Kugelmann on April 17, 1868. You have done me a great service with your lines to Virchow, though I doubt whether he will have the patience and time to immerse himself in a subject out of his line. I know it cost me a great effort to read his cellular pathology in Manchester, particularly because of the way it was written. Another theme that emerges from stem cell science is, of course, the failure of cell replication and differentiation, leading to harmful or morbid developments in the organism. But the mechanisms of cellular pathology have nothing in common with the crisis tendencies of the CMP, which must be grounded in its own immanent logic as this is grounded in the metabolism of the circuits of capital. The principal limits to the analogy as developed above are presented in Table 3.2. In essence, whereas cells are the universal basis of organic life and operate through known universal chemical, physiological, and metabolic processes, the value form of the commodity as the economic cell form of the capital relation is historically specific, and its laws and tendencies are doubly tendential, in the sense that they exist only to the extent that the economic cell form of capital 75. Contradiction-rife and crisis-prone capital relation is reproduced in and through social practices that are historically contingent and contested. A remark by Alan Freeman on the contrast between classical political economy and the critique of political economy is apposite here. Whereas classical political economy regards capitalism as eternal and crises as external, critical political economy regards capitalism as historical and crises as internal to the logic of capital. Mutatis mutandis, This could also be applied to the contrast between cell biology and critical political economy. For cellular processes are also eternal and, in general, less prone to systematic crisis than the circuits of capital. 6 conclusions. This chapter explored 3 paradigm-shifting scientific discoveries that influenced Marx as he developed his critique of political economy. It focused on the least discussed of these in a Marxological context, cell biology. In contrast to the other 2, it was cell biology that eventually guided Marx to his solution to the challenge that every beginning is difficult, holds in all sciences. There are several good reasons why this influence has been neglected, which 76 were explored above, but this is a pity because there are also good reasons for taking it seriously. In particular, I suggest that there are at least 6 key foundational principles of cell theory that could have inspired Marx's profound shift in the choice of starting point for his critique of political economy between the 1857 introduction and the 1867 first edition of Capital. My argument is based only on the texts in cell theory with which Marx was acquainted, directly or indirectly, and on clues in Marx's relevant methodological texts, the economic manuscripts, and correspondence. Crucial here is the identification of the nucleus in cell formation, differentiation, and reproduction. The analogy in the commodity is the nucleus of the contradiction between use and exchange values as 2 necessary moments of the value form of the commodity. Marx's idea that the commodity is the economic cell form of the CMP also provides a possible mediating link between the scientific presentation of Marx's critique of the CMP and his use of Hegel's logic as a rhetorical, or coquettish, device in presenting this argument. Marx was well aware of the limitations of taking arguments from the natural sciences beyond their appropriate field of application and criticized the German scientific materialists for doing so, especially where they invoked natural science to critique the scientific socialism that he and Engels were developing in the 1870s-1980s. This explains why Marx's interest in cell theory belongs more to the discovery phases than to the more systematic research or logical historical presentation phases 24 of his critique of political economy. In contrast, say, to thermodynamics, chemistry, or agronomy, it is not a crucial part of the research process in political economy, which focuses on the historically specific features of the capitalist mode of production. Thus, his focused more on material directly relevant to the critique of political economy, and his analysis of the commodity as economic cell form did not seek exact parallels with plant and animal life. This is understandable in terms of the limits of the analogy between cell formation in plants and animals and the development of the commodity as the economic cell form of the capitalist mode of production. Nor, given the limits of the analogy, could or should cell biology have played a major role in the presentation of Marx's scientific results in Capital. Its influence is more subterranean but no less important for that. For, in the logic of discovery, cell biology seems to have suggested ways to link the commodity as its simplest morphological element to the logic of the CMP and capitalist social formations considered as organic totalities. Recognizing the limits of reducing investigation of the social world to the logic of the natural sciences, it would make little sense to derive and develop the analysis of the CMP through strict analogical unfolding. Here the method of presentation relies on a economic cell form of Capital 77 logical historical method that owes more to Hegel than to the pioneers of cell biology, but also goes beyond Hegel because of its emphasis on the contingently necessary development and dynamic of the capital relation and their mediation in and through social action. For the challenge of transcending capital Leo Panacch. 1a Passing stage. In addressing why some of the terminology Marx deployed in Capital was entirely new to political economy, Engels' preface to the first English edition of Volume 1 published in 1887, explained this in terms of it being self-evident that a theory which views modern capitalist production as a mere passing stage in the economic history of mankind, must make use of terms different from those habitual to writers who look upon that form of production as imperishable and final. 1. This distinction is indeed fundamental, and not only for theory. It is also fundamental for orienting socialist strategy and working class ambitions and capacities in transformative directions. Yet as we look back today, we cannot but wonder about the implications, both theoretically and strategically, of already regarding capitalism in the second half of the 19th century as a mere passing stage. Indeed, if that had turned out to be correct, Marx's Capital would have long passed its best before date far in advance of the 150th anniversary of publication. However great its contribution would still be for understanding the nature of capitalism as the previous mode of production, it would be of little contemporary relevance for understanding the world of the 21st century. It is by virtue of capitalism's longevity rather than brevity that Marx's great book has remained so very relevant, and this is all the more manifestly so amidst the spread and deepening of capitalist social relations in the contemporary era, as the dynamics and contradictions of commodification and accumulation have permeated almost all facets of life around the globe. The theoretical problems raised by treating capitalism as a mere passing stage go very deep. A foundational claim of historical materialism is that the capitalist mode of production is fundamentally different from those that came before it, not least in terms of its unparalleled transformation of nature as well. 84. As societies. It was this, moreover, that provided the basis for a materialist rather than an idealist vision of socialist possibilities, based on the notion of humanity being able to draw on capitalism's material legacy to finally overcome scarcity, conflict, and the despoliation of nature. It is precisely because capitalism has not turned out to be a mere passing stage that we find even so many ecological Marxists speaking more about the end of world than any socialist future. Indeed, even without going so far as this, we cannot but recognize that the ecological conditions that capitalism has created will pose an awesome challenge for a post-capitalist socialist order. The implications of having regarded capitalism as a mere passing stage must also be addressed in terms of the impact this has had on socialist strategy, and the ways in which working people as well as intellectuals were mobilized to support it. As Engels boasted in his preface to the 1887 English edition, Das Kapital is often called, on the continent, the Bible of the working class. That the conclusions arrived at in this work are daily more and more becoming the fundamental principles of the great working class movement, not only in Germany and Switzerland, but in France, in Holland and Belgium, in America, and even in Italy and Spain, that everywhere the working class more and more recognizes, in these conclusions, the most adequate expression of its condition, and of its aspirations, nobody acquainted with that movement will deny. And in England, too, the theories of Marx, even at this moment, exercise a powerful influence upon the socialist movement which is spreading in the ranks of cultured people no less than in those of the working class. But what were they supposed to be learning from this new socialist Bible? If it was primarily that capitalism was a mere passing stage, workers might well have been mobilized, organized, and educated on the premise that it would be easier to get to socialism than it has proved to be. Most problematic was the notion that capitalism was bound to succumb to the economic crises it spawned. This is what underpinned Engels' claim that capitalism was a mere passing stage in his 1887 preface. Over the 2 decades since Capital was first published, capitalism's previous cycles of stagnation, prosperity, overproduction, and crises had been replaced by a permanent and chronic depression, as part of which the industrial system of this country, impossible without a constant and rapid extension of production, and therefore of markets, is coming to a dead stop. It was on this basis that Engels urged the unemployed English workers whose number keeps swelling from year to year to take heed of Marx's voice as expressed through the lifelong study that had yielded Capital. Marx actually sounded a rather different note in Capital, in fact, reinforcing in many ways the Communist Manifesto's claims on revolutionary nature of the bourgeoisie's capacity to transform the world. The central remit of Challenge of Transcending Capital 85. Chapter 15 on Machinery and Modern Industry was to unveil the process, whereby modern industry changed itself to take hand of the machine, its characteristic instrument of production, and to construct machines by machines. While it traced the origins of this back to the first decades of the 19th century, what was especially significant was that it was only during the decade preceding 1866, that the construction of railways and ocean steamers on a stupendous scale called into existence the cyclopean machines now employed in the construction of the prime movers. In other words, the capitalist revolution in the modes of production of industry and agriculture made necessary a revolution in the general conditions of the social process of production, i.e. in the means of communication and transport was really just exploding during the decade that Marx was writing Capital. Although in his own 1867 preface, Marx claimed that the progress of social disintegration is palpable in England, the question of whether the birth pangs of capitalist development which countries on the continent were just going through would take a form more brutal or more humane would depend on the degree of development of the working classes itself too. In this respect, much could be learned from the history, the details, and the results of the English factory legislation to which he had given so large a space in this volume. Notably, Marx stressed the removal of legal hindrances to struggles over wages, hours, and conditions of the employed working class rather than the frustrations of the unemployed, as Engels would do in his preface 2 decades later. But especially notable was the extent to which Marx looked to what was happening in the USA as more determining than events in Europe. 3. Indeed, the concluding pages of Capital, far from pointing to capitalism's demise, emphasized how capitalist production in the USA advances with great strides, even though the lowering of wages and the dependence of the wage worker are yet far from being brought down to the normal European level. It was not capitalism's demise on its own accord which the final words of Marx's great book emphasized, but rather the secret discovered in the New World by the political economy of the Old World, and proclaimed from the housetops, that the capitalist mode of production and accumulation, and therefore capitalist private property, have for their fundamental condition the annihilation of self-earned private property, in other words, the expropriation of the laborer. 2 Capital's changing conjunctures. The conjuncture in which Engels wrote the 1887 preface was very different than when Capital was published in 1867. The difference needs mainly to be understood in terms of the long capitalist world crisis that began 1873, and 86. Stretched on and off over the following 2 decades. What came to be called Marxism would to a considerable extent define itself, as Donateur pointed out in her appendix to the 1938 facsimile edition of the English edition, in terms of the stress it laid on that crisis as the chief turning point, which marked the transition between 2 eras. The epoch defined by England as the workshop of the world was passing to the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Even before writing the 1887 preface, Engels in particular had begun to speak, as he did in 1884 shortly after Marx's death, in terms of the inevitable collapse of the capitalist mode of production which is daily taking place before our eyes. This type of language was never far from earshot in Marxist debates from this time forward, including during the Gilded Age before World War I. Indeed, the very prescience with which Marxism in this period theorized inter-imperial rivalry was rooted in an expectation that continuing limits to domestic accumulation would carry to new levels the export of capital and drive for colonies that defined the fragmented and competitive globalization process among national bourgeoisies and their states in the last decades of the 19th century. Marxist theorists were especially influenced in this respect by J. Hobson's classic study, Imperialism. And Hobson was himself influenced by U.S. business economists who in the wake of the deep U.S. recession of the 1890s drew on Frederick Jackson Turner's Closing of the American Frontier thesis to argue that the domestic market was no longer able to sustain the enormous productive capacity of the newly emerged corporate form or provide sufficient outlets for the capital accumulated through it. Their claims were, of course, soon to prove wildly wrong. By 1898 the recession had ended, and home markets continued to dwarf exports. The frontier may have been filled territorially, but accumulation within it was only in its very early stages when Turner identified its closing, for ironically, these misleading American business notions of surplus capital also went on to influence the development in Europe of the theory of finance capital, the institutional combination of industry and banking under the dominance of the latter to limit competition at home while aggressively advancing it abroad. Marxist crisis theorists at the time not only seriously misinterpreted the kind of capitalism developing in the United States, they more generally underestimated the potential for domestic consumption and accumulation within the leading capitalist states. This was partly due to their failure to appreciate the extent to which the working class industrial and political organizations emerging at the time would undermine the immiseration of the proletariat thesis that underlay Marxism under consumption theories. But it was also due to their undeveloped theory of the state, which reduced it to an instrument of capital and underestimated its relative autonomy in relation to both imperial and domestic interventions. This shortcoming was also much in evidence among those Marxist theorists who, rather than focusing on challenge of transcending capital 87 under consumptionist crisis tendencies, instead saw inter-imperial rivalry as based on the concentration and centralization of capital leading to the fusion of industry and finance. It was ironic that Hilferding's finance capital, so highly influential despite mistakenly generalizing from German developments at the time, actually recognized that it was impossible to derive general laws about the changing character of crises from the history of crises in a single country, specific phenomena peculiar to a particular phase of capitalism which may perhaps be purely accidental. Many of these limitations in classical Marxist crisis theories have lingered to this day. This especially applies to the great concern on the part of Marxist economists with the empirical confirmation of a tendency towards a falling rate of profit, as posited in the later volumes of Capital, as edited and published by Engels after Marx's death. However, there was always a basic problem with this concept: the many counter-tendencies that Marx himself adduced to explain why the tendency does not always manifest itself were, as often as not, the very substance of capitalism's dynamics, i.e. the development of new technologies and commodities, the emergence of new markets, international expansion, innovations in credit provision, not to mention state interventions of various kinds. What the falling rate of profit thesis offered in terms of theoretical certainty it lost as an expression of historical materialism. Too often its presentation as an economic law tended to be ahistorical and its materialism tended to be mechanical. This was reflected in Marxism's undeveloped theory of the state, which reduced it to an instrument of capital and underestimated its relative autonomy in regards to openness to democratic pressures and shifts in the balance of class forces as well as in relation to imperial interventions. It was also due to the failure to appreciate the extent to which working-class industrial and political organizations then emerging would undermine the thesis of the immiseration of the proletariat. Whether the extraction of greater surplus value from labor could be counted on to offset falling profits would depend on capacity of labor to resist this. Indeed, working-class unions and parties not only expanded capacity to secure a portion of the surplus value yielded by increased productivity but also transformed was conceived as subsistence, reinforcing the crucial point on the first pages of Capital, where a commodity is defined as, in the first place, a thing that by its properties satisfies human wants of some sort or another. The nature of such wants, whether, for instance, the spring from the stomach or from fancy, makes no difference. 5. 3. Going beyond Capital, none of this is to deny that the great value of reading Capital today remains how much it helps to understand so much about the twin capitalist fundamentals of exploitation and competition that underpins capital accumulation in the 21st. But its 88. Value to us must also lie in the extent to which it can also help us understand how, in good part precisely through it being a system capable of changing and in fact constantly changing, capitalism persisted, deepened, and expanded into the 21st century. This is not only a matter of what it helps us understand about the significance of new technological developments and changing patterns of commodity production and accumulation, but also appreciating the salience of both of these not only in terms of their spatial scales but also in their impact on local labor and consumption processes. It is also a matter of how far reading Capital today helps us understand why capitalism has not succumbed to the four great world economic crises it produced, including the present one. Marx's preface to the 1873 German edition noted that classical political economy's characteristic tendency to look upon the capitalist regime as the absolutely final form of social production, instead of a passing historical phase of its evolution, could retain its scientific garb only so long as the class struggle is latent or manifests itself only in isolated and sporadic phenomena. In light of the highly successful continuing practice of the discipline of economics to present capitalism in ahistorical modular terms with no sense whatever of a past before it and of any possible future beyond it, which is itself reflected very extensively in popular perception, we need to ask how much this has to do with why and how and where class struggle has either remained or lapsed back, being manifest as only isolated or sporadic phenomena. In other words, we need to think about how Marx's capital needs to be transcended in order to help figure out how to eventually transcend capital itself. 6. However valuable a window on Victorian working conditions is Marx's brilliant deployment of the factory inspectors' reports, the presentation of such immiseration as an immutable law of capitalist development is obviously much less so. Yet even so, it does encourage us to ask where and when what might be called re-immiseration might occur. After the vast growth in wealth inequality, the defeat of trade unionism, the stagnation of wages, the growing precarity of work over the past 4 decades, there is much that sounds very contemporary in capital's account of exploitation. Accumulation of wealth, at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality, mental degradation, at the opposite pole. Marx's comparison of the exploitation of wage labor to the exploitation of soil by capitalist agriculture at the end of Chapter 15, together with his account in Chapter X of capitalists' resistance to state regulation of the working day and of factory standards, is especially relevant to what may well be termed mental degradation today across the whole class spectrum. The current undoing of environmental regulations under the Trump regime brings to mind Marx's footnote in that chapter, which cites, contrary to what some employers were fond of asserting, a senior hospital physician's report on the effects of night work on children's health, that such a challenge of transcending capital 89 should furnish the material of serious controversy shows plainly how capitalist production acts on the brains of capitalists and their retainers. This applies to workers too. Just as in Capital, Marx quotes evidence of the support capitalists were able to secure from their workers, whether through bribery or threats, in their petitions against their own oppression by state regulations of employment of their children or even regarding the length of the working day, so do we find the same thing happening in the case of environmental regulation today. A New York Times investigation on the rolling back of regulations to the immediate benefit of an energy company in Wyoming, with which Trump's head of the Environmental Protection Agency, Scott Pruitt, had close ties, cites the support this got from Frenchy Warren, a member of the Arapaho tribe who, even though he had already lost his $23 an hour job as a worker in the energy sector after his hand was mangled in a chain, expressed his hostility to the EPA. "They aren't helping us, Mr. Warren said. "If I had a gun, I'd shoot them." This brings me finally to what has always seemed to me most needed in terms of transcending Marx's capital, which is the further development of historical materialist theory of the capitalist state. Not that there isn't plenty of insight in Capital in this respect, beginning early in the volume with the observation in Chapter 3 that underpinning market exchange from the beginning is a juridical relation which expresses itself as a contact. 7. Marx's notion of the state acting as the trade union of the capitalists against the laborers may be seen as no less insightful. Yet the actual passage where Marx coins the latter term also reveals its weaknesses. Marx claimed in this passage that it was only under the pressure of the masses that the English Parliament gave up the laws against strikes and trade unions, after it had itself, for 500 years, held with shameless egoism the position of a permanent trades union of the capitalists against the laborers. What this occludes is the long historical process of the state becoming capitalist through a logic of its own pertaining to securing revenue and legitimacy. Passages like this, which demand so much historical explanation and elaboration, especially in comparison with the minute but overwhelming attention paid to the intricacies of the categories of value, are precisely what led E.P. Thompson to lament that Marx had himself for a period been caught in the trap of classical political economy's search for fixed and eternal laws independent of historical specificity. In fact, the changes that state institutions undergo over time, including the shifting hierarchies among them, are the outcome of both incremental and contested processes inside the state itself. These are related to shifts in the balance of class forces but not reducible to them. Often confronting the very problems which capitalists could not solve for themselves, actors in the state, unlike capitalists, cannot avoid dealing with the law of unintended consequences. Indeed, they are usually trained to anticipate other problems that will arise from taking certain steps, including upsetting relations and 90. Generating contestations among states' institutions themselves. This is true not only for career civil servants, but even for those who have entered the state from the business world, but who, once embedded in state institutions, take on responsibilities specifically framed by those institutions. Understanding what states have actually done that capitalist classes themselves could not do in promoting and sustaining capital accumulation and social relations is in fact crucial to answering the question of why capitalism has survived into the 21st century. But no less crucial is our responsibility as Marxist intellectuals is to contribute to understanding how states would need to undergo fundamental transformation in the process of transcending capitalism. To stress the importance of a socialist strategy for entering the state to the end of transforming the state is today less than ever, amidst the deep political and social as well as economic contradictions of the neoliberal era, a matter of discovering a smooth gradual road to socialism. Ruptures, or extended series of ruptures of various intensities, are inescapable. This is so because of the contradictions inherent in reaching beyond capitalism while still being of it, and the virtual inevitability of conditions being premature as the project is attempted in circumstances not of our own choosing. The contradictions for any radical government that would be engaged in this process will include responsibilities for managing a capitalist economy that is likely in crisis while simultaneously trying to satisfy popular expectations for the promised relief, and yet also embarking on the longer-term commitment to transform the state, i.e. not pushing the latter off to an indefinite future. This is why strategic preparations undertaken well before entering the state on how to avoid replicating the non-transformative experience with social democracy are so very important. But even with this, the process of transforming the state cannot help but be complex, uncertain, crisis-ridden, with repeated interruptions and possibly even reversals. Beginning with local or regional levels of the state might allow for developing capacities of state transformation before coming to national power. Developing alternative means of producing and distributing food, healthcare, and other necessities depends on autonomous movements moving in these directions through takeovers of land, idle buildings, threatened factories and transportation networks. All this in turn would have to be supported and furthered through more radical changes in the state that would range over time from codifying new collective property rights to developing and coordinating agencies of democratic planning. At some points in this process more or less dramatic initiatives of nationalization and socialization of industry and finance would have to take place. For state apparatuses to be transformed so as to play these roles, their institutional modalities would need to undergo fundamental transformations, given how they are now structured so as to reproduce capitalist social relations. State employees would need to become explicit agents of transformation, aided and challenge of transcending capital 91 sustained in this respect by their unions and the broader labor movement. Rather than expressing defensive particularism, unions themselves would need to be changed fundamentally so as to actively be engaged in developing state workers' transformational capacities, including by establishing councils that link them to the recipients of state services. Such reflections on the state must be part of envisioning a socialist order of a kind which Marx, far from ignoring, neatly outlined quite near the beginning of Capital. Let us now picture to ourselves, by way of change, a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community. The total product of our community is a social product. One portion serves as fresh means of production and remains social. But another portion is consumed by the members as means of subsistence. A distribution of this portion amongst them is consequently necessary. The mode of this distribution will vary, with the productive organization of the community, and the degree of historical development attained by the producers. We will assume, but merely for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. Labor time would, in that case, play a double part. Its apportionment in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the proper proportion between the different kinds of work to be done and the various wants of the community. Notes 1. This reprint entirely reset page for page from the stereotyped edition of 1889 includes a supplement with prefaces, changes and notes on the fourth German edition and on the French and English editions by Donateur II at the end of his preface to the second German edition published in 1873. Marx notes the preliminary stage to a universal crisis, once again approaching. 3. The American Civil War, he argued in the 1867 preface, had sounding the tocsin for the European working classes just as the American War of Independence had for the European middle classes at the end of the 18th century. This reinforced the argument advanced in Chapter X on the working day. In the United States of North America, every independent movement of the workers was paralysed so long as slavery disfigured a part of the republic. Labor cannot emancipate itself in the white skin where in the black it is branded. But out of death of slavery a new life at once arose. The first fruit of the Civil War was the 8 hours agitation that ran with the 7-leagued boots of the locomotive from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from New England to California. 92. 4. The Transcontinental Railway symbolized the completion of the national territory. By the 1860s America was a linked continental empire. But distant connections to isolated western towns and farms, Pony Express mail service, and peripheral mudflats like Los Angeles, do not a national market make. Instead, for 50 years Americans peopled and filled in the national territory. At the same time that the U.S. became the leading industrial power in the world, the dominant tendency was expansion to the coast and exploitation of a vast and relatively new market. 5. To which Marx added a note, quoting from Nicholas Barbon, "Desire implies want, it is the appetite of the mind, and as natural as hunger to the body. The greatest number have their value from supplying the wants of the mind." 6. One cannot help being struck by how arcane some of what is in Volume I appears today. The extensive discussion on gold, let alone silver, might not have appeared to be of mainly historical interest as late as 1971 before the crumbling of the Bretton Woods Agreement's attempt to keep the gold standard on limited life support as a facade for the American dollar as capitalism's works currency. But today, almost a half-century on, Capital's pages on gold seem very arcane indeed. 7. In recognizing that coinage, like the establishment of a standard of prices, is the business of the state, Marx was also insightful regarding the contradictions to which the creation of money as the business of the state this gives rise to, going all the way back to the lawyers started long before economists the idea that money is a mere symbol, and that the value of the precious metals is purely imaginary. This they did in the sycophantic service of the crowned heads, supporting the right of the latter to debase the coinage. References: Kane, Peter Hobson, and Imperialism, Radicalism, New Liberalism, and Finance 1887–1938, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Cummings, Bruce. Still the American Century, Review of International Studies, Volume 25, No. 5, 271–99. Engels, Frederick. Editor's Preface, in Karl Marx, Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume I, London, George Allen and Unwin, pages 9, 14. Hansen, Fay R. The Breakdown of Capitalism, A History of the Idea in Western Marxism, 1883–1983, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul. Hilferding, Rudolph. Finance Capital, A Study of the Latest Phase of Capitalist Development, Brighton, Harvester Press. Marx, Karl Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume I, London, George Allen and Unwin. Marx, Karl. Author's preface to the first edition, in Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume I, London, George Allen and Unwin, pages 15, xx. Marx, Karl. Author's preface to the second German edition, in Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume I, London, George Allen and Unwin. PANITCH, Leo and Jinden, Sam. Capitalist Crises and the Crisis This Time, in Greg Albo, Vivek Chibber, Socialist Register 2011, London, Merlin, pages 1-20. Challenge of Transcending Capital 93. PANITCH, Leo and Sam. Jinden. Marxist Theory and Strategy, Getting Somewhere Better, Historical Materialism Volume 23, Number 2, 3-22. PANITCH, Leo and Sam. Jinden, Class, Party and the Challenge of State Transformation, in Socialist Register 2017, London, Merlin, pages 35-58. Tabuchi Hirako and Eric Lipton Pruitt's EPA is boon to oil and gas, New York Times, May 21, 2017. Thompson, Edward P. The Poverty of Theory and Other Essays, London, Merlin. Tor, Dona. The English edition of Capital, 1887, Appendix V, in Karl Marx, Capital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume I, London, George Allen and Unwin, pages 848-62. 5. The Current Crisis and the Anachronism of Value. Moishe Postone. 1. Marx and Theorizing the Current Crisis. The election of Donald Trump, like the Brexit vote and the wave of right-wing populism sweeping much of Europe, are expressions of a deep crisis of the political legitimacy of liberal democracies, as far-reaching and potentially dangerous as that in the interwar period in Europe. This political crisis, one expression of which is the unhappy opposition of global neoliberalism and authoritarian nationalism, has its roots, arguably, in the overarching structural transformations of recent decades, which became manifest with the crash of 2008 and its aftermath. In addition to eliciting the rise of movements such as Occupy and a wave of populisms in a number of countries, the crisis and the Great Recession have given new impetus to attempts to understand contemporary historical developments critically and in an encompassing manner. Relatedly, the term capitalism has been reintroduced to broader academic as well as general intellectual discussions as a conception that now appears more analytically adequate than that of modernity, which had been more dominant in the post-war decades. Nevertheless, it has not always been evident how capitalism has been understood. I suggest that a critical theory of capitalism should grasp it not only as a determinate form of inequality, or, relatedly, as a system of exploitation based on class, a category that in recent years has been frequently joined with those of gender and race as categories of identity and oppression. Rather, especially as viewed from the vantage of the present, I suggest that capitalism should first and foremost be understood as a historically specific form of social life that is characterized by a historically unique abstract form of domination that finds expression in a global historical dynamic. This form of life arose contingently in Western Europe, which it fundamentally transformed even as it also proceeded to transform and constitute the globe. That is, contrary to some widespread assumptions, this form of life is not intrinsically or ontologically Western, but has itself reshaped the West. It cannot, therefore, be adequately grasped in culturalist terms. Rather, I would suggest, a theory that could adequately grasp the dynamic character of this form of social life can most rigorously be developed on the basis of a renewed encounter with Marx's mature works. 95. It is the case, of course, that for many, the collapse of the Soviet Union and China's transformation marked the final end of socialism and of the theoretical relevance of Marx. This demise was also expressed, on another level, by the emergence of other kinds of theoretical approaches, such as post-structuralism and deconstruction, which sought to provide critiques of domination that avoided what they regarded as the pitfalls of grand programs of human emancipation. The current global crisis, however, has dramatically revealed the fundamental limitations of such newer approaches, including those associated with thinkers as disparate as Habermas, Foucault, and Derrida as attempts to grasp the contemporary world. It also has exposed the one-sidedness of what had been termed the cultural turn in the humanities and the social sciences. The continued existence of severe economic crises as a feature of capitalist modernity, as well as the structural transformations of industrial societies, the existence of premature deindustrialization in other parts of the world, the growing financialization of social life, coupled with the prevalence of mass poverty, structural exploitation on a global scale, the dramatic growth of inequality, and, above all, the dual crisis of environmental degradation and the hollowing out of working society, call into question the triumphalism both of neoliberalism and much of post-Marxism. It seems that the downfall of what was called actually existing socialism and the efflorescence of post-Marxist thought have not obviated the need for a critical theory of capitalism. Nevertheless, it would be a mistake to think that one can simply return to Marx, as he generally was understood during much of the 20th century. Both the demise of traditional Marxism and the increasingly manifest inadequacies of much post-Marxism are rooted in historical developments that suggest the need to rethink, as well as reappropriate, Marx. 2. Capitalism and historical development. My focus on the historically dynamic character of capitalist society attempts to respond to the pattern of overarching global transformations of the past century. As is well known, researchers such as Piketty, focusing on issues of inequality, have recently established the existence of an overarching, supranational historical pattern of changes in inequality that has characterized the past century from a period of great inequality in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, to a period around the middle of the 20th century during which inequality was sharply reduced. This was followed after the early 1970s by a sharp resurgence of increased inequality. This pattern not only reveals the extreme skewing of wealth and political power in the contemporary world, but also calls into question understandings of modern historical developments in linear terms, as is arguably the case of modernization theory, for example. 96. Significantly, this pattern of changes in inequality parallels other overarching patterns. For example, the average rate of economic growth for advanced capitalist countries was relatively low during the first half of the century, then more than doubled in the mid-20th century period, which was the period of lowest inequality. Economic growth then declined after the 1970s as inequality grew. Changes in rates of GDP per capita follow a similar pattern. These patterns and many others seem to be interrelated. All of them can be seen with reference to a still larger pattern: the supersession of 19th-century liberal capitalism by state-centric, Fordist capitalism from its beginnings in World War I and the Russian Revolution, through its high point in the decades following World War II, and its decline after the early 1970s, and its supersession, in turn, by neoliberal global capitalism. What is significant about this trajectory is its global character. It encompassed Western capitalist countries and communist countries, as well as colonized lands and decolonized countries. Although important differences in historical development occurred, of course, from the vantage point of the 21st century, they appear more as different inflections of a common pattern than as fundamentally different developments. This does not mean that this pattern is homogeneous or modular. How unevenness is understood, however, depends on how the overarching historical developments of modernity are understood. The existence of such general developments cannot convincingly be explained in contingent terms. They strongly suggest the existence of general structural constraints on political, social, and economic decisions, as well as of dynamic forces not fully subject to political control. These general patterns also suggest that the theoretical focus on agency and contingency in recent decades was as one-sided as the structural functionalism it superseded. If the latter achieved widespread currency during the high tide of state-centric capitalism, the former has done so during the neoliberal epoch. Neither approach, however, thematized their own relation to their historical context. This suggests that, unlike such approaches, a critical theory should be able to problematize its own historical situatedness. That is, it should be reflexive. These overarching patterns suggest the importance of a renewed engagement with Marx's critique of political economy, for the problematic of historical dynamics and global structural change is at the very heart of that critique. Nevertheless, as mentioned above, the history of the last century also suggests that an adequate critical theory must differ fundamentally from traditional Marxist critiques of capitalism, by which I mean a general interpretive framework in which capitalism is analyzed essentially in terms of class relations that are rooted in private property and mediated by the market, and social domination is understood primarily in terms of class domination and exploitation. 97. Within this basic framework, there has been a broad range of approaches that have generated powerful economic, political, social, historical, and cultural analyses. Nevertheless, the limitations of the overarching framework itself have become increasingly evident in light of 20th-century historical developments. These developments include the non-emancipatory character of actually existing socialism, the historical trajectory of its rise and decline, paralleling that of state interventionist capitalism, the growing importance of scientific knowledge and advanced technology in production, growing criticisms of technological progress and growth, and the increased importance of non-class-based social identities. Together, they suggest that the traditional framework no longer can serve as a point of departure for an adequate critical theory. And, indeed, I would suggest that a sense of the inadequacy of the traditional Marxist framework has at least tacitly informed critical politics for decades. The notion of post-capitalism, of socialism, as a society based on industrial labor, public ownership of the means of production and central planning, began to lose its hold on the imaginaries of many progressive intellectuals, students, and workers during the crisis of Fordist capitalism in the late 1960s and early 1970s. This inadequacy was frequently sensed rather than explicitly theorized. But, I suggest, it was expressed implicitly in widespread critiques of labor and industrial growth, weakening of support for social democratic and communist parties, the growing loss of orientation of those parties, as well as attempts to locate new revolutionary subjects, for example in anti-colonial movements. What remained elusive was a new imaginary of socialism, of post-capitalism, that not only would entail re-evaluating the relations of distribution, but the relations of production themselves and hence the nature of social labor. And the absence of such an imaginary has hobbled progressive movements. Putting aside such considerations for a moment, I am suggesting that consideration of the general historical patterns that have characterized the past century, calls into question both traditional Marxism, with its affirmation of labor and history, as well as post-structuralist understandings of history as essentially contingent. Nevertheless, such consideration does not necessarily negate the critical insight informing attempts to deal with history contingently, namely, that history, understood as the unfolding of an imminent necessity, delineates a form of unfreedom. This form of unfreedom, as I will elaborate, is the central object of Marx's critique of political economy, which grounds the historically dynamic character and structural changes of the modern world in imperatives and constraints that are historically specific to capitalist society. Far from viewing history affirmatively, Marx grounds this directional dynamic in the category of capital, thereby grasping it as a form of domination, of heteronomy. 98. Within this framework, Marx's critique, then, is not undertaken from the standpoint of history and of labor, as in traditional Marxism. On the contrary, the historical dynamic of capitalism and the seemingly ontological centrality of labor, have become the objects of Marx's critique. By the same token, Marx's mature theory no longer purports to be a trans-historically valid theory of history and social life, but is self-consciously historically specific and calls into question any approach that claims for itself universal, trans-historical validity. These central dimensions of Marx's analysis render his critical theory more adequate to our historical context than either traditional Marxism or post-structuralism. It should be evident that the critical thrust of Marx's analysis, according to this reading, is similar in some respects to post-structuralist approaches inasmuch as it entails a critique of totality and of a dialectical logic of history. However, whereas Marx treats such conceptions as expressing the reality of capitalist society, post-structuralist approaches deny their validity by insisting on the ontological primacy of contingency. From the point of view of Marx's critique of heteronymous history, any attempt to recover historical agency by insisting on contingency in ways that deny or obscure the dynamic form of domination characteristic of capital, is, ironically, profoundly disempowering. 3. Historically specific history, the dynamic of capitalist social relations. These contentions are based on a reading that reconsiders the most fundamental categories of Marx's mature critique with reference to the heteronymous dynamic that characterizes capitalism. Within the traditional framework, his categories such as value, commodity, surplus value, and capital have generally been taken as economic categories that affirm labor as the source of all social wealth and demonstrate the centrality of class-based exploitation in capitalism. Such interpretations attribute to Marx the same trans-historical understanding of labor as the source of wealth in all societies as that of Smith and Ricardo. According to this traditional approach, labor in capitalism is exploited because the surplus is appropriated by the capitalist class. Hence, labor is hindered by property relations from becoming fully realized. Emancipation, then, is realized in a society where trans-historical labor has openly emerged as the regulating principle of society. This notion, of course, is bound to that of socialism as the self-realization of the proletariat. Labor here provides the standpoint of the critique of capitalism. A close reading of Marx's mature critique of political economy, however, calls into question the trans-historical presuppositions of the traditional interpretation. Marx explicitly states in the Grundriss that his fundamental categories are historically specific. Even categories such as 99. Money and labor that appear trans-historical because of their abstract and general character, are valid in their abstract generality only for capitalist society, according to Marx. This calls into question many understandings of Marx's categories. I shall briefly refer to Volume I of Capital to outline a non-traditional understanding. That work begins with the category of commodity, which does not refer to commodities, as they might exist in many different kinds of societies. Rather, Marx takes the term and uses it to refer to the most basic social relation of capitalist society, its fundamental form of social mediation and structuring principle. This form, according to Marx, is characterized by a historically specific dual character. He then seeks to unfold the nature and underlying dynamic of capitalist modernity from the dual character of this basic structuring form. At the heart of his analysis is the idea that labor in capitalism has a unique socially mediating function that is not intrinsic to laboring activity trans-historically. In a society in which the commodity is the basic structuring category of the whole, labor and its products are not socially distributed by traditional norms, or overt relations of power and domination, as is the case in other societies. Instead, labor itself constitutes a new form of interdependence, where people do not consume what they produce, but where, nevertheless, their own labor or labor products function as a quasi-objective means of obtaining the products of others. In serving as such a means, labor and its products in effect preempt that function on the part of manifest social relations, they mediate a new form of social interrelatedness. In Marx's mature works, then, the notion of the unique centrality of labor to social life is not a trans-historical proposition. Rather, it refers to the historically specific constitution by labor in capitalism of a form of social mediation that fundamentally characterizes that society. By unfolding this mediation, Marx tries to socially ground and elucidate basic features of modernity, such as its overarching historical dynamic. Labor in capitalism, then, is both labor as we trans-historically and commonsensically understand it, according to Marx, and a historically specific socially mediating activity. Hence, what labor produces, Its objectifications, and here I am referring to the commodity and to capital, are both concrete labor products and objectified forms of social mediation. According to this analysis, then, the social relations that most basically characterize capitalist society are very different from the qualitatively specific, variegated, and overt social relations such as kinship relations or relations of personal or direct domination that characterize non-capitalist societies. Because constituted by labor, those relations have a peculiar quasi-objective, formal character and are dualistic. They are characterized by the opposition of an abstract, general, homogeneous dimension and a concrete, particular, material dimension, both of which appear to be natural, rather than social. The form of wealth associated with such relations, according to Marx, is value, which also is historically specific. Most accounts still treat Marx's category of value as if it were the same as that of Smith or Ricardo, that is, as a trans-historical category of the constitution of wealth at all times and in all places. Marx, then, purportedly refined and radicalized political economy and, using its categories, proved the existence of exploitation. This very common account, however, is based on a fundamental misunderstanding. Marx did not simply refine or radicalize political economy. He did not write a critical political economy but a critique of political economy. That is, he transformed the object and nature of the analysis. It no longer is primarily concerned with exchange or even with unequal exchange and exploitation. Instead, with his categories, Marx sought to reveal and analyze the specificity of capitalist society, its dynamic development and its possible overcoming. In his mature works, Marx explicitly distinguishes value as the historically specific, structuring form of wealth in capitalism from what he calls material wealth, which is measured by the amount produced and is a function of knowledge, social organization, and natural conditions, in addition to labor. Value, according to Marx, is essentially temporal. It is constituted solely by the expenditure of socially necessary labor time. Within the framework of Marx's analysis, the duality of the commodity form as value and use value generates a dialectical interaction that gives rise to a complex temporal dynamic that both drives value forward and eventually renders it increasingly anachronistic. To claim, as Marx does, that value is historically specific to capitalism is to claim not only that non-capitalist societies were not structured by value, but also that a post-capitalist society would also not be based on value. This, in turn, entails showing that value becomes increasingly anachronistic in the course of capitalist development. Let me begin to elaborate by considering Marx's determination of the magnitude of value in terms of socially necessary labor time. This term is not simply descriptive, but delineates a socially general compelling norm. Production must conform to this temporal norm if it is to generate the full value of its products. In the process, the time frame becomes constituted as an independent variable. The amount of value produced per unit time is a function of the time unit alone. It remains the same regardless of individual variations or the level of productivity. It follows as a peculiarity of value as a temporal form of wealth that, although increased productivity increases the amount of use values produced per unit time, it results only in short-term increases in the magnitude of value created per unit time. Once the increases in productivity become general, the magnitude of value generated per unit time falls back to its base level. The result is a sort of a treadmill. Higher levels of productivity result in great increases in material wealth, but not in proportional long-term increases in value per unit time. This, in turn, leads to still further increases in productivity. 101. This treadmill dynamic expresses and constitutes a new form of social domination. The norm of socially necessary labor time is the first determination in capital of the historically specific abstract form of social domination intrinsic to capitalism. It is the domination of people by time, by a historically specific form of temporality, abstract Newtonian time, which is constituted historically with the commodity form. It would, however, be one-sided to view temporality in capitalism only in terms of Newtonian time, that is, as empty homogeneous time. Once capitalism is fully developed, its temporal forms generate ongoing increases in productivity. Those increases, as we have seen, do not change the amount of value produced per unit time. However, they do change the determination of what counts as a given unit of time. The unit of time remains constant, the same unit of time generates the same amount of value. Yet changes in productivity redetermine that unit, they push it forward, as it were. This movement is one of time. Hence it cannot be apprehended within the frame of Newtonian time, but requires a superordinate frame of reference within which the frame of Newtonian time moves. This movement of time can be termed historical time. The redetermination of the abstract, constant time unit redetermines the compulsion associated with that unit. In this way, the movement of time acquires a necessary dimension. Historical time here does not, then, represent the negation of abstract time. Rather, abstract time and historical time are dialectically interrelated. Note that, within this framework, neither form of temporality is a purely cultural construct, instead, both are moments of a historically constituted process. Both, within the framework of Marx's analysis, emerge historically with the development of the social forms of capitalism whereby they are constituted as structures of domination. Rather than considering temporality as a pre-given, unmoving frame within which all forms of social life move, then, such a theory grasps capitalism as a very peculiar organization of social life that constitutes its own, historically specific temporality. It is structured by historically unique forms of social mediation that are intrinsically temporal. These forms underlie a peculiar historical dynamic that is both historically specific and global. The temporalities of capitalism, then, are not extrinsic to it, but are intrinsic to its structuring social forms. This historically new form of social domination is one that subjects people to impersonal, increasingly rationalized, structural imperatives and constraints that cannot fully be grasped in terms of class domination, or, more generally, in terms of the concrete domination of social groupings or of institutional agencies of the state and/or the economy. It has no determinate locus and, although constituted by determinate forms of social practice, appears not to be social at all. I am suggesting that Marx's analysis of abstract domination is a more rigorous and determinate analysis of what Foucault attempted to grasp with his notion of power in the modern world. Moreover, the form of 102 domination Marx analyzes is not only cellular and spatial, as in Foucault, but also processual and temporal. It generates a historical dynamic. Rather than presupposing history, Marx now seeks to ground an ongoing dynamic of history as a historically unique characteristic of capitalism. That is, he historicizes history. At the heart of this analysis is the peculiar treadmill dynamic I've outlined, which underlies a very complex, nonlinear, historical dynamic that is at the heart of capitalist modernity. On the one hand, it is characterized by ongoing, even accelerating, transformations of more and more spheres of life: production, technology, patterns of habitation, transportation, communication, education, and forms of interpersonal relations. At the same time, however, it reconstitutes its own basis, that value remains the essential form of wealth and that therefore, value-creating labor remains at the heart of the system regardless of the level of productivity. The historical dynamic of capitalism ceaselessly generates what is new, while regenerating what is the same. As I will elaborate, it both generates the possibility of another organization of labor and of social life and, yet, at the same time, hinders that possibility from being realized. The dynamic generated by the dialectic of abstract time and historical time is at the heart of the category of capital, which, for Marx, does not refer to means of production that are owned privately. Rather, it is a category of movement, what Marx calls self-valorizing value. It is value in motion. It has no fixed material embodiment, but unfolds as the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution briefly outlined above. Within this framework, The essential relations of capitalism are the forms of social mediation expressed by the categories such as commodity, value, capital, and surplus value. These are not categories of wealth that are the objects of struggle between the social classes, whereby the latter are understood as the basic social relations of capitalism. Rather, they are the essential social relations of capitalism themselves, temporally dynamic, contradictory forms of social mediation that underlie a complex dynamic. It is significant that, when Marx first introduces the category of capital, he describes it with the same language Hegel used in the Phenomenology with reference to Geist, the self-moving substance that is subject. In so doing, Marx suggests that Hegel's notion of history as having a logic, as the dialectical unfolding of a subject, is indeed valid, but only for capitalist modernity. Moreover, Marx does not identify that subject with the proletariat or even with humanity. Instead, he identifies it with capital, a dynamic structure of abstract domination that, although constituted by humans, becomes independent of their wills, and is generative of a historical dynamic. Marx's mature critique of Hegel, then, does not entail an anthropological inversion of the latter's idealist dialectic. Rather, Marx now implicitly argues that the rational core of Hegel's dialectic is precisely its idealist character. It expresses a mode of domination constituted by relations that acquire a quasi-independent existence vis-a-vis the individuals, exert a form of 103 compulsion on them, and that, because of their dualistic character, are dialectical in character. Within this framework, history, as presented by Hegel, is historically specific. It is not a universal feature of human social life, but is constituted by historically specific forms of practices that it, in turn, molds and constrains. This implies that human history as a whole cannot be characterized transhistorically either in terms of an overarching logic, as in Hegel, or as transhistorically contingent, as in Nietzsche. Rather, an immanently driven, directional dynamic, is one of the characterizing features of capitalism. Note that, here, the historical subject, totality, and the labor constituting it have now become the objects of critique in Marx's mature theory, not its standpoint. The understanding of capitalism's complex dynamic I have outlined could help illuminate the looming contemporary dual crisis, that of environmental degradation and the demise of laboring society. Marx's categories of surplus value and capital allow for a critical social analysis of the trajectory of growth in modern society. The temporal dimension of value, especially in the form of what Marx calls relative surplus value, underlies a determinate pattern of growth, driven by pressures for ongoing, even accelerating increases in productivity. This generates increases in material wealth far greater than those in surplus value, and hence, an accelerating demand for raw materials and energy, which contributes centrally to the accelerating destruction of the natural environment. Within this framework, then, the problem with economic growth in capitalism is not only that it is crisis-ridden. Rather, the form of growth itself is problematic. This suggests that the trajectory of growth would be different if the ultimate goal of production were increased quantities of goods, rather than surplus value. At the root of this problem, within this theoretical framework, is that value, as a temporal form of wealth, transforms production into a peculiar process, whereby matter is transformed into units of abstract time. As a temporal form of wealth, capital strives toward boundlessness, ignoring, as it were, the necessary boundedness of its natural environment, the planet. This approach also provides the basis for a social analysis of the structure of social labor and production in capitalism with reference to its basic contradiction. Within the framework of Marx's analysis, the drive for ongoing increases in productivity leads to the increasing importance of science and technology in production. What is entailed here is the rapid accumulation of socially general knowledge, which is promoted by the dynamic of capital. The tendency of this historical development is to render production based on labor time, that is, on value and, hence, on proletarian labor, increasingly anachronistic. On the one hand, This opens the possibility of large-scale socially general reductions in labor time, and fundamental changes in the nature and social organization of labor, which suggests that, for Marx, the abolition of capitalism would not entail the self-realization of the proletariat, but its self-abolition. 104. And yet, on the other hand, because the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution not only drives productivity forward, but also reconstitutes value, it thereby also structurally reconstitutes the necessity of value-creating labor, that is, proletarian labor. The historical dynamic of capitalism, then, increasingly points beyond the necessity of proletarian labor while reconstituting that very necessity. It both generates the possibility of another organization of social life and yet hinders that possibility from being realized. This tension skews the form in which that historical possibility emerges. As a result, ultimately, of the ongoing reconstitution of capital's fundamental forms, the possibility of the abolition of proletarian labor emerges historically in an inverted form, in the form of increases in superfluous labor, in the superfluity of an increasingly large portion of working populations, in the growth of the underemployed, the permanently unemployed and the precariat. The possibility of the abolition of proletarian labor and hence the emergence of the emancipatory possibility of a society in which surplus production no longer must be based on the labor of a subaltern class, is at the same time, the emergence of a disastrous development in which the growing superfluity of labor is expressed as the growing superfluity of people, with the fraught political possibilities this entails. The approach I've outlined, then, suggests considering the current configuration of capital as one in which value-creating labor becomes increasingly anachronistic and, yet, remains structurally necessary for capital. This might also shed light on the current centrality of financialization. One could, perhaps, suggest that some dimensions of that financialization also point beyond capitalism, for example, in the development of truly global ways of coordinating production and distribution, of creating the nervous system and sinews, as it were, of what could be a nexus of global coordination that is not international, but supranational. Nevertheless, most basic aspects of neoliberal financialization do not point beyond capitalism but, on the contrary, can be viewed as forms that seek to maintain capital even when it has run up against what, arguably, are its limits. I would like to suggest, and all of this is no more than a suggestion, that it is possible to regard the crisis-ridden end of the enormously productive, post-war Keynesian Fordist configuration of capitalism as the expression of a secular crisis of valorization. Responding to this development, capital sought not only to reverse labor's previous gains under Fordism, but also to develop new forms of generating wealth. Within this framework, however, financialization now would not be exactly the same as financialization in the past, for now the expansion of a debt economy would be occurring against the background of stagnating surplus value production. One well-known set of responses to that stagnation includes weakening of unions, shifting production to low-wage areas, and substituting technology for labor. Financial capital was, of course, important in helping effect those changes. But one could also see the expansion of the debt economy as 105. Attempting to develop new sources of revenue. This in itself is not necessarily new. Marx's analysis of the tendency for value to become anachronistic, however, could cast a different light on the current configuration of financial capital. Debt, speaking very broadly, entails an explicit or tacit promissory note. It implicitly presupposes that, at some point in the future, there will be enough wealth to cover the debt. If, however, the current economy of debt is considered against the background of stagnating surplus value production, financial capital could become seen as attempting, as it were, to constitute its own realm of wealth production. The wide variety of promissory notes and meta-promissory instruments developed are oriented toward the horizon of the future. That horizon, within the framework of value theory, however, recedes as surplus value production stagnates. There is not enough wealth production in the underlying form of value to eventually cover those debts. A consequence is an increasingly frenzied attempt to transform everything possible into sources of future wealth. What had been fairly simple and straightforward forms of debt, for example mortgages, become financialized, that is, are treated as the raw materials, as it were, of wealth that supposedly could be tapped in the future. More and more dimensions of life, from mortgages to infrastructure, become transformed into the content of new forms of purported wealth. Within this interpretative framework, then, the crisis of value production is masked by the financially mediated attempt to transform more and more dimensions of life into the raw materials of price and profit, into forms of purported wealth that supposedly will guarantee ever more complex so-called financial instruments, as if such wealth were independent of value in capitalism. What David Harvey called accumulation by dispossession is one manifestation of this development. However, it does not, I suggest, entail the accumulation of value, but modes of the extraction of purported wealth to compensate for the absence of such accumulation. It can be understood as an unintentional effort to abolish value within a framework that remains structured by value. As the accumulation of value slows down, the search for wealth becomes perversely reflexive. Like an autoimmune disease, it begins to feed on the substance of society and nature. For transforming capitalist society, what I have outlined is a fundamental systemic crisis that occurs as the underlying social forms of capitalism become anachronistic while remaining necessary. This gives rise to enormous shearing pressures with potentially disastrous consequences. It also suggests that categories such as class are not stable historically, but are in flux, constituted and reconstituted by the dynamic flow of capital. As an aside, it should be noted that within this framework, the idea of another possible form of social life, beyond capitalism, is immanent to capitalist modernity itself. It is not derived from cultural contact or the ethnographic. 106. Study of fundamentally different forms of social life, nor is it based on the experience of a previous social order with its own moral economy that is being destroyed by capitalism, although that experience certainly has been generative of opposition. Opposition to capitalism, however, does not necessarily point beyond it. It can be and often has been subsumed by capital itself or swept aside as inadequate to the exigencies of the larger historical context. Marx's analysis is directed less toward the emergence of resistance, than toward the possibility of transformation. It seeks to delineate the emergence of a form of life that, as a result of capitalism's dynamic, is constituted as a historical possibility, and yet is constrained by that very dynamic from being realized. This gap between what is and what could be, allows for a future possibility that, increasingly, has become real historically. It is this gap that constitutes the basis for a historical critique of what is. It reveals the historically specific character of the fundamental social forms of capitalism, not only with reference to the past, or another society, but also with reference to a possible future. It is capital, itself, as objectified human capacities, which generates the possibility of a future society. Yet it does so in a form that, at the same time, is increasingly destructive of the environment and the working population. Within the framework of the approach outlined here, the growing anachronistic character of value in the absence of a widespread imaginary of a future beyond value, that is, a post-proletarian future, is having enormously destructive economic, social, political, and environmental consequences. It is capital itself that is confronting us with the increasingly stark choice of socialism or barbarism. 6. Marx's new concept of class. Richard D. Wolff. 1. Concepts of class. The complex changes in socialism around the world since the 1970s and especially after 1989 exposed a profound, if not new, problem. The concept of class had faded from much social analysis during and because of the Cold War. Discussions of social issues were routinely reduced to crudely politicized polarizations. Many dismissed class analysis altogether as tainted by a lack of objectivity. Rare usages of class occurred as epithets when each side in the Cold War insisted that it had erased class differences while excoriating the other side's class differences. Only quite recently, After the 2008 global capitalist crash, as disillusionment with capitalism deepened, have concepts of class resurfaced in public discussion. Then it became clear that the concept of class was in fact a collection of different definitions rarely acknowledged as such. Proliferating references to class, academic, journalistic, and political, raised the problem of its multiple, different meanings. The return of the repressed discourse of class is problematic because of the significantly different meanings among those who think and communicate using it. Only a small minority of users explicitly identifies and justifies which meaning it prefers. Most users think, speak, and write as if the particular concept of class they use is the universally agreed concept. Because that is not the case, discourses using class categories are often confused and misunderstood. When the relation between class and social change arises as a practical matter, the problematic of multiple class concepts becomes historically urgent. For thousands of years people analyzed societies by dividing their populations into subgroups according to their wealth and/or incomes. Classes were the nouns applied to those subgroups. Classifications generated two polar classes, the rich and the poor. Some subdivided populations further into more classes located between the rich and the poor. Such middle classes held more wealth and/or received more income than the poor but less than the rich. Wealth and income classifications presupposed notions and measures of private property. Concepts of class defined in terms of wealth and/or income served people to think, speak, or write about social problems and to act to solve them. For example, concerned citizens might explain their society's tensions and conflicts as consequences of particular configurations of rich, poor, and middle classes. Their solutions might then entail changed distributions of wealth and/or income. Class qua property concepts thus proved central to their struggles for social change. Another, equally ancient but quite different concept of class, likewise still widely used, defines it in terms of power wielded over others. It classifies populations into those who give orders and those who follow them. A powerful class confronts a powerless class, rulers and the ruled. Power definitions of class also extend to interspersed middle classes, members of society who both take orders from some while giving orders to others. Class qua power thinkers explain social problems in terms of the distributions of power and act to solve them, usually by changing the distribution of power, for example, from monarchy to democracy. The two different concepts of class usually yield different understandings when applied to actual societies. The social distribution of property is not identical to the social distribution of power. Individuals and subgroups who own the most property may or may not wield the most power, and so on. Using the same term, class analysis, while defining it differently risks communicative confusion. People unaware of definitional differences do not acknowledge, identify, or justify which definition they use. That makes confusion all but certain. Periodically in human history, social revolutions took class seriously. Revolutionaries then undertook to change a society's class structure as a key, necessary component of the social transformation they sought. Revolutionaries committed to class qua property concepts focused on changing distributions of wealth and/or income. Their goal was often a more egalitarian distribution. In contrast, revolutionaries who conceived of class in terms of power focused on redistributing power, often targeting a more egalitarian or democratic distribution. Not infrequently, class analyses mixed both property and power concepts, although rarely with much self-consciousness about the definitional problems. Some property theorists of class simply assumed that altering its distribution would likewise and in some necessary way alter the social distribution of power. Similarly, power theorists of class sometimes run the same determinist argument in reverse, from changing power distributions to necessary, particular redistributions of property. Across history's revolutions, the importance of class analyses within people's consciousness varied. The two basic definitions of class, if significantly present, alternated in terms of which prevailed or how they were combined. Yet a certain insufficiency and failure dogged revolutions even when they succeeded. Despite the progress they achieved, they so far never reached and sustained fully egalitarian distributions of wealth and/or income or fully 110. Egalitarian distributions of power. For some, those failures provoke a fatalism that holds the goals themselves as beyond human reach. Others have questioned the thinking that guided past revolutions. They asked whether revolutionary theory had been inadequate to the revolutionary project. A few undertook to rectify perceived inadequacies. To Marx adds a new concept of class. Marx was one such questioner and rectifier. His work generated and applied a new and different concept of class alongside his use of the old property and power concepts of class that he inherited from previous revolutionaries. 1. Marx believed they had not achieved equality and democracy because their social analyses and revolutionary projects had missed a basic process in all societies. What they had overlooked analytically and thus left untransformed practically undermined past revolutions even when they achieved progressive changes in property and power distributions. They fell short of the levels of equality and democracy to which they had aspired. Or those levels, if occasionally approached, could not be sustained. For Marx, the most important example was the French Revolution. It overthrew feudalism, radically altered distributions of property and power, but never reached its goals of liberté, égalité, fraternité. Marx's Capital identifies and analyzes the social process missed by his revolutionary forebears. The production and distribution of the surplus are in fact two closely intertwined processes that occur in all societies but take crucially different forms in capitalism as compared to feudalism, slavery, communism, and so on. The two processes of producing and distributing surpluses together amount to a new concept of class, something Marx added to, that was also different from, concepts of class qua property or power. Of course, class in terms of the social organization of the surplus interacts with the social distributions of property and power, but that neither requires nor warrants ignoring their basic differences. The old, pre-Marxian concepts of class refer to groups of people. Marx's new concept of class refers to social processes connecting people in particular ways. Marx's new concept is his contribution to rectify the inadequacies of previous revolutions. Where they often understood property and power distributions, they failed to attend to or transform the organization of the surplus. Marx's class analysis, his identification and explanations of how the capitalist system produces and distributes the surplus, provides the insights revolutionaries will need to reach their goals. To achieve and sustain equality and democracy requires more than changed distributions of property and power, it requires a transformation of the organization of surplus beyond its capitalist form and limits. Early in Capital, Volume I, Marx identifies his new notion of class as a particular social process that occurs together with the physical labor process within the activity known as production. In production, men and women use brains and muscle to transform naturally occurring 111 objects into useful products. They labor on and with their means of production. On raw material inputs with tools and equipment inside buildings, etc. But the labor process is not the same thing as the class process. The class process refers to a specific connection among the people engaged in production that is different from the labor process that connects them in a different way. Class, for Marx, refers to how, in production, alongside the labor process of making of a product, a surplus gets produced. By surplus Marx means the residue of output left after a portion of output is given to the laborers and another portion is given to replace the means of production used up to produce that output. All human societies produce such surpluses and then distribute them among their members. However, societies differ in how they organize the production and distribution of their surpluses. In Marx's view, all human communities assign subsets of their populations to perform labor that produces goods and services. Those subsets taken together always produce more output than they themselves consume, the surplus output or simply the surplus. Specific people receive that surplus and then distribute it to themselves and/or others. Any society's class structure is then its distinct organization of the production and distribution of surplus. A specific subgroup of individuals is assigned, consciously or unconsciously, by custom or deliberation, to produce the surpluses. Either those same individuals or other individuals receive the surplus. The surplus recipients then distribute some or all of it to still others, recipients of distributed shares of the surplus. Each community or society designates which individuals can receive distributed shares of the surplus, consume them, and thereby live without themselves producing surpluses. Likewise, every society designates a subgroup to do work that does not itself produce a surplus but rather provides conditions for the labor of others who do produce the surplus. Such enablers of surplus production by others need to receive a distribution of the surplus produced by those others. That distribution provides the enablers with their own consumption and with the means for performing their enabling functions. For example, a person who keeps the necessary records of what surplus-producing laborers do is such an enabler, so too is a supervising person who makes sure the surplus producers keep to their tasks, etc. Marx differentiated between productive workers and unproductive workers. Both productive and unproductive workers were needed for any class structure to exist and persist, but their relationship to surplus production is crucially different. One kind of worker produces the surplus while the other, the enabler, lives off distributions of that surplus. Pre-Marxian concepts of class ignored or marginalized such a surplus concept of class. When pre-Marxian concepts were applied to understand and/or transform societies, the results reflected the fact that the people involved did not recognize, know, or use. 112. The surplus concept. They did not take into account how the societies they scrutinized organized the production and distribution of surpluses. They were, in effect, blind to the changes in the organization of the surplus needed to achieve and sustain their revolutionary goals. Marx's contributed the concept of class qua surplus to revolutionary theory and practice. Revolutionary projects had henceforth to address and change how society organized the production and distribution of its surpluses. If a society's class qua surplus structure were not transformed, then reforms in the distributions of property and power, if won by revolutionary struggles, would be insecure. The relatively unchanged class qua surplus structure would likely undo the reforms. For example, the 1917 revolution's transformations of property and power distributions in Russia were eventually undone by the insufficiently changed organization of the surplus across the USSR's production sites. 2. In Capital, Marx spelled out the change he sought in society's class qua surplus structures required to surpass the limitations of past revolutions. That change was from exploitative to non-exploitative class qua surplus structures. By exploitative, Marx explained, he meant a class structure in which the people who produced the surplus were different from the people who received and then distributed that surplus. In slave economic systems, slaves produced while masters received and distributed surpluses. In feudal economic systems, serfs produced the surpluses received and distributed by lords. Marx's Capital explained that in capitalism, workers' labor added value to the values embodied in the means of production used up to make the output. The value of the capitalist output or product is the addition of two components. The first is the value carried over to, embodied in, the finished product from the used up means of production. The second component is the value added by living labor as it works, transforming raw materials by means of tools and equipment. Exploitation exists in capitalism, Marx showed, because the value added by direct laborers in their labor activity during production generally exceeds the value paid to the direct laborers for performing that labor activity. In other words, a portion of the value added by labor in production is a surplus. The surplus is the excess of the value added by their labor over the value of the wage they receive. In capitalism, the employer receives that surplus and then distributes it. The capitalist employer, who is usually a different person from the employee, exploits that employee by receiving the latter's surplus product. He literally, as Marx so painstakingly shows, takes the entire product, sells it, and then divides the revenue into wage payments, outlays to replace used-up means of production, and a residue, a surplus, that accrues to the employer. The capitalist/employer then also distributes that surplus. Capitalism therefore did not liberate slaves and serfs from exploitation. Capitalism's revolutionary arrival altered the distributions of property and power of prior slave and feudal societies, it overthrew their class structures. 113. But it did not end exploitative class structures. Establishing capitalism merely changed the form, the particular social organization, of continuing exploitation. From slave/master and serf/lord to employee/employer. That unchanged exploitative class structure is why the French Revolution's promises of liberty, equality, and brotherhood could not be realized. 3. Equality and democracy. Capitalist exploitation imposes on its workplaces conflict-ridden tensions between employees and employers. One side seeks higher wages in exchange for providing labor power. Employers seek to pay lower wages and slash or reduce the number of employees while also striving to extract more surplus from the production process. Resource disparities brought to their conflicts favors employers over employees. Surpluses appropriated by employers tend to rise faster than real wages. That inequality ramifies throughout capitalist societies, countering any egalitarian tendencies within their politics and culture. Capitalism's inequality tendencies can interact with its other dimensions to provoke social backlashes that reverse capitalism's inequalities. The reversals prove temporary because they are undone by capitalism's underlying tendencies toward inequality. For example, the U.S. left in the 1930s forced a reversal of the extreme inequality built up in U.S. capitalism before 1929. That reversal lasted to the 1970s, only to be then undone by capitalism's resurgent underlying inequality tendencies. The latter reasserted themselves precisely because of the underlying, exploitative class qua-surplus structure of U.S. capitalism. The U.S. left's struggles in the 1930s and the reforms it achieved had not transformed that structure. Similarly, capitalism's organization of the surplus both directly contradicts economic democracy and also undermines democracy elsewhere in society when it occurs. The direct contradiction lies in the organization of typical capitalist enterprises, large, medium and small. A tiny subset of the persons involved with the enterprise usually owns and directs the enterprise. In corporations, for example, this subset comprises major shareholders and the boards of directors their votes select. They exclude the mass of employees from genuine participation in ownership or direction of the enterprise. The democratic logic, that persons affected by decisions have the right to participate in making them, is denied entry into the capitalist enterprise. The democracy celebrated at least formally in politics is banished from the economic sphere of modern society. This absence of democracy from the workplace, where adults spend most of their waking lives, undermines the capacity and often the desire of workers for real democracy in politics. The inequalities generated by capitalism provide employers with financial resources to shape politics and culture to their liking. The results are formal but little real political democracy. 114. Periodic upsurges of democratic demands and even achieved democratic reforms fail to last because the unchanged class qua-surplus structure of capitalism undermines them. In Capital, Volume I, Marx shows how and where capitalism's surplus is produced and received/appropriated. In Capital, Volumes 2 and 3, Marx explores how capitalists distribute the surpluses they appropriate from workers. Surplus distributions aim to secure certain conditions for the continuation of class exploitation. For example, they provide wages and means of production for enablers of capitalist exploitation, Marx's unproductive workers. These include supervisors who make sure direct laborers do their work, security guards who protect the enterprise, and an army of other enablers such as the secretaries, clerks, various managers, sales and purchasing personnel. This argument is spelled out in detail for the capitalist class process elsewhere. Marx's basic point is that the production of the surplus enables its distribution and vice versa, A class structure is that interdependent, intertwined organization of the surplus. No class structure's reproduction is assured or self-contained, it depends on its environment. Surplus distributions merely try to secure the class structure's conditions of existence and reproduction by shaping its environment. The surplus distributions may or may not succeed. Capitalists may not appropriate enough surplus to distribute the requisite portions to each recipient. There may be enough surplus, but the appropriators may divert too much to their own consumption or too little to secure one or another particular condition of existence of the class structure. How the surplus is distributed will shape the evolution of the class structure, the amount of surplus it generates, and social evolution generally. A class structure's continual changes include the open-ended possibility of its transformation into another, different class structure. For a communist class structure for Marx, communist class structures are defined by the absence of exploitation. Producers and appropriators of the surplus in a communist class structure are exactly the same people. In the capitalist class structure, they are different people. In an enterprise whose class structure is communist, the productive laborers collectively appropriate and then distribute the surpluses they produce. Productive laborers displace capitalists within the communist organization of the surplus. The distribution of communist surpluses defines two positions at its poles: the productive workers who also appropriate and distribute the surplus, at one pole, and the recipients of distributed shares of the surplus at the other pole. As in all class structures, the process of distributing the surplus is an object of struggle between distributors and recipients. However, the key difference separating the communist from 115 all exploitative class structures is this: in the latter, the exploiting classes interpose themselves between the productive and unproductive laborers. In the communist class-structured enterprise, the productive and unproductive laborers have no interposers. They negotiate and determine together both the size and the distribution of the surplus. The significance of this difference is huge. First, capitalists are in the position of distributing portions of the surplus to themselves. These portions are often, and for obvious reasons, large. The deep tendency toward inequality exhibited in and by capitalism is closely linked to who distributes its surpluses. The small minority that decides the distribution in capitalism serves itself and thereby worsens inequalities over time. Were surplus distributions decided democratically by productive and unproductive workers, there would likely be far less economic and social inequality than in capitalism. Second, consider the example of a technical change in production methods that enhances an enterprise's profitability but is also ecologically toxic. The capitalist enterprise will likely choose to implement the change because the extra profit means more to distribute. The capitalists making the decision are few, profit is their goal, and they can afford individual escapes from the toxic consequences. The communist enterprise will likely choose otherwise, since its collective decision-makers will weigh the health risks and costs that they, their families and neighbors cannot afford to escape if the toxic technology is used. One cause of ecological damage would be reduced by a class change from capitalist to communist class structures in enterprises. Third, consider the example of moving production from a relatively high wage to a relatively low wage location. Capitalists have been doing that in large numbers for nearly half a century, leaving North America, Western Europe, and Japan for China, India, Brazil and so on. Capitalists made those choices for their enterprises because relocation enabled them to extract more surpluses. They used those additional surpluses to better secure their conditions of existence but also to pay themselves higher salaries, dividends, etc. Had their enterprises been instead organized as communist class-structured enterprises, their decision-makers would have evaluated relocation differently in terms of its impacts on them and their communities. The alternative class structures with their different sets of decision-makers would have identified, counted, and weighed costs and benefits differently. They would thereby have reached different conclusions and made different decisions. The massive relocation of enterprises since the 1960s would have occurred far less often had communist class structures of enterprise played larger roles in our economies. On a more general level, inside a capitalist enterprise, its governance, the process of defining and choosing among alternative courses of action in and by the enterprise, is undemocratic. In the corporate form of capitalist. 116. Enterprise, the major form in our time, the board of directors makes the basic decisions of what, how and where to produce and what to do with the surplus. Boards of directors typically include 12 to 20 individuals elected by shareholders, or more accurately, by the few major shareholders. The hundreds or thousands of corporate employees, the vast majority of persons working in those enterprises, are excluded from participating in the decisions made by the board of directors. Those employees depend on and live with the consequences of board decisions but have no role in making them. The opposite is the case in a communist enterprise. There, the combined productive and unproductive workers collectively and democratically make the decisions that, in capitalist enterprises, are reserved for corporate boards of directors and owners. The democracy of enterprise governance intrinsic to the communist class structure supports and reinforces democracy in the politics of the larger society. Democratizing the enterprise, in class terms, converting it from a capitalist into a communist class structure, is a way of converting formal into real political democracy. 5. The varieties of class analyses. The logic of class qua-surplus analysis entails posing a basic question of any side of production in a society chosen for scrutiny. Production here means a place where human beings are using brains and muscles to transform less into more useful objects where useful is socially determined. The question to be posed, is a surplus being produced at that site? If the answer is yes, class analysis follows. That is, the specifics of the production and distribution of the surplus are investigated to determine how they participate in shaping the economic, political, and cultural aspects of the society in which the production occurs. The answer could have been no. Production can occur without any surplus being involved. When someone walks through the woods and carves a piece of wood into a figurine for a nearby child, no surplus, hence no class process, is involved. If, however, a wage-receiving carver works with a knife and raw wood provided by an employer who sells the resulting figurines, a surplus is involved. Class analysis does then apply. Enterprises are not the only social site where production and class processes occur. Those processes can happen elsewhere, for example in households and in the state as an institution. In households over the last 2 centuries, as capitalist class structures have spread across enterprises, capitalist class structures have not similarly prevailed within households. Households certainly are sites of production. Labor uses tools and equipment to transform raw foods into finished meals, unclean rooms and clothing into neat and clean residences and outfits, and so on. Moreover, the direct performers of the labors of cooking, cleaning, etc. typically produce more output than they 117 themselves consume, a household surplus. It is possible to identify the appropriator and distributor of that surplus and hence to pinpoint the class structure of the household. We have produced a systematic class analysis of the modern household elsewhere. 3. It follows that modern capitalist societies have more and variegated class structures than the adjective capitalist accommodates. Their households have often been the sites of very different, non-capitalist class structures. That means that individuals in those societies were engaged with, participated in, and were shaped in part by multiple, different class structures. Class qua-surplus analysis generates a much more complex, nuanced analysis of individuals and groups than merely locating them in relation to property and power distributions or merely locating them in relation to the particular surplus organization of only enterprises. 4. The state may also be a social site of production and class. This occurs, for example, if and when state officials establish, as their official function, organizations in which surpluses are produced, appropriated, and distributed. Popular language has often depicted these organizations as state enterprises precisely because they do what enterprises outside the state do. In the U.S., for example, state governments own and operate state institutions of higher learning that produce and sell credits to students. The federal government sells postal services and train services to the public, local governments sell transport services, and so on. In such state institutions, surpluses get produced, appropriated, and distributed. Such institutions include productive and unproductive workers. Unlike households, class structures in the state enterprises, do largely replicate the capitalist structures found in private enterprises. Class qua-surplus analyses of the state have some provocative implications. For example, increasing the size and productive role of state enterprises, say at the expense of private enterprises, has nothing to do with any change in the society's class structure from capitalist to something non-capitalist, say socialist. Such an argument misunderstands what class means or defines it in terms other than the organization of the surplus. Government enterprises in modern times usually are capitalist in their class structures just as private enterprises have been. More government and less private production merely changes the site of capitalist class structures. It has not been a displacement of capitalism for an alternative system, at least so far as class qua-surplus is concerned. Only if the state enterprises were organized to produce and distribute surpluses in a different, non-capitalist way would the shift from private to state production also entail a shift from capitalist to non-capitalist class structures of production. If state enterprises were required to operate as communist class structures, for example, such that their productive workers would also function, collectively and democratically, as appropriators and distributors of the surpluses they produced, then the shift from private to state would coincide with a shift from capitalist to communist class structures of production. 118. 6. Class and income. The class qua-surplus analysis of income is simple and straightforward. Most individuals obtain income by being performers of surplus labor or by being recipients of distributions of the surplus. Capitalist employers are merely middle persons who appropriate the surplus from some and then distribute it. They can and often do keep some of the appropriated surplus for themselves, but that reduces what they can distribute to secure the reproduction of their enterprises. Typically, capitalists distribute portions of the surpluses they appropriate to themselves as managers or other unproductive enablers of their enterprise's success. Productive workers who produce surpluses get wages, the non-surplus portion of the value added by their labor. Unproductive laborers also get wages, but those are portions of the surplus appropriated by capitalists from productive laborers. Capitalists then distribute such portions to unproductive laborers for securing certain conditions of existence of capitalist production. Class qua-surplus analysis thus differentiates productive from unproductive labor, laborers, and wages. From this standpoint, notions such as the wage-earning class or the working class are problematic. All wage earners or workers are not occupants of the same class position. They divide into two different class positions that often generate different perspectives on how the economy and society function, different notions of what is to be done to improve and change the economy, and different social change strategies. Of course, if the goal is to unify productive and unproductive workers into a combined social force, then class qua-surplus analysis would entail the need to recognize and accommodate their class differences to construct and sustain that unity. Assuming the unity because they are all wage earners, working class, etc. would not be strategically appropriate or likely very effective. Indeed, to head off such unity, capitalists and their ideological supporters have long sought to stress other differences among wage earners as means to block unity among them, especially unity around a critical attitude towards capitalism itself. Advocates of such unity had to learn to accommodate the reality of those differences within a unifying project. Marx's new concept of class requires doing likewise for wage earners' class qua-surplus differences. Otherwise, efforts to build unity risk failure. Relatively few individuals become rich from the wage or salary payments they earn as producers of surplus. Wealth accrues chiefly to those in a position to secure large portions of distributed surpluses from the surplus appropriators. Major shareholders thus secure wealth by receiving dividend payments. Top managers secure huge salaries and pay packages that are surplus distributions. Lenders and landlords obtain interest and rentals from 119. Appropriators of the surplus who thereby secure access to money and land, conditions of their surplus appropriation. Private property is what allows the owners of means of production to withhold it from production. Those owners enable access to their means of production, so production can occur, only if they get interest and rental payments from the surpluses appropriated and distributed in capitalist enterprises. Capitalists have always used their position within the class structure, qua appropriators and distributors of the surplus, to enrich themselves by keeping major portions of the surplus. This has been and continues to be the key cause or support for the capitalism's tendency to deepen inequalities. 7. Struggles over class. Marx's new class qua surplus concept yields a correspondingly new approach to the notion of class struggles. Class processes are objects of struggle, rather than classes being the subjects struggling. Class qua surplus as the object of social struggles has both quantitative and qualitative dimensions. The quantitative dimensions concern the size of the surplus produced and appropriated, and the sizes of the portions of the surplus distributed to its various recipients. Social groups struggle over those quantitative dimensions. For example, productive workers struggle with capitalists over the size of the wages paid to them, the length of the working day, and thus the size of the surplus to be appropriated. Capitalists struggle with governments over the size of that portion of the capitalist surplus paid to governments as taxes on profits. Class struggles over the quantitative dimensions of surplus production and distribution are more or less constant features of class structures. Sometimes, politics, cultural, and economics combine to provoke struggles over the qualitative dimensions of class qua surplus. For example, the object of struggle becomes a capitalist versus a non-capitalist class structure for enterprises. In the United States today, an emerging social movement supports worker cooperatives as a preferred alternative to capitalist corporations. It represents an early stage in a qualitative class struggle. 8. Property, power, and surplus conceptualizations of class. Today Marx's class analysis defined in terms of organizations of the surplus still contests with formulations, inside and outside of Marxism, that stress the alternative property and power definitions of class. Capitalism continues widely to be conceptualized chiefly as private enterprise plus free markets and differentiated from socialism or communism defined as state-regulated or state-operated enterprises plus state-regulated or state-planned distributions of resources and products. The key dimensions of class are thus: 120. Property and power. Enterprise's internal organization of the surplus then drops out of the prevailing public discussions altogether. However, contemporary rethinking of traditional Marxian conceptualizations of class is moving closer to Marx's surplus definition and the analytics it yields. That has been stimulated by two social changes. First was the demise of so many socialist economies built upon property and power definitions of class. Perceptions that they lack genuine democratic participation eventually deepened into recognitions of basic things lacking in prevailing definitions of capitalism and socialism. Rethinking those definitions returned many to Marx's writings and to the discovery there of class qua surplus arguments of the sort discussed above. The second social change has been the 2008 global capitalist crisis and its aftermath. Perceptions have grown that the old centers of capitalism in Western Europe, North America, and Japan are increasingly dysfunctional for all but their richest residents, economically divided, and decreasingly democratic. Criticisms of the neoliberal versions of private and market capitalism proliferated. Such criticisms too rediscovered and worked their way back to the Marxist tradition. Worker cooperatives and theories and theorists associated with them returned as important inspirations for critics of capitalism. The latter saw them as components of a systemic alternative to capitalism that yet also differed crucially from 20th-century socialism. Worker coups had been marginalized in popular and academic discourses during the Cold War. They and their supporters, fearing association with a demonized anti-capitalism, socialism, etc., kept very low profiles. Now they are resurfacing. Cooperative worker ownership of enterprise, cooperative worker self-management, workers' self-directed enterprises and still other pointedly non-capitalist firm organizations have become major organizing principles of critiques of contemporary capitalism and the construction of non-capitalist enterprises. Writers such as Gar Alperovitz and David Schweikart, while making little direct reference to Marx's class qua surplus theory, have focused their critiques of capitalism on the undemocratic internal workings of capitalist firms far more than traditional socialists did. Michael A. Lebowitz's work on Cuba's turn of its economic development strategy to focus far more than ever before on worker cooperatives reflects a rethinking of socialism that is also wending its way toward class qua surplus theory and practice. Cliff Durand makes explicit his and his colleagues' commitment to moving beyond capitalism. The groups gathered around the website democracyatwork.info and the journal Rethinking Marxism have been producing a growing body of work that uses and explicitly extends Marx's class qua surplus theory. It combines systemic critique of global capitalism with advocating the transformation of capitalist enterprises into workers' self-directed enterprises as the economic 121 base of a new system, perhaps defining a new socialism for the 21st century. Its goal is to return worker cooperative enterprises, understood in Marx's surplus-focused way, to center stage in strategies of social change. Marx's new and different concept of class, like so much else in Marx's work, is returning to the forefront of critical thinking as yet again capitalism hits the fan. Part 2. Extending the critique of capital. 7. Revolution begins at home. Rethinking Marx, Reproduction, and the Class Struggle. Silvia Federici. 1. Introduction. One reason for the enduring power of Marx's political theory has been undoubtedly his capacity to read the future and anticipate forms of capitalist development that are now unfolding under our eyes, in ways that still make his work, 150 years later, a guide for the present. With great intuitional power, Marx anticipated the globalization process that is capital's relentless drive to conquer every corner of the world and submit every form of production to the logic of profit and the market. Most important, he anticipated that the internationalization of capital would lead to the formation of not only a global market but a global accumulation cycle, such that the division of the world in nation-states would lose its economic significance. Similarly, the Grundriss, especially in the fragment on machines, has been credited with predicting the growing dominance of knowledge and science in the capitalist organization of work, which has led some to postulate a new phase of accumulation designated as cognitive capitalism. In one respect, however, Marx was not ahead of his time. Surprisingly, he did not foresee a development that, in the space of a few decades, would change the composition of the working class and the landscape of class struggle in Europe and the United States. This was the formation of a new proletarian family, a process that took place between 1860 and World War I, with the gradual exclusion of women and children from factory work, the introduction of the family wage, and the creation of the proletarian housewife and housework itself as a specific branch of capitalist production, entrusted with the reproduction of the workforce. With these developments, that inaugurated a new patriarchal regime built on the power of the male wage, a transformation occurred in class relations that escaped Marx's analysis, although in Capital, Volume I, we find many references to the reports of the government-appointed factory inspectors that in England paved the way to this change. That the capitalist class was in the process of revolutionizing the proletarian family and gender relations and creating new hierarchies between men and women, and with them new 126 divisions in the proletariat, cannot be deduced from a reading of the book, which is the only place in Capital where references to the working class household are found. Like Engels, Marx remained anchored to the belief that capitalism destroys the proletarian family and creates the material conditions for more egalitarian gender relations. As he put it in the manifesto of the Communist Party, The more modern industry becomes developed, the more is the labor of men superseded by that of women. Differences of age and sex have no longer any distinctive social validity for the working class. All are instruments of labor. Why would Marx, otherwise so futuristic in his analysis of capitalist development, fail to acknowledge that a reorganization of social relations was underway that would restructure in a more hierarchical way male-female relations and generate new divisions among workers affecting the relation between capital and labor? I ask these questions not to rehearse a critique of Marx's theory that has already been articulated by feminists of my generation, especially in the wages for housework movement, but because this oversight in Marx's work denotes problematic aspects of his political and theoretical perspective that we must acknowledge, not only for a proper appraisal of his work, but because they shed light on the limits of the socialist movement of his time, and they reveal gender biases that are still affecting the politics of the left worldwide. I refer to the tendency to exclude from the sphere of capitalist relations and working class organizing some of the activities that are most important for the reproduction of human life, such as domestic work, sex work, child raising and procreation. I also refer to Marx's underestimation of the function of unequal gender relations as instruments of co-optation of sectors of the working class, and to his undue optimism concerning the role of industrial work, and in particular automation, as levelers of gender and skill-based labor hierarchies. It is the thesis shaping this chapter that Marx did not anticipate or commented upon the restructuring of the proletarian family and the construction of new patriarchal relations within the proletariat because, according to his political theory, familial relations have no specific function in capital accumulation or the constitution of workers' subjectivity and class formation. This is why he did not give the production of labor power the importance that could be expected from a theory of labor, and did not grasp the significance of the family reform that was underway. One consequence of this strategic error has been the rift, to which Marx contributed as head of the First International, between the socialist movement and the feminist movement that was growing in the later part of the 19th century, a rift that has continued almost to 127 our days. Thus, revisiting Marx's perspective on the family, women's work, and the activities by which our life is reproduced is a way of dialoguing with the present, and rethinking the patriarchalism of capital and the left, as well as the conditions of a cooperation between Marxism and feminism. My argument is divided into 4 parts. In part 1, I examine the evidence and reasons for Marx's under-theorization of reproduction, focusing on his reductive concept of work and production, and his implicit assumption that only waged industrial workers have the power and knowledge to subvert capitalism and create the material conditions for communist society. In part 2, I examine Marx's response, as head of the First International, to workers' demands for a policy change with regard to women's labor and family life, confirming his silence with regard to the manifest patriarchalism of sectors of the English male working class. In part 3, I contrast Marx's seemingly neutral stand on the contemporary reorganization of family life with the consequences of this reorganization on social life and class relations, arguing that it was a significant instrument of co-optation of at least important sectors of the industrial workforce. Last, in section 4, I reflect on the long-term political consequences of the marginalization of women and reproductive work in the program of both the socialist movement and the Marxist tradition, arguing it is time we ask to what extent this theoretical and political mistake affected their organizational capacity and their vision of the society to be built from the ruins of capitalism. 2. Marx on social reproduction and the reproduction of labor power. A key to understanding the reasons for Marx's failure to acknowledge the momentous changes that were in the make in England, in the 19th century, with regard to family life and male-female relations, is his treatment, in both Capital and the Grundrisse, of the reproduction of labor power. This should have been a central issue in Marx's work, considering the strategic function that labor and labor power play in his analysis of capitalist society and the capitalist organization of work. Labor for Marx is the activity by which human beings not only reproduce themselves and perpetuate their existence, but constantly create and recreate human nature, what we are, feel, think, are capable of doing. As a consciously chosen activity, labor differentiates us from animals. It is the essence of our species being and, throughout history, the source of social wealth. The expenditure of labor power, our capacity to work, is the engine of capital accumulation. It is the principle of value creation and the terrain on which the struggle for human liberation is decided. Thus, the activities that produce this precious capacity should have had a central place in Marx's theoretical and political framework. But, as is well known, they are scarcely discussed by Marx and, when they are, it is in ways that fail to recognize their nature of and extent. 128. Marx acknowledges, for instance, that being daily consumed in the process of production, our capacity to work, must be continuously regenerated, and he argues that this incessant reproduction remains a necessary condition of the reproduction of capital. He, however, places the realization of this process totally within the circuit of commodity production. Workers, in his account, by the necessities of life and by consuming them reproduce themselves. No other work is needed. No mention is made of the contribution of domestic work to this production. In volume I, the only one of the 3 volumes in which women have a presence, we only have 2 references to domestic work, relegated to footnotes, essentially arguing that female factory workers had no time for it being employed from sunup to sundown on the factory floors. 2. At no point does Marx recognize that the reproduction of labor power requires some domestic work, to prepare food, wash clothes, raise children, make love, and that this work was mostly done by women. Also, when considering the needs that workers must satisfy, he remains in the realm of commodities, projecting the image of a machine-like, sexless, waged worker with only such needs as the purchase of commodities can satisfy. Among these, in volume I, he cites food, fuel, housing, clothing, furniture, but he strangely omits sex, assuming an immaculate worker's life, presumably male, since throughout Capital, volume I, proletarian women are described as prone to sell their sexual services in prostitution. 3. Even when discussing how the workforce is generationally reproduced, Marx is silent on women's contribution to it, nor does he envisage the possibility of a conflict of interests between women and men, and between women and the state, with regard to procreation, although for women a pregnancy was often a death sentence, especially when out of wedlock, and by the mid-19th century many were receptive to the campaign that advocates of contraception were making within the workers' movement. 4. Apparently oblivious to the high cost of pregnancy and procreation for women, to the anguish that they would experience with every unwanted pregnancy, and the often deadly efforts they would make to abort. Marx speaks of the natural increase of the population, argues that, the capitalist may safely leave this to the workers' drives for self-preservation and propagation and, in his otherwise trenchant critique of Malthus' population theory, suggests that capitalism does not depend on women's procreative capacity for the expansion of the workforce, since it can presumably satisfy its labor needs by means of constant technological revolutions periodically creating a surplus population. 5. In reality, as a system that makes of labor the substance of value, capitalism has been extremely interested in demographic movements and has strictly regulated women's reproductive capacity, imposing heavy penalties on their tampering with procreation, 6 penalties that were in force in most of Europe in Marx's time. 7. Indeed, the capitalist class has never relied exclusively on changes in the organization of production for the creation of a 129. Surplus population and the determination of an optimally sized workforce. Marx himself acknowledged that the rate at which industrial capital was consuming workers' lives was such that always new recruits were always needed, to be drawn mostly from the rural areas and the employment of women and children, and he was certainly aware of the concern that the high rates of infant mortality in the industrial districts were generating among the elite. Even in the 20th century, despite continuous technological revolutions, capitalism has relied on migratory movements, as well as the regulation of women's reproductive capacity, to satisfy its need for the quantity and quality of labor power that the development of the productive forces and the breakdown of workers' resistance to exploitation required. In sum, we do not find in Marx a discussion of a field of activities and forces, affective relations, sexual desires, practices concerning housework and procreation, that previous socialists and bourgeois thinkers had recognized as having a political potential. In Marx, by contrast, love, sexual passion, procreation, appear to be natural givens, outside the world of capital's economic relations and workers' decision-making and struggle. Mothering is only mentioned with reference to the female workers' neglect of their children. The prostitute too is invisible as a worker and as a subject. In Sheila Rowbotham's words, she appears as an indication of the state of society, not as a social group in movement, developing consciousness in history. Pictured as a victim of poverty and moral degradation, she is described part of that lumpen proletariat that in the 18th of Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte Marx described as the refuse of all classes. Marx's view of female factory workers is also reductive. We see their suffering bodies, the inequities to which they were subjected, but we are not told how women's entrance into the factories transformed their subjectivity, changed their relations with men, whether it enhanced or diminished their capacity for struggle, and in what ways their demands and forms of struggles differed from men's. Exception made for occasional comments on the degrading impact of industrial and agricultural work on women's and girls' moral character, due to overwork and exposure to promiscuous work conditions, Marx does not discuss the conduct of female workers. In Capital, they remain shadow figures, only represented as victims of abuse, an image in stark contrast with that projected by contemporary political reformers who pictured them, especially when single and not burdened with children, as enjoying a new sense of freedom, thanks to having a wage, leaving home at an early age to be their own mistresses, and behaving like men. 8. 3. From the manifold of work to wage labor and production accounting for these silences, questioning why Marx did not extend his critique of political economy to a detailed examination of social reproduction. 130. In the Household, has argued that in Capital Marx was concerned with providing a critique of capitalism articulated from the standpoint of its own ideal conception, i.e., in terms of its inner logic, and, from this viewpoint, reproductive work fell outside the boundaries of value creation. Marx, Bellamy Foster writes, moved more and more towards embracing the contradictions of the inner and outer determination of capital as a system. That is, he embraced the capitalist obliteration of unpaid reproductive labor, and here, it seems to me, lies the problem. For in so doing, Marx failed to unmask the very presuppositions of classic political economy. Instead of revealing unpaid reproductive work as the source, indeed, the secret, of the reproduction of labor power, he codified the separation, typical of the logic and history of capitalist development from its start, between production and reproduction, and the naturalization of the latter as women's labor. Significantly, he relegated the only references to domestic work to be found in the 3 volumes of Capital to footnotes. Arguing, in defense of Marx, that there is a difference between the exploitation of labor power and the expropriation of the conditions of its production, such as women's work and nature, will not do. 9. Given Marx's contention that all activity that produces labor power is an essential part of capitalist production. Furthermore, even if reduced to a minimum, usurped by capital as it may have been, domestic work, in the industrial districts, continued, in the night, on Sundays, 10 performed by youngster or elderly women that female factory workers hired to care for their children. And not all women worked in the mills. Many retired after their first child. In some factories, moreover, by the mid-19th century, female operatives had won a free Saturday afternoon. More is needed to explain why, writing in the midst of a governmental program aiming to reorganize factory and family life, accompanied by choruses of complaints denouncing the collapse of the proletarian family and women's reproductive work, Marx could so easily ignore it in his analysis of capitalist exploitation. It helps to know that Marx was not alone in his dismissal of the feminine side of the dialectic and reductive interpretation of work and the class struggle. As Federico Tomasello has shown in El Inizio del Lavoro since 1830, especially in France, a complex social process had developed, whereby both the state and the incipient workers' movement redefined work and the figure of the worker in ways excluding the wageless and privileging those engaged in industrial work. The historic insurrection of the Parisian proletarian in 1830, that Victor Hugo immortalized in Les Miserables, followed 1 year later by the takeover of the city of Lyon by revolting weavers, triggered a process of integration of selected sectors of the rebel workers, whose result was the emergence of the laborious, honest wage worker as a juridical figure, recognized by the state as the carrier of social rights, such as the right to work, soon to become the 131 foundation of the modern state and all modern constitutions. The election of waged work as a privileged status with regard to social rights, i.e., the beginning of a unitary representation of the world of work and the corresponding separation of the waged from the rest of the dangerous classes, also marked, in the same years, the beginning of the workers' and socialist movements. Thus, Marx's exclusionary account was not the fruit of contingent decisions concerning his book project, but expressed an existing state of affairs, that however his analysis contributed to consolidate, the more so as presented as the result of a scientific study of social reality. Contextualizing Marx's reductive conception of work and production and tracing its roots in the politics of the contemporary socialist movement 11 is especially important in view of the confusion generated by the academic debates on the question of productive and unproductive labor. What such debates have hidden is that the construction of productive work has been the result of a political operation whereby the interest of a particular sector of workers have been prioritized, both in institutional and radical politics, and a general image of the worker has been constructed that canonized the figure of the ouvrier, el operaio, as the generally male, white, waged industrial worker, to the exclusion of the broader world of unwaged subjects capitalism has exploited. Houseworkers, campesinettes, enslaved African and other colonial subjects. I will not, therefore, in this chapter, try to prove, once more, that reproductive work is productive. My main interest, instead, is to comment on two consequences of the reductive concept of work and the worker in capitalism that Marx embraced. First is Marx's assertion of the historical necessity of capitalist development as an instrument of historical and social progress, a thesis that was to become the flag of the third-worldist bourgeoisie in the 1960s and 1970s and the justification for the assimilation between capitalist development and revolution. By erasing, in fact, the debt capitalism has historically owed to the exploitation of the unwaged, in the colonies as in the metropoles, modernizers of all sorts have been able to hide that, from its earliest phase, capitalist development has been the development of underdevelopment. More specifically, it has been the development of impoverished populations and hierarchies, unequal relations among those it has exploited, based on a multiplicity of factors but above all gender, race, and age. And these hierarchies and inequalities have had an essential economic and political dimension as sources of super-exploitation and divisions among the global workforce. Had Marx acknowledged that from its start capitalism has been a gendered and racialized system, that is a system structurally requiring the existence of unequal hierarchical relations among workers, enabling it to extract immense quantities of unpaid labor, far beyond the unpaid labor extracted from the waged working day, and that these unequal/hierarchical divisions have been the main obstacle to the unification of the working class on which, in his view, the overthrow of capitalism is predicated, he would have 132. Been less optimistic, less sanguine about the revolutionary role of capitalism as the creator of the material conditions of communist society. He would be forced to acknowledge that the extraordinary development of the productive forces, which he so admired in capitalism, was obtained at such a social, ecological, and human cost as to jeopardize the very possibility of human liberation. As it is, all throughout capital every articulation of capitalist society, money, credit, rent, machinery, is subjected to the most minute analysis, constantly re-elaborated hundreds of pages, and yet we do not find in it any analysis of either the function or political consequences of unequal power relations within the world proletariat in capitalism, except for scattered observations such as that the employment of women and children served to lower the cost of labor. Differences in the conditions of work of women and men are acknowledged, but only with respect to their impact on women's physical constitution and moral character. Nothing, instead, is said in this work on the sexual division of labor, the only division of labor Marx recognizes being that between intellectual and manual work. Nor are women and children mentioned in the chapter on wages. On 2 occasions only does Marx acknowledges the existence of unequal relations between proletarian women and men, and male workers' patriarchal attitudes. Both are in the chapter on modern industry and machinery. Here Marx anticipates the liberation of women and children, through their employment in factory work, from the patriarchal dominance of the father typical of the organization of work in the cottage industry, and, at the same time, deplores that with the rise of industrial work, the male adult worker, the father, becomes a slave dealer, 12 selling the work of his wife and children to his employers and clearly collecting their wages. But in both cases these abuses appear destined to be superseded by the expansion of automation, and here too a serious discussion of these phenomena is missing. We are not told, for instance, that male workers could become slave dealers, selling their wives' labor to the factories, because until the last decades of the 19th century, married women were not considered legal subjects, capable of confronting capital as free possessors of their labor power and stipulating contractual relations. Only with the passing of the Marriage Property Act, in 1870, the medieval coverture system, that erased married women's existence before the law, was terminated. 13. So entrenched was the subordination of women to men in England that the popular custom, among labourers, of ending a marriage by selling one's wife at the local market continued into the late 19th century, with cases reported as late as 1901 and 1913. 14. This explains why the patriarchal relations that had prevailed in the so-called put-out system, did not vanish when cottage work was displaced by industrialization, but were reconstituted in the factories, so that, in a first phase at least, production was again structured according to a gender hierarchy, with the father subcontracting the labor of his wife and children or selling their labor together with his own and making a claim to their wages. 133. Again, had Marx analyzed the social roots and implications of this patriarchal policy, he would have recognized the existence of a fundamental anomaly in capitalist relations. He would have seen that the condition that he stipulated for the development of wage labor, i.e. freedom intended as ownership of one's body and capacity to work, was never extended to women. He would have further realized that the women's rights which feminists in his time were fighting for, especially with regard to women's position in marriage and the family, were also labor issues, as being covered by their husbands affected their ability to hold a job, keep their wages, and participate in the workers' movement, for the power that men had to restrict their wives' actions certainly limited women's ability to struggle. The question of patriarchal relations within the working class was of special importance in Marx's time, as in the very years in which Marx was starting to work on Capital the opposition of male workers to women's presence in the factories intensified, after an individual system of wages was introduced that gave women control over their earnings. As Judy Loan reports, in Women and Industrialization, such a move was met with hostility by workers, resulting in attempts to define female labor as unskilled and confine women to the worst tasks. Trade unions too upheld the principles of patriarchy, mobilizing for the passing of protective legislation and supporting the male workers' demand for a family wage, enabling them to support a presumably non-working wife. By the mid-19th century, the male breadwinner norm was a rallying point for working-class organizations. Again, Marx's Capital makes no mention of this gendered struggle, though plausibly it undermined workers' unity and threatened women's source of livelihood. All we find in the 3 volumes is again a footnote, stating that the shortening of the hours of labor for women and children was exacted from capital by the adult male workers. For gender, labor, and the family wage in the First Working Men International Association were Marx's silences on such crucial matters the product of political expedience. This is a legitimate question, as we know, from his correspondence with Engels, that Marx always saw his work in capital as directly connected to the politics and debates within the International Working Men's Association, of which he was a leader and founder. We also know that women's rights were a subject of much debate within the organization, and that it was so split on this question that it took it 7 months, after its foundation, to vote on the eligibility of women as its members, and 2 years before a well-known woman, Harriet Law, was placed in a leadership position as a member of the General Council. Yet, Marx made no mention of women's special situation in his inaugural speech. According to the record, he did not make any specific place for working. 134. Women, whose oppression was apparently considered to be simply part of that of workers. He also campaigned, in the early 1870s, to expel Section 12 of the IWA, its most feminist wing, 15 supporting women's suffrage, free love, and what its leader, Victoria Woodhull, called social freedom, i.e. women's independence from the male wage and the domestic slavery inscribed in marriage. 16. It is worth noting that the wage was used in the expulsion process, for the General Council of the IWA inaugurated a 2/3 rule, holding that 2/3 of the members of any IWA section had to be wage laborers, a decision that favored participation by workers in trades and crafts but largely excluded reform-minded women. This expulsion had a profound impact on the development of the working-class revolutionary movement, possibly as important as the anarchist-communist split that pit Marx against Bakunin, for it put the questions concerning sexuality and women's power into the realm of the future, or, even worse, into the no-go land of bourgeois rights. As one of International's main spokesmen, Marx undoubtedly knew that the majority of its male members supported a strong limitation of women's factory employment and the institution of a family wage, and he was likely reluctant to take positions that might have exacerbated divisions. He was also ambivalent on the matter, possibly in the same way as he was with regard to the destruction of the family of the time of manufacture, which he deplored but also considered instrumental to the liberation of women and children from patriarchal rule. For his ambivalence on the family wage we have the testimony of Harriet Law, the only woman member of the General Council of the International. According to Law's protest against his intervention in a debate on this issue, Marx had been in favor of women's industrial work, but he had stated that the way in which worked under existing conditions was abominable, thus strengthening the position of the advocates of the family wage. 17. Law believed that Marx had betrayed the interest of working-class women and registered her protest. It is possible, however, that Marx considered the institution of the family wage and the reduction of women's factory work a temporary phenomenon, for the progress of industrialization would require women's participation in it, and create a new economic foundation for a higher form of the family and of relations between the sexes. If this was Marx's assumption in his support for the family wage, it was a miscalculation. By the 1870s an epochal reform program was underway that by the turn of the century transformed class relations, and diffused class conflict, sending many former female factory workers back to the home, and inaugurating a new type of patriarchal regime that can be labeled the patriarchy of the wage. 135. 5. The reconstruction of the proletarian family, domestic work, and the patriarchy of the wage. While Marx dismissed the question of the generational reproduction of the workforce, arguing that capital could rely on the workers' instinct for self-preservation, by the 1860s the fear that the proletariat was in danger of extinction. Because of overwork, undernourishment and exposure to continuous epidemics, was confronting the capitalist class with a major crisis. Indeed, years of overwork and underpayment were severely undermining workers' capacity to reproduce themselves, the average life expectancy in the industrial areas being for men less than 30 years of age. A major concern among reformers was also the growing evidence of working-class women's disaffection with family and reproduction. Employed in the factories all day, earning a wage of their own, used to living in a public space with other women and men for most of their waking hours, English working-class women and especially factory girls had no interest producing the next generation of workers, refused to take up a housewife role, and challenged bourgeois morality with their boisterous manners and male-like habits, like smoking and drinking. Complaints about the female workers' lack of domestic skills and wastefulness, their tendency to buy everything they needed, their inability to cook, sew, and keep a clean home, forcing their husbands to retreat to the gin shop, their lack of maternal affection, were a staple of reformers' reports from the 1840s to the turn of the century. Typically, a Children Employment Commission complained in 1867 that, being employed from 8 in the morning till 5 in the evening, they return home tired and wearied, and unwilling to make any further exertion to render the cottage comfortable. Thus when the husband returns, he finds everything uncomfortable, the cottage dirty, no meal prepared, the children tiresome and quarrelsome, the wife slatternly and cross, and his home so unpleasant to him that he not rarely betakes himself to the public house and becomes a drunkard. Added to the concern for the crisis of domesticity that women's employment produced was the fear of women's usurpation of male prerogatives, which was believed to undermine the stability of the family and trigger social unrest. A broken family, it was assumed, would make for an unstable country. Neglected husbands would leave the home, spend their free time in public houses, beer/shops or gin/shops, make dangerous encounters encouraging a riotous disposition. 18. The rise of the Chartist and trade union movements, and the threat of another 1848 were certainly on the mind of proponents of family reform. 136. The obvious inability of the working class to provide a steady, sufficient flow of workers was particularly problematic, as the period between 1850 and the turn of the century saw, both in Britain and the US, a major transformation in the system of production, calling for a stronger and more productive type of worker. Generally referred to as the Second Industrial Revolution, this was the change from light to heavy industry, that is, from textile to coal and iron as the leading industrial sectors and the leading sources of capital accumulation, which was made possible by the creation of an extensive railroad network and the introduction of steam power. It was among the architects of this new industrial revolution that, already by the 1840s, a new doctrine began to take hold, associating higher productivity and a more intensive rate of exploitation with higher male wages, shorter hours and, more importantly, better living conditions among the working class to be provided by laborious and thrifty wives. It is no surprise, then, that in this same period the reports of factory inspectors began to recommend that the number of hours that women, especially married ones, worked in the factories should be reduced, to enable them to perform their domestic duties, and that employers abstain from hiring pregnant women. Behind the creation of the working class housewife and the extension to the working class of the kind of family life once reserved to the middle class, there was the need for a new type of worker, healthier, more robust, more productive and, above all, more disciplined and domesticated. In England this process began with the passing of the Mine Act of 1842, that forbid all women and boys under 10 from working in the mines, and then the 10 Hours Act of 1847, which workers, especially in Lancashire, had been agitating for since 1833. In addition to the passing of this legislation, other reforms were introduced that contributed to the construction of the working class family and women's role as unpaid domestic laborers in the home. Wages for male workers were substantially increased, by 40% between 1862 and 1875, rising rapidly after that date, so that by 1900 they were one-third above what they had been in 1875. Then in 1870 the Marriage Property Act was legislated, which put an end to the system of coverture that had shaped married women's lives since the Middle Ages, 19 so that women could be recognized as legal subjects and marriage itself could be placed on a contractual basis. 20 In the same year, a national system of education was introduced that became compulsory in 1891. In its wake, domestic science courses and practical lessons in domestic subjects were introduced in public elementary schools. Sanitary reforms such as drainage, water supply, street cleaning, were introduced in English cities, putting a brake to recurrent epidemics. A consumer market for workers also appeared, with the rise of the neighborhood shop, providing for groceries but also for clothing and footwear. Not last, the creation of the working class family and of a healthier, more productive workforce brought about the institution of a clear separation. 137. Between the housewife and the prostitute, as reformers recognized that it would not be easy to convince women to remain at home and work for free, when their own friends and sisters would have more money and less work selling their bodies in the streets. 21. With these changes, the fear of a working-class revolution that had haunted the capitalist class since 1848 was largely dispelled. By the 1880s in England, as across the Atlantic, a new predominantly male-waged workforce emerged that might not have regarded the laws of the capitalist organization of work as natural laws, as Marx predicted it would in the course of capitalist development, but was socially and politically domesticated, clearly having new reasons for feeling at home when not working. 22. 6. Conclusion. I have argued in this chapter that the limited attention that Marx gave in his major works to such issues as the family, reproductive activities, and gender hierarchies, those that existed in the first phase of industrialization and those that were being constructed in response to the reproductive crisis of the mid-19th century, cannot be attributed solely to the conditions in which working-class families lived during the first phase of the Industrial Revolution or to a masculinist oversight. Rather, like the contemporary socialist movement, Marx embraced a narrow concept of work and the worker in capitalism, mostly because of his overestimation of the role of capitalist development in the construction of communist society. He also overestimated the power of industrialization to create the material basis for a more egalitarian society and was so convinced that the waged industrial workers were the revolutionary subjects that he was ready to sacrifice to their cause issues and interests in his view not directly related to the confrontation between capital and labor, such as women's desire for liberation from social and economic dependence on men. Thus, while he may have recognized that the demand for a family wage and for restrictions on women's factory work inevitably implied a consolidation of patriarchal relations within the working class, he accepted it in the name of a narrowly defined conception of the unity of the class and the class struggle, confident that the revolutionary process capitalist development would inevitably spark off would redress the situation. Making this critique of Marx does not detract from recognizing the powerful contribution he has made to our understanding of capitalist society and to feminist theory. As the recent celebrations of the anniversary of the publication of Capital have demonstrated, 150 years later even critics must take Marx's analysis as a point of reference for deciphering the movements of capital and the prospects for its future development. Whether or not the labor theory of value still describes the process of capital accumulation, and whether we can explain today's political economy through the falling the rate of profit remain as important questions today as they were at 138. The end of Marx's life, and it is hardly imaginable to presently discuss social and political relations that will not rely on such concepts as commodification, alienation, and exploitation. Feminist theory as well has been strengthened by Marx's methodology, which stresses the historically constructed character of social reality and thereby rejects naturalized/eternalizing identitarian concepts. Most important, Marx has given us tools to detect capital's reach into the most intimate spheres of our domestic and affective life. But the same tools also demonstrate the limits of his own theory. In particular, they demonstrate that his silence on the role of reproductive activities in capitalism was not a minor omission, as it led him to both fail to anticipate the consequences of the hierarchies built on the sexual division of labor structured through the production and reproduction relation, and confide in capitalist development as the development of a revolutionary working class. Highlighting these limits in Marx's work is especially important today, as in front of the seemingly unlimited destructive powers of capitalist development we must ask why the inevitable revolution that Marx predicted has not taken place. It helps us in fact, to reflect, in seeking for an answer to this question, that the Marxist account of capitalist exploitation has until recently ignored the largest sector of work and workers on earth, and has excluded from the class struggle a host of issues that are crucial to the lives of workers and their relation to capital and the state. There is no denying in fact that women, domestic work, sex work, and child raising have been absent from Marxist/communist theory and organization, and with rare exception, for in the Marxist tradition the worker was white and male. Exemplary is also the way in which socialist/communist movements have for a long time dismissed, if not ostracized, concerns of the utmost importance for proletarian women and men, such as example birth control. As Secom reports, even in the 1910s and 1920s socialist parties opposed the use of contraceptives and family limitation, picturing it as a Malthusian plot to blame poverty on the poor. Clara Zetkin, for instance, denounced birth control, calling it an individualistic indulgence, and arguing that the proletarians must consider the need to have as many fighters as possible. It must be noted, in this context, that only in 1891 had the SPD officially accepted women's equal rights, and then only in a very limited legal sense. Generations of Marxists have also viewed the full-time houseworker as a backward subject incapable of organization. Typically, when in the 1940s Mary Inman, a Los Angeles factory worker, in her In Woman's Defense stressed the productivity of housework, the U.S. Communist Party forbade her from teaching in its school for workers' education. Along similar lines, consider also the Marxists' inability in the 1960s and 1970s to recognize the importance of the feminist movement and even more specifically the feminist struggle against unpaid domestic labor as a determinant in the definition of the value of labor power. Much has changed today with respect to the 1970s, when 139 feminists were routinely accused of dividing the working class. The development of the student, feminist, and ecological movements, as well as the crisis of waged work, have forced Marxists to look beyond the factory into the school, the environment, and more recently social reproduction as key terrains for the reproduction of the workforce and working class struggle. But, with some exceptions, the Marxist left's inability to see the reproduction of human life and labor power and the gender hierarchies built upon it as key elements in the process of accumulation continues. Witness the autonomist Marxists' theorization of the dominance, in the present phase of capitalist development, of immaterial labor, and the associated argument that capitalism is working towards the elimination of living labor from the production process, which ignores that reproductive work, especially in the form of child care, is irreducible to industrialization, and is a paradigmatic example of the interpenetration of emotional and material elements in most forms of work. Witness also the continuing reluctance among many Marxists to criticize Marx's theory that the revolutionary process is premised on the globalization of capitalist production, even though it is now patently clear that this can only occur at the cost of the destruction of the means of reproduction of many populations across the planet. Indeed, if we accept Marx's thesis about capitalism's progressive character, we would have to dismiss some of the most powerful struggles presently taking place across the world as ineffective if not outright reactionary. For they are clearly struggles against capitalist development which, in the eyes of indigenous peoples' communities fighting, for instance, against the destruction of their lands and cultures by mining, petroleum drilling companies, or companies building hydroelectric plants and other megaprojects, is nothing short of another name for violence. In conclusion, if the revolutionary kernel of Marx's theory is to be rescued from the mountain of developmentalists' interpretations and applications under which it has been buried, and that Marx undoubtedly inspired, we have to rethink Marxism and capitalism from the viewpoint of the process of reproduction, as some of us have been doing now for 4 decades, recognizing that this is the most strategic ground both in the struggle against capitalism and the construction of a non-exploitative society. 8 Towards a Communist Revolution, Gender and Class in Capital, Volume I. Himani Banerjee I. 1 Introduction. Capital, Volume I, first published in 1867, has not dated. Any fresh reading always yields new insights to our social analysis and critique. 1 Capital will remain relevant for as long as capitalism lasts, and even after. Both its content and its method of inquiry, namely, historical materialism rooted in the critique of ideology, will remain indispensable for the production of knowledge for changing the world. Capital will continue to provide an invaluable resource for a conscious making of history, for any project of socialist/communist revolution. Capital, volume I is used here to explore an uneasy relation between feminism and Marxism, 3 especially Marxism of organized communist politics. Most feminists and Marxists have attributed separate ontologies to gender and class, and attempts to integrate them have been stymied by theoretical and organizational difficulties. Thus, class is disassociated from gender, and struggle against gender/patriarchy from class struggle. For historically, communist parties and associated labor organizations put gender equality into their political agendas, but these early efforts were not pursued in a sustained manner and could not articulate gender and class constitutively. 5. The result was an abstract or partial understanding of the social organization of capitalism, producing either a meta-theory or a particularist, for example an economistic, understanding of the mode of production. Thus, gender came to be considered as a cultural superstructure reflecting or corresponding to the economic base. Such theoretical exercises fractured the concrete unity of the social, producing conceptual binaries such as social production and reproduction, gender and class, the public and the private, and so on. I read Capital, volume I using Marx's method of inquiry, namely historical materialism, whose salient aspect is the critique of ideology. As the concept of ideology has been understood in different ways, it is necessary to clarify my understanding of it. This is derived from Marx's own definition in the German ideology, where the 146 notion is treated as not only ruling ideas of the ruling classes, but as an epistemological device, as an epistemological grammar which is perfected at an advanced state of division between mental and manual labor. He presents us with the secret of its production process, explaining the 3 tricks used. The first step is to separate ideas from their social and individual origins and contexts, and in using this decontextualization for the purpose of extrapolation. These extrapolated notions are evacuated of their socio-historical content and of concrete materiality. The process involves dislocation, displacement, and abstraction. The second trick is to provide a mystical or secondary level of theoretical connection between these extrapolated and abstracted notions or expressions, conferring upon them a metaphysical/universal status. Thus enabled, these ideas or ahistorical abstractions assume a fabricated autonomy and human-like agency, distracting attention from actual social relations, and are themselves presented as causes or actors in history and thus serve as ideology. The notion of the proletariat as critiqued here is an apt example of an ideological category. It is immaterial that Marx did not directly use the word ideology in volume I or engage in an explicit critique of it. But the way he demystified the notion of primitive accumulation articulated by Adam Smith and others, or resolved the phenomenon of commodity fetishism into social relational components, are brilliant demonstrations of critique of ideology. It should be noted that the subtitle of Capital, volume I is a critique of political economy. Through Marx's critical method it becomes possible to conceptualize class and gender in non-binary terms, thereby avoiding either an abstract or an over-particularized dualist reading of the social. This Marxist feminist critique, conducted from the standpoint of historical materialism, exposes formative relations between multiple social determinations which provide a concrete character to the mode of production as a whole. 6. To do so is important because otherwise the particularities of complementary and contradictory social relations which texture the mode of production are liable to be treated as separate formations which are theoretically aggregated. This has been the case with class and gender. It does not help matters to refine this aggregation with the idea of intersectionality. 7. Since an essential sense of qualitative difference between what we call class and gender still remains. This theoretical problem cannot be solved by merely valorizing each category separately and then making them intersect. If class and social production are to be mainly seen economically and gender in terms of biology and social reproduction, conferring on them equal value fails to show that they are constitutively inseparable. Pursuing this conceptually separatist path posed problems as well, creating barriers for communists/Marxists and feminists in their organizing practices. Communist parties tried to cope with this problem by creating separate mass organizations for women to deal with gender oppression, but to limited effect. Feminist movements, on the other hand, have struggled against gender oppression and women's poverty too. 147. Equally small effect because they cannot incorporate class within their framework, which leaves the capitalist context of gender unaddressed. It is my contention that tacit or explicit acceptance of a class-gender binary separating production and reproduction leaves us with an incomplete revolution. Though there is no guarantee that formulating the right theory will be followed by successful revolutionary organization, because the reality of politics on the ground, impinged as it is with so many political and social forces, is too fluid for that, it is very important to get the conceptual groundwork of the critique right. Otherwise the organizations we put in place might not only be ineffectual, but counterproductive. Giving gender a separate but equal status, or according it a secondary position to class, or subsuming gender within class, will produce counter-revolutionary consequences. The present chapter is an attempt to explore how class and gender might be seen as informing each other. This is only possible if we use Marx's method of inquiry rooted in historical materialism. Before going further, I need to specify my particular understanding of historical materialism that I apply to Volume I. In this I make a distinction between the content that Marx presents based on his historical and social research and the form or method of inquiry he uses to produce a reliable and actionable knowledge of society. The historical empirical content he does not always subject to his critical method. Thus, we find that while his content, based upon available contemporary records and research, may be erroneous and in need of factual and critical correction, his form of inquiry, however, is reflexive and therefore capable of critique of even his own facts and ideas. Thus, while I can use one aspect of historical materialism, namely the critique of ideology, to identify Marx's writings on India, influenced by Hegel, James Mill, and others, to be tainted with elements of Orientalism or racism, so can I deploy the same method of historical materialism to critique some aspects of his own content. This would demonstrate how gender and class are categorical summations of social relations which exist constitutively as practical, material historical processes and their forms of consciousness. This critical exercise should be undertaken to present the specific aspect of social formations while retaining an overview of the mode of production as a whole, which the particularity of the social relations specifies. This avoids discretely particularistic, fragmentary, and reificatory reading of the organization of the social and allows more careful thinking about issues of difference/specificity and identity. Considering gender and class according to this framework leads us to realize that not all differences are irreconcilable, though initially they may appear to be so, and in fact may hold a constitutive relation to each other. In this I rely on Marx's statement in Grundriss that there are necessary differences among social determinations, and these very differences allow them to enter into internal formative relations with each other vital to the formation of the overall social. This point is best understood by considering the difference pointed out in Grundriss. 148. Between production and consumption both in specific and constitutive terms. Marx states that though production and consumption involve specifically different activities, through this very difference they provide the motive force or the ground for each other's activation and formation. Nodding to internal relations of identity embedded in their difference, he shows how production itself is a type of consumption, namely the consumption of labor power, and consumption is the motive force of production. This dynamic obtaining between specific difference and necessary formative relations between them ensures the reproduction of the overall social organization. I hope to show that such a formative relationship also exists between gender and class, along with their specificities. The various relations of bourgeois society thus prove to be an ensemble which simultaneously through formative contradictions preserve specific differences while producing the social concrete. The difficulty arises when certain constellations of social relations are named as gender or class and take on a categorical substantiveness and thus function ideologically. It is then that prescribed interpreted understandings of these appellations not only become a point of departure for theorization but distract from an exploration of historical and social reality. Capital, Volume I, provides us with a method of inquiry for challenging such ideological categories, describing the historical social relations as the ground for the creation of codes for naming them. It takes apart the composition of the capitalist mode of production by not beginning from the categories of class and gender, but rather from the constitutive social relations, practices, and ideas. 8. Marx reveals the concreteness through pointing out the spatializations of the social in terms of the actual existence whose activities bring the space of capital into being. Thus, class and gender, instead of being substantive categories, signal to social and sexual division of labor. As such, in integrating the natural and the constructed social through the mediation of human labor, he spares us a dualist perception of class and gender as developed from discrete premises. Though this dualist ideological form of thinking has achieved a commonsensical status, it can still be challenged through Marx's critical method, even when, as we shall see, Marx himself sometimes did not. Thinking about gender and class in dualist terms has had extensive implications for revolutionary politics. Given that communism insists on a clear social analysis, even a scientific one, to ground its organizational practices, we need to clarify the prevailing understanding of gender and class, social production and social reproduction, men's and women's revolutionary subjectivities and agencies. As a communist project depends on human subjectivities and political agencies, they should include those of women as well. But in existing and past communist practices they have not been accorded a central role. I will treat the concept of the proletariat, meant as a code for working class historical agency, as an heuristic device for exploring this problem, showing how by excluding women it serves as an ideological category. In the manifesto of the Communist Party, the working class has been singularized as the proletariat, the collective protagonist in the historical 149 drama for changing the world. From the 19th century to now, this Promethean icon has been engraved on the plinth of all communist revolutionary projects. 9. But this collective configuration of the working class is commonsensically masculine. 10. Reminiscent of the figure of the sovereign in the frontispiece of Hobbes's Leviathan, the proletariat is also a collage consisting of working men. Excluding women by omission, this construction of the revolutionary agent expresses a gendered perception. This is in keeping with Marx's characterization of men as creative, productive, and transformative social beings. 11. But not so women. Not signified as producers who transform nature and thereby themselves, women are by default or directly posited as biological and social reproducers. From the era of the manifesto of the Communist Party to the modern times of communist parties and labor unions, the masculine character of the proletariat has not changed in substance. While women were overwhelmingly engaged in the communist cause as their own, political subjectivities and agencies for class struggle were associated with men. Class and productive labor continue to be male-identified, while gender and reproductive labor are commonsensically feminized. Women are placed within the discourse of oppression primarily as passive objects of societal powers, calling for aid and rescue. Similar to the peasants described by Marx in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, they cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. But men, placed within the political language of class, are projected as active subjects with capacities for resistance and revolution. 2. Gender and labor in transition from feudalism to industrial capitalism. To understand how such gendered class relations with active and passive subjectivities developed, we need to examine the transition from feudalism to capitalism. This is where Capital, Volume 1 is of great importance, because it provides an extensive account of this transition, showing that the process was neither linear nor without contradictions regarding gender roles in class formation. The changes in gender-class relations occurred over a period of time during which, and even after, aspects of feudal social relations or their modifications continued to coexist or blend with capitalism. The chapters of Capital, Volume 1 most useful for us are on the labor process, the working day, machinery, and modern industry, as well as those on the so-called primitive accumulation. Chapters 10 and 15, especially, provide a wealth of detail regarding women's labor in the transition, which occurred from the mid-17th century to the end of the 19th century. Here women are central to the productive processes that usher in large-scale industrial capitalism. From mining to manufacture, as adjuncts to machines in the partially mechanized factories and in the interstices of the emerging technology. 150. Women work in vast numbers in commodity production and comprise a substantial portion of the working class. From eyewitness accounts, reports of factory inspectors, doctors, and others we see the unceasing labor and the horrific conditions in workplaces and the mental and physical degradations of the workers. These chapters etch the picture of an intense proletarianization, of a dispossessed and subsistence-denied population whose labor is both cheap and expendable. Our current understanding of gender and class derives largely from the type of material that Capital, Volume I depicts. 12 In the chapters on the so-called primitive accumulation, Marx shows the origin of this desperate labor force, which arose from the dissolution of feudal agricultural and property relations. 13 This dissolution also involved profound changes in men and women's participation in production and reproduction. Under feudalism, productive labor was not unknown to women and young persons. They participated in various forms of agricultural and small commodity production. Women also provisioned the kin-based, worker-inclusive households they lived in, as well as participated in some market production. 14 As they were neither unused to hard work nor subscribed to strict sexual division of labor, it was not out of their mental and physical capacity to join the capitalist labor force. But the violence they experienced lay in the speed of dispossession and the ruthlessness of rising capitalism in the types and hours of work demanded from them. Men also faced the predations of primitive accumulation, but there was differential participation on their part. Landless and land-poor male peasants and sharecroppers entered the labor force early, while landed farming classes and artisans entered at a slower pace. The male urban artisans, with their strong production bases and market networks and guilds controlling technological secrets and recruitment of apprentices, resisted longer. But the largest supply of laborers were women and children from the countryside, as capitalism first developed there in agriculture, then in manufactories. For the dispossessed population the only recourse was wage labor, since the market was now the main source of acquiring subsistence. The working class in the earlier stages of the transition consisted largely of cheap manual labor or women and children. Moving ultimately towards mechanization, capitalists relied for a long time on this type of labor in some combination with machinery. About this Marx remarks: before the labor of women and children under 10 years was forbidden in the mines, the capitalists considered the employment of naked women and girls, often in company with men, so far sanctioned by their moral code, and especially by their ledgers, that it was only after the passing of that they had recourse to machinery. And even then, these laws were more honored in the breach. Thus, arose the first working class of England, consisting of a large female labor force. 151. Marx denounced the unconscionable and grotesque labor exploitation of women, young people, and children. As noted in Capital, Volume 1. In England women are still occasionally used instead of horses for hauling barges, because the labor required to produce horses and machines is an accurately known quantity, while that required to maintain the women of the surplus population is beneath all calculation. He described the physical and mental deterioration of the labor force and the terminal illnesses visited upon them. The greed, inhumanity, and sordid sadism of capitalist exploitation of women, children and the poor at large have been exhaustively documented by social historians and historians of British criminal law. 3. A reproductive catastrophe, the birth of capitalist patriarchy and the nuclear family. What Marx depicts in Capital, Volume I is a catastrophic crisis in biological and social reproduction, though Marx did not describe the situation in these terms. In the course of transition from feudalism to capitalism, for the majority all social ties and sources for survival were falling apart. Peasant and small artisanal households were destroyed or mutated into living arrangements hitherto unknown. Any stable space for biosocial reproduction ceased to exist for them, and there was no blueprint for working through this life crisis. But as the process unfolded, new social forms and existential modes, including the bourgeois nuclear family, emerged. 15. In a world turned upside down by the Puritan Revolution. 16. And the cascade of enclosures, encroachments, and privatization of commons, all forms of reproduction carried on under feudalism, were now left to the victims themselves. Since in feudalism the separation of work and life was not rigidly demarcated and people lived in extended households rather than in small families, the nuclear family was neither necessary nor conceivable. But in capitalism, as production and reproduction came to be spatially separated because the labor process left no room for reproductive activities in the same space where production took place, life had to be separated from labor, and thus emerged the two spaces of the private and the public. This took a long time, and the gender arrangements were not clearly formed, as women, at least, traversed both spaces. As the market came to control the supply of food and other basic needs, people thronged to the mills and factories, which could not absorb the supply of available labor. Thus hunger spread, and children were plunged into the same vortex with their resourceless parents. Sometimes they drifted or were put away into the workhouses, or roamed like feral animals. 17. The crisis of reproduction, with its miserable condition of children and a fear of the possible extinction of expendable sources of labor, gave rise to 152. Much consternation among the English middle classes. This resulted in periodic legislation against child labor, which was routinely ignored by both capitalists and parents. Marx spoke of the sordid trafficking needs of parents and referred to a Children's Employment Commission report which stated that in England women have taken children from the workhouse and let anyone have them out for 2 seconds and 6 days a week. Parents were claimed to be selling infant labor to work for their own daily bread. It was well known, writes Marx, that in the notorious London district of Bethnal Green a public market is held every Monday and Tuesday morning, at which children of both sexes, from 9 years of age upwards, hire themselves out to the silk manufacturers. Infanticide and abandonment of children were noted in the district medical and factory inspector records that Marx consulted, but the actual numbers were much higher. This crisis of developing capitalism, in conjunction with the rising bourgeois classes and the state, produced notions of gender, class, and family as we now understand them. This includes our present-day conventional mores of parenthood. The so-called woman question emerged as a part of the so-called child question. Practically speaking, the new family form was at the service of general reproduction, but ideologically it was touted as a remedy for the horrific life-labor crisis of society as a whole. The management of the crisis resulted in the removal of women from production to domesticity and projected the family as their proper domain. Thus, production and reproduction parted company, and two gendered social sites, the family and the factory, organized a divided social space. Unable to offer any real solution to the crisis, the state, social reformers, and the church all supported easing women out of production. They knew that this panacea of the family for the working classes was solely ideological. Its actualization under the circumstances was impossible. They disregarded the reality not only of extreme economic hardship, but also the realities of desertion, violence, accidental conception, rape, risky abortions, and other components of domestic life. The gender typification of production and reproduction arose from such exclusion of women. Men of their own families and male co-workers also demanded this, because they saw working women as competitors, as hindrances to rising wages and to their opportunities for becoming skilled workers in large-scale industries. They resented the availability of manual labor of women, children, and male destitutes. Male authority and pride were compromised by working spouses and daughters threatening men's status as head of the family. This situation contributed to working men's demand for a family wage that would permit them to have a family at their disposal. The supposition of adequate support for their wives and children conferred a legitimation on the idea of family wage. 18. The new bourgeois family, which restricted women's right to productive work and coerced them into the role of biological and social reproducers, generally lowered their social status. This family, lasting until today, is a unit. 153. Of social reproduction which is simultaneously gynocentric and under a patriarchal authority in various guises. Conversely, the world of production is typically androcentric. While ideology kept these spaces under the moral regulation of gender, the practicalities of existence were less morally defined under the imperative of earning a living. The ideological and moral dimension of the family largely derived from a Protestant bourgeois worldview. This bourgeois institution of the family, which made women responsible for management of the reproduction crisis, was bound to fail. But women were scapegoated for this failure. Expected to be stay-at-home mothers, wives, and homemakers, they clearly could not do so. In actuality, they mostly remained workers as before. Also, as before, they were manual workers in the lowest factory positions, or worked as domestic servants, cleaners of public spaces, nannies, or sellers of breast milk to bourgeois families. 19. Prostitution was also common, ranging from young girls to unmarried and married adults. Women's paid work was deemed informal or as supplementary to their husbands' wages, if such husbands actually existed or did not desert them along with their children. Thus, women continued to work, but they lost their identity as workers and their labor was devalued. This meant that they were beneath the attention of labor organizers and denied their role as class subjects and their place in class struggle. 20. In this way, gender was rendered distinct from class. For Marx's ambiguity regarding industrial capitalism and the gender of labor, the historical materialist narrative of Labor in Capital, Volume I, shows us how gender and class arise in the same site through the same labor and life processes, such that perceiving them as two discrete realities would be erroneous. Intersectionality is not an adequate term for describing their originary and formative relations, which in their twists and turns concretize the whole mode of production in and through their constitutiveness. Their differences are necessary and specific determinations for the making of the capitalist mode of production. In the face of such overwhelming evidence of women as producers, it is puzzling that they do not feature as members of the proletariat in communist discourse. At least a part of the puzzle lies in the fact that Marx does not pull together his description of women's labor and life to the theoretical project he undertakes in the rest of Capital. Failing this, his historical narration of labor is held suspended in mid-air, thus acquiring a kind of incidental character. Therefore, we need to explore Marx's own attitude towards sexual division of labor, coded as gender, which provides the basis for his representation of women in the labor force and the value of their labor. Here we find an ambiguity on Marx's part both about capitalism itself and sexual division of labor specific to it. Marx of course condemns capitalism in the strongest terms. Written in the annals of mankind in letters of blood and fire, an actual history, it is a notorious fact that conquest, 154, enslavement, robbery, murder, in short, force, play the great part. The new waged workers emerged only after they had been robbed of all their means of production, and all the guarantees of existence afforded by the old feudal arrangements. Legitimized by notions of freedom and ownership, capitalism is exposed as an intrinsically violent mode of production. Yet in the manifesto of the Communist Party he also displays an admiration for the ingenuity, energy, and the productive forces that capital unleashes, transforming every space that it enters. The same admiration and a horrified fascination are found in Capital Volume 1 as Marx watches cyclopean machines dominating human workers. The large-scale industries and their unending production of profit resonate with Faust's bargain with Mephistopheles. Similarly, the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 is a discourse on alienation and the necessity of overcoming it, but the same admiring attitude to the development of productive forces, which he considers as an expression of human capacity, is also present. Marx does not consider these productive forces as destructive in and of themselves, except under capitalism, and instead sees them as resources for a better life under communism, which are to be ultimately controlled by the victorious proletariat. If capitalism would be the motive force for the birth of such productive forces, of civilization in short, then in spite of all its problems, Marx could not gainsay it as a necessary step towards a communist society. In the meanwhile, all the human suffering that he registered so keenly leaves him trapped between outrage and admiration, horror and wonder. It is in this context of ambiguity that we must situate Marx's vision of gender and of women as essentially reproducers rather than producers. Though he depicts women as workers, he is silent regarding their revolutionary or socially transformative potential. For man, the homo faber, the maker, he offers a different place in his schema. Men transform themselves and nature, develop productive forces and revolutionize society. Women, on the other hand, are essentially biological and social reproducers, and as such, to be protected and sympathized with. In these attitudes, Marx shares with Victorian gentlemen a romantic/sentimental form of patriarchy, which is accompanied by a paternal reproach when women allegedly neglect their homes and are derelict in maternal duties. An ambiguity is also to be found in Marx's approach to the family and women's sole reproductive role within it. In the German ideology, he characterizes tribal society as an extension of the patriarchal family and associates it with slavery. This is close to the Roman definition of the family as a unit of ownership by a patrician of women, children, and slaves. The situation does not improve for women with time, except that the patriarchal family form itself takes on a subordinate role because of growth of population and new consumption needs. But even in this context, Marx still makes an extraordinary statement by saying that men, daily recreate their own life, begin to make other men, to propagate their kind, the relation between man and 155. Woman, parents, and children, the family. This statement is extraordinary because even in the context of engendering progeny and reproducing their daily life and originating the family, Marx privileges men as their own begetters in a biblical tradition in which every patriarch begot his next generation. It would appear that even in the case of the family and reproduction, women are subordinated, and the family, as we heard before, becomes his family, with his wife and his children. This puts us in a curious situation, in which man becomes the originator, and woman the executor of the patriarchal story of generations. Marx is simultaneously critical and yet sees the family, implying sexual division of labor, as the foundational social institution. He offers no resolution to this conundrum. Marx is scathing about the bourgeois family. In the manifesto of the Communist Party, he advocates the abolition of this family, which rests on capital and private gain. But he is not consistent. He is simultaneously critical about the bourgeois family and yet laments its absence among the proletariat when he says that, this state of things finds its complement in the practical absence of the family among the proletarians, and in public prostitution. And further, the bourgeois claptrap about the family and education, about the hallowed correlation of parent and children, becomes all the more disgusting, the more by the action of modern industry, all family ties among the proletarians are torn asunder, and their children transformed into single articles of commerce and instruments of labor. The themes of subordination and possession of women and children continue in Marx's work, and family is shown to be the device through which patriarchal designs were accomplished since antiquity. Therefore, we are constrained to ask how much of the critical edge of Marx's view of the family can be maintained, when we find no presentation of an alternative vision to the bourgeois family. In keeping with this vision, if women cannot be considered as legitimate workers, they must be mothers and social reproducers. What does this acquiescence to gender indicate about the possibility of women's participation in communism? 5. Between actuality and ideology, Marx's ideological retreat into the bourgeois/nuclear family. From the above we can deduce that Marx extended a tacit acceptance of the nuclear family, even for the working class. He glosses over the public and private segmentation of society and leaves unexamined the practical division of labor between reproduction and production necessary for bourgeois social organization. This lack of critical reflection on Marx's part confers on 156. Bourgeois social organization a different status from that of the economic organization and its spatial existence. Thus, relegated to a zone outside of critique, bourgeois social reproduction acquires a natural, and therefore, ideological character. As an answer to the violence of capitalism's consumption of labor, especially in its earlier phase when women and children were the primary workers, Marx offered a male-headed family and the withdrawal of female labor for the working class. Intentionally or not, Marx thus concurs with women's marginalization from the labor force proper. This makes him adopt family wage as his cause. He fails to draw the right conclusion from the wretched life situation he presents so well. It escaped his attention that women did equally demanding and demeaning physical work both inside and outside of the home, leading to an ever-escalating cycle of devaluation of their labor. Marx needed to develop an adequate account and critique of constitutive relations between social production and reproduction, which would entail going beyond the rigidity of sexual division of labor. The critique of ideology, which is the centerpiece of his analytical method, was inconsistently applied to gender and the bourgeois family form. How did Marx himself become susceptible to an ideological form of thinking in the context of women's labor and social reproduction? This question leads us to Marx's own assertion about ideology regarding how the dominant ideas of the ruling class become the ruling ideas of the time, and the role played in the creation of ideological notions by the intelligentsia. His own susceptibility to ideology lies in his growing up in a bourgeois family, and intellectually in the tradition of European Enlightenment, which made a distinction in gendered terms about nature and culture. This distinction was the axiom of philosophical thought as well as the common sense of the time. Marx himself sought to go beyond this binary by positing through the idea of conscious labor a mediatory relationship between nature and culture. But this critical insight was not brought to bear in any clear way on the family and social reproduction, since he did not associate them with conscious labor or transformation of nature. Thus, nature and culture/development of productive forces, reproduction and production, remain separated through gender. While he saw a natural affinity between men, conscious labor, and transformation of nature, he saw women as partially immanent in nature. Her activities of motherhood and nurturance were to be mediated through the family form. Women's identity with nature was further deepened by the type of labor they publicly performed outside of the industrial labor force. Domestic services, nursing and manual work in general were considered as natural functions rather than social and labor skills. The ideology of femininity, core of the bourgeois notions of the family and home, invested women with finer sensibilities. But these were attributes of middle-class women in the romantic discourse of the time. They conferred upon idealized women, home and the family an aura of beauty, bounty and moral purity. In the context of this idealization, working-class women were found wanting. This bourgeois ideology became a source of sublimation. 157. Of physical and emotional labor, as well as of the violence constructing the patriarchal family. In Marx's support for the family and the family wage we find a mixture of bourgeois gender ideology with pragmatism. Aware of the perennial poverty of working-class women and their families, he suggests a modified version of romantic motherhood. In their case the reasoning becomes more economic, because working-class women could spend less money by staying at home, than by going out to earn it. He says, since certain family functions, such as nursing and suckling children, cannot be entirely suppressed, the mothers who have been confiscated by capital must try substitutes of some sort. Domestic work, such as sewing and mending, must be replaced by the purchase of ready-made articles. This is obviously not a solution for the massive life crisis of a society in the grip of primitive accumulation brought about by the process of the transition to capitalism. Marx is also susceptible to the moral panic in Victorian society, as it was detected that women's labor in early capitalism radically removed them from gender norms. He supportively quotes from an inspector's report on gangs of women, married and unmarried, who will sometimes travel many miles from their own village, they are to be met morning and evening on the roads, dressed in short petticoats, with suitable coats and boots, and sometimes trousers, looking wonderfully strong and healthy, but tainted with customary immorality and heedless of the fatal consequences which their love of this busy and independent life is bringing on their unfortunate offspring who are pining at home. As examples of harm caused by women's work outside of the home, their withholding full commitment to social reproduction, Marx also mentions the high rate of child mortality among the working classes. As was shown by an official medical inquiry in the year 1861, the high death rates are, apart from local causes, principally due to the employment of the mothers away from their homes, and to the neglect and maltreatment arising from their absence, which consists in such things as insufficient nourishment, unsuitable food, and dosing with opiates. Marx does not dispute with one Dr. Baker, that, happy indeed will it be for the manufacturing districts of England, when every married woman having a family is prohibited from working in any textile works at all. Marx's idea of alienation acquires a further dimension when 158. Considering women's work outside the home, because it caused a denaturalized behavior leading to an unnatural estrangement between mother and child. These notions do not challenge the ideology of naturalness of women's motherhood. 6. Uneven application of historical materialism and the intrusion of ideology. The lacuna in Marx's work regarding social reproduction and sexual division of labor derives from the fact that his theoretical energy is concentrated in deconstructing the commodity form and exchange value, which are the peculiarities of the capitalist mode of production. Thus, he sidesteps the issue of use value and how social reproduction brings exchange value and use value in an internal and dynamic relationship with each other. This vacuum leaves space for ideological intrusion, as we get only half of the story of capital. As capital is a constellation of social relations rather than the ownership of things, the focus on the commodity form conceals from us the full formative dimension of the capitalist mode of production. This further devalues women's labor, both in production of exchange value and in social reproduction. This situation is reminiscent of what Marx said about Aristotle's inability to see all human labor as labor of equal value. Marx explains Aristotle's blind spot by reminding us of the connection of theory with social conditions of the time. He notes, Greek society was founded on the labor of slaves, hence had as its natural basis the inequality of men and of their labor powers. The secret of the expression of value, namely the equality and the equivalence of all kinds of labor because and insofar as they are human labor in general, could not be deciphered until the concept of human equality had already acquired the permanence of a fixed popular opinion. Only the historical limitation inherent in the society in which he lived prevented him from finding out what in reality this relation of equality consisted of. Marx's own inability to see women's labor as conscious human labor, since he places it in the shadow of biological reproduction, was caused by the same problem that accounts for Aristotle's aporia. The conventional wisdom of his time was a part of the ruling ideas, and did not see women typically as producers of commodities. This illusion was further sustained by the fact of growing separation between productive and reproductive material and spatial practices. Thus women's labor came to be conceived, like slave labor, as a form of natural life activity. Their labor was not seen as conscious and intentional exertion of labor power, but rather as an expression of their daily living. Such naturalization of labor of some within the society, Marx suggests, prevented Aristotle from conceptualizing labor as such. The same 159. Could be said about Marx's perception of women and their labor. Women's capacity for biological reproduction on a universal scale seems to have converted and expanded their biology into a normalization of sexual division of labor, that is, into an ideology. This view projects all of women's activities as natural as those of the slave in the perception of Aristotle. In the case of women, Marx applied his method of historical materialism in an uneven manner by not mentioning their innate capacity to transform nature. Marx is trapped here in an ideological form of thinking. In his theorization, the relationship between men and nature is not clear, except in their innate desire and capacity to transform or conquer it. This makes the notion of class become axiomatically male. In reverse, women's relation to nature is clear, but what is unclear is how they belong to class. Though living in two worlds of nature and society, women's sociality is seen as immanent in nature. Their attempts at transcendence and reflexivity amount to only a refinement of their affectivity and reproductive practices. In this gendered schema in which men are clearly identified with class, they can initiate a communist revolution, a possibility not accorded to women. Thus, men are endowed with a basis for unity in their potentialities for creating a future, and women are accorded particularized lives precariously poised in their class belonging. Their future is personal or at most familial or communal, rather than oriented towards world historical social transformation. Though Marx never categorically denies women's social or historical belonging, the fact that he primarily identifies them with nature make them insider-outsiders of class and conscious class struggle, while men are seen as insider-outsiders of nature and social relations of the family. Marx does not reflect on the serious implications of this type of ideological conceptualization. Any communist project based on these assumptions which bifurcate gender and class remains compromised and incomplete. So far, we lack the full physiognomy of the proletariat, the collective protagonist of revolution. In addition to other reasons that I already mentioned, Marx's susceptibility to ideology needs to be explored in terms of his concept of practical consciousness, which he understatedly advances during his critique of ideology. But considered as a part of his historical materialist method, this form of consciousness is an amalgam of experiential and habitual modes of communication, for example of language and types of knowledge that we inherit and produce in the course of socio-historical living. This mode of practical and ideational transmission is discussed along with Marx's inquiry into the production of ideology. Practical consciousness is intersubjective and continuous, and can convey ways of doing and thinking which are taken for granted as well. Though Marx identifies this type of consciousness as practical, real consciousness that exists for other men as well, and only therefore does it exist for me, only arises from the need, the necessity, of intercourse with other men, and further guarantees that it remains as long as men exist at all, it is by no means an area that is sorted out or even can be so fully. Thus, its status as 160. Exclusively real consciousness cannot be ascertained. It can as easily shade off into the realm of ideology, as ideology fractures and crumbles in all aspects of daily life. Thus, it can also be present as a substratum of consciousness constantly in need of scrutiny. In this, the notion of practical consciousness resembles Gramsci's concepts of common sense and hegemony, a reservoir of multi-layered and unsorted ideas and beliefs, of perceptions and images that permeate social life. Depending on how it is politicized, practical consciousness, like common sense, can provide substance for either revolution or reaction. While Gramsci explores at length the implications of these notions, Marx does not accord such attention to practical consciousness. Though the connection between practical consciousness and ideology is not formulated by Marx, we can attempt to do it ourselves. We are helped in this task by the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, where Marx critiques the role played by the past, both inherited and invented, and its impact on shaping the present ideologically, thus partially obscuring from the social actors the full historical and political import of their own activities. Understanding practical consciousness in this way explains to us how Marx himself could fall prey to ideology and become subject to the hegemony of bourgeois patriarchy. Articulating this concept once, Marx cryptically moves to the contra-ideological notion of positive science. This is historical materialism by another name, that opens the gateway to communist revolution. But the hypothesis of a polymorphous consciousness offers us a conceptual key to the emergence of revolutionary or reactionary thought. This gray area can also show how Marx's own life within the bourgeois milieu of 19th-century Europe is a contributing factor to his general acceptance of the bourgeois family and the form of gender and class organization this entails. It is not surprising that he finds the architecture and ethos of the family natural and substantive, and can partially share the aura of sentimentality regarding women and home. In many ways he was a romantic thinker. Even his portrayal of communist revolution in the manifesto of the Communist Party, for example, touches on the sublime. 7. A methodological advancement. Towards a comprehensive revolutionary agency. At this point we must perform a reflective gesture, by reintroducing Marx's critique of ideology to stretch Marx for articulating women's potential for social transformation. We must take full advantage of his method. His critique of ideology allows for pitting different forms of consciousness to the production of a revolutionary critique of their disjunctures and contradictions. Through this exercise the ideological, that is, historically occlusive consciousness comes into confrontation with socially oriented practical, empirical, experiential forms of consciousness. The thick historical description that Marx 161 offers of lives and labor of women and men helps us to identify the ideological discourse of family, motherhood, and sexual division of labor in the orbit of the mode of production as a whole. Reconnecting his critique of ideology to this larger context we can supply what is missing in him. In short, we can bring to the reificatory manner in which production and reproduction are separated in gendered and spatial terms his brilliant critique of the fetishism of commodities. Thus we can retain specific and empirical characteristics of social production and reproduction while establishing between them an internal generative relationship. Now we need to recall another key aspect of historical materialism crucial to historical agency, by which we can relocate women in the task of history making. It is the assertion and demonstration in Marx's opus of the relationship of consciousness to society, and the critical and practical ability of people to discern historical determinations. To think otherwise and to accord a primacy to ideology would be the ultimate ideological form of thinking. Understanding this allows us to fill the gap that Marx leaves regarding active political agencies and subjectivities of women. We can now bring to the fore how the experiences of laboring women described in Capital, Volume 1, both in production and reproduction, proletarianizes women in the political sense of the term. The reality of a formative connection between life experience and revolution which was boldly asserted by Marx in the Manifesto of the Communist Party as the motive force of a new history, in chapters 10 and 15 of Volume 1 is expressed in occasional utterances. By his own account he could be sure about the development of a new consciousness arising in the new labor force for capital. Women and children, through many decades of intense proletarianizing experiences, could not but develop a new consciousness. Such dispossession and extraordinary changes in life could not but affect the entire society's conception of social, sexual, and productive relations. This new consciousness is manifested in ways that outraged the propertied patriarchal reforming middle classes. Feminist social historians that I have earlier alluded to, and many more, suggest that employed and unemployed working class women and young persons did not share their sentiments. They were not caught up in the moral panic regarding the work they did to secure a living. They saw their labor as hard, but not unnatural. They appeared denatured only to those who invented the tradition of appropriate feminine and masculine conduct. Their exhortative jeremiads and what Marx himself learned about the new consciousness in the new times provided him with important insights regarding the creation of a new communist society. In keeping with his view that consciousness is socially grounded, he foresaw a different future for societies forged from the inferno of capitalism. His expectation regarding these new times went well beyond family relations to new political consciousness and politics. In the new working classes he saw the grave diggers of capitalism, and the logic of historical materialism could extend that identity to both sexes. The following passage from Marx should exemplify my point. 162. However terrible and disgusting the dissolution of the old family ties within the capitalist system may appear, large-scale industry, by assigning an important part in socially organized processes of production, outside the sphere of the domestic economy, to women, young persons, and children of both sexes, does nevertheless create a new economic foundation for a higher form of family and of relations between the sexes. It is of course just as absurd to regard the Christian Germanic form of the family as absolute and final as it would have been in the case of the ancient Roman, the ancient Greek, or the Oriental forms, which, moreover, form a series in historical development. It is also obvious that the fact that the collective working group is composed of individuals of both sexes and all ages must under the appropriate conditions turn into a source of human development, although in its spontaneously developed, brutal, capitalist form, the system works in the opposite direction, and becomes a pestiferous source of corruption and slavery, since here the worker exists for the process of production, and not the process of production for the worker. For Marx, capitalism brought about not only a new economic foundation for a higher form of family, but also changed relations between the sexes, that is, in society at large. We need to note that his idea of revolutionary social transformation necessitated fundamental changes in gender relations. His dismissal of the Christian Germanic form of the family and earlier family forms points out that all family forms, and therefore gender relations or sexual division of labor, are transitional and dependent on the dominant mode of production. They arise in their peculiarities in given historical conditions and die with them. Marx does not lament this transition to new forms or advocate return to a past golden age, although in its spontaneously developed capitalist form he finds the family brutal. So, women in trousers striding about in roads far away from home, without their pining offspring, seems to be not such a bad thing after all. Gender transgressive behavior on the part of both men and women might awaken society to realize that there is nothing natural about gender, and that the process of production exists for the producer, not vice versa. Is that not the goal of communist revolution? In this historical materialist framework, Marxism/communism and feminism would not have to remain in an unhappy marriage, but rather step out of the discourse of marriage and family altogether. Though Marx occasionally tried to develop this strand of critique, his revolutionary proposal lacks a comprehensive vision. It remained a critical/political path not taken, either by Marx or largely by the communist movements that came after him. In the history of communism, Clara Zetkin, Alexandra Kollontai, Nadezhda Krupskaya, and Rosa Luxemburg are shining stars, and there was massive participation of women in the 163 organizations and labor movements leading to the Russian Revolution. 21 communist or other forms of national liberation struggles closer to our time, such as in China, Cuba, Vietnam, Nicaragua, and other countries, also mobilized enormous numbers of women. But the questions of relations between gender and class and of women's revolutionary potential and consciousness are still not at the center of the communist projects. Feminist critique has indeed been influential among some communists, but a thorough anti-patriarchal analysis is still not integral to the understanding of class and class struggle. This would entail formulating social relations such as class and gender and social formations such as the family in constitutive terms. We are still working on that. 9. Marx and Engels, the intellectual relationship revisited from an ecological perspective. Kahei Sato. 1. Introduction. Famously enough, there have been numerous critiques against Marx due to his alleged Prometheanism, and even self-claimed Marxists concluded that his productivism was incompatible with environmentalism. 1. However, with the deepening of ecological crises under neoliberal globalization, Marx's ecology recently attains more attention. Eco-socialists employ the concept of metabolic rift originated from capital and actively analyze the destructive side of capitalist production, such as global warming, disruption of the nitrogen cycle, and extinction of species. Consequently, ecology has become one of the central fields for enriching the legacy of Marx's Capital after 150 years. However, not every Marxist agrees with Marx's ecology. There remain persistent calls to reject it, because his sporadic remarks in Capital cannot provide a theoretical foundation for analyzing today's ecological crisis. Especially, Western Marxists are often dismissive of an eco-socialist project. For example, in an interview published in Examined Life, Slavoj Žižek ironically maintains that ecology is a new opium for the masses. One of the reasons for this rejection can be traced back to an old problem pivoting around the intellectual relationship between Marx and Engels. Western Marxism initiated by George Lukács regarded the natural science as Engels' domain of expertise. However, since Western Marxism neglected Marx's research on natural sciences, it faces a dilemma that they cannot develop a Marxist critique of ecology unless it admits its own earlier one-sided interpretation. Owing to this dilemma, some Marxists hysterically reject the idea of eco-socialism. In contrast, and Paul Burkett adopted a more fruitful approach. Arguing that there exists no difference of opinion between Marx and Engels in terms of ecology, they developed the concept of metabolic rift. They effectively employ Marx's methodological framework and analyze the current environmental issues and demonstrate the relevance of Marx's ecology today. They also show the importance of Marx's ecology as an integral part of his general project of critique of political economy and conduct dialogues with ecological. 168. Economics. Nevertheless, this also raises the question whether differences between Marx and Engels in terms of political economy, whose existence Foster and Burkett do not deny, lead to different views on ecology. This chapter takes up a synthetic approach, by focusing on Marx's research in the field of natural sciences ignored by Western Marxism. It aims at revealing ecological differences between Marx and Engels. Presupposing their collaborations and common understandings to some extent, I will analyze capital in its relation to new materials published in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, which Foster and Burkett do not consider. By doing so, it will be possible to sketch the theoretical direction to develop Marx's unfinished project of capital in the 21st century. Western Marxism regarded the natural science as Engels' domain of expertise and separated it from Marx's philosophy to save the latter from the mechanism and economic determinism of the Soviet dialectical materialism. In fact, if Nikolai Bukharin were right about the independent existence of dialectics in nature, it would be possible to conceptualize a dialectical method through natural sciences and then to apply it to human society. Western Marxism problematized such a positivist consequence and tried to rescue Marx from a mechanistic worldview by strictly limiting dialectics to society. Western Marxism, highlighting the intellectual division of labor between Marx and Engels, scapegoated the latter, who should be responsible for the unjustifiable extension of dialectics to nature. Ironically, it was Engels himself who emphasized this division of labor. According to his preface to the second edition of Anti-Düring published after Marx's death, Marx was well versed in mathematics, but we could keep up with natural science only piecemeal, intermittently, and sporadically. However, Engels later, reflecting on this blind spot, went through as complete as possible a Malting, as Liebig calls it, in mathematics and the natural sciences. In fact, Anti-Düring and Dialectics of Nature document that Engels seriously studied physics, chemistry and biology. His works greatly influenced the formation of the worldview of traditional Marxism because Marx did not write a book on nature. However, Engels in his preface to Anti-Düring hid some important information from his readers. At the time, this editor of Capital was occupied with sorting out Marx's manuscripts and notebooks, so he knew that Marx also eagerly studied natural sciences. However, Engels did not mention this fact, and simply said that Marx only piecemeal, intermittently, and sporadically followed natural sciences. Marx in his letter to Engels dated on July 4, 1864 conveyed that he was inspired by Engels to read Carpenter's Phycology as well as Spurzheim's Anatomy of the Brain and the Nervous System, and wrote, "I invariably follow in the intellectual relationship revisited 169 your footsteps." However, reading the 7th edition of Justus von Liebig's Agricultural Chemistry in 1865, Marx more intensively read natural sciences. His reading list after 1868 covers various fields such as chemistry, geology, mineralogy, physiology, and botany. On December 19, 1882, Engels even acknowledged that Marx was more familiar with what can be considered as the problem of increasing entropy with the consumption of fossil fuel. The working individual is not only a stabilizer of present but also, and to a far greater extent, a squanderer of past, solar heat. As to what we have done in the way of squandering our reserves of energy, our coal, ore, forests, etc., you are better informed than I am. Nevertheless, Engels in the preface to Anti-Düring did not mention this point and instead proclaimed that his Dialectics of Nature was an application of the dialectical method founded and developed by Marx. This is strange. Engels emphasized that ideas developed in Anti-Düring is fully compatible with Marx's vision, saying that he read the whole manuscript to him before it was printed, and Marx fully agreed with him. However, such a proof was highlighted only after Marx's death. On the other hand, Engels did not refer to Marx's serious engagement with natural sciences, although the existence of Marx's notebooks on natural sciences would be the strongest proof for the Dialectics of Nature as their collaborative project. One is thus tempted to symptomatically interpret this unnatural silence. Engels tacitly admitted that Marx's interest in natural sciences possessed a different character from his own. 3. The scope of the metabolic rift theory. Since it is well known today that both Marx and Engels passionately studied the natural science, the one-sidedness of Western Marxism is apparent. Nevertheless, one cannot immediately argue that they shared the same interest in ecology. It is necessary to investigate the issue more carefully. Of course, not all Western Marxists deserve the same degree of criticism. Although Lukács at first reproached the application of dialectic to nature, he later changed his view, admitting that Marx did not completely separate the relationship between society and nature but comprehended the both in their integrity. Lukács recognized that the concept of metabolism expresses this unity, which has become the key term for the Marxist analysis of metabolic rift. The most important meaning of Marx's concept of metabolism in Capital is his characterization of labor as the mediating activity of metabolism between humans and nature. Labor is, first of all, a process between man and nature, a process by which man, through his own actions, mediates, regulates and controls. 170. The metabolism between himself and nature. In any society, humans must work upon nature in a conscious and teleological manner and satisfy their needs in order to live on this planet. Marx expressed this trans-historical relationality between humans and nature with the concept of metabolism. The concrete ways of the metabolism between humans and nature, however, largely differ, depending on how this mediating activity of labor is socially organized. In the Grundriss, Marx pointed to the particular relationship between humans and nature under capitalist production characterized by the separation of humans from nature. Marx's Capital precisely analyzes human alienation and alienation from nature under capitalist production due to this alienated relationship. As elucidated in Capital, Volume I, the trans-historical labor process receives a new form as a valorization process under capitalism, and the material process of metabolism between humans and nature is accordingly transformed. While pre-capitalist societies aimed at the production of concrete use values, capitalist production primarily seeks the production of value. Whereas labor used to be conducted under social and natural limitations to satisfy concrete human needs, capitalist production pursues after endless valorization, so that labor and nature is thoroughly reorganized from a perspective of the maximal objectification of abstract labor. Under the primacy of the logic of capital's valorization, not only functioning of nature but also the aspect of concrete labor in the labor process is abstracted and subordinated. Metabolism between humans and nature is mediated by value as the objectification of abstract labor, which is nothing but the expenditure of human labor power in general, and it is transformed in a most favorable way to capital's valorization. Marx's Capital repeatedly points to the robbery character of this transformation of the material world from the perspective of production of surplus value and to the danger of destructive consequences. The same blind desire for profit that in the one case exhausted the soil had in the other case seized hold of the vital force of the nation at its roots. Marx problematized the capitalist squandering in relation to the two fundamental factors of production, the exhaustion of labor power and natural forces. Famously, it was Liebig's agricultural chemistry that prompted Marx to integrate an analysis of the robbery system of agriculture into Capital. Liebig criticized the modern capitalist agriculture as robbery, which only aims at the maximization of short-term profit and lets plants absorb as many nutrients in the soil as possible without replenishing them. He even warned against the collapse of European civilization due to a loss of material foundation caused by soil exhaustion. Marx in Capital praised Liebig's immortal merits for revealing the negative, i.e. destructive side of modern agriculture and wrote, "Prevents the return to the soil of its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing, hence it. The intellectual relationship revisited 171 hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility of the soil. Thus it destroys at the same time the physical health of the urban worker, and the intellectual life of the rural worker." During the 19th century the exhaustion of the soil became a social issue. Food consumed by increasing populations in large cities flowed through water closets into rivers as sewage. Excrements gave out a foul smell in the city of London, and cholera became prevalent. Here the antagonism between agriculture and industry is manifest. Marx, integrating Liebig's agricultural chemistry, formulated the problem of soil exhaustion as a contradiction that capitalist production created amidst the metabolism between humans and nature. Marx highly valued Liebig because agricultural chemistry provided a scientific foundation for his critical analysis of the social division of labor, which he had already conceptualized as the contradiction between town and country in the German ideology. Through the reception of Liebig, Marx clearly recognized the necessity to comment in more detail how capitalism transforms and undermines the relationship between humans and nature. In other words, one reason for his intensive research on natural sciences is to investigate into the causes and influences of an irreparable rift in the universal metabolism of nature, as in Capital, Volume 3. Historically speaking, the problem of soil exhaustion due to a lack of inorganic substances was largely resolved thanks to the invention of the Haber-Bosch process enabling mass industrial production of ammonia. Yet the excessive dependence on chemical fertilizer causes other issues such as low water and nutrient holding capacity and more vulnerability to diseases and insects. Nitrogen remaining in the soil also flows into the environment, causing red tides, while nitrate nitrogen pollutes water and vegetables. In this sense, rifts of the metabolism are not fixed, but at best are shifted to other problems. Similar metabolic shifts can be found in extractive industries such as mining oil and rare metals. Insofar as value cannot fully take the metabolism between humans and nature into account, the realization of sustainable production under capitalism always faces insurmountable barriers. Thus, Marx's unification of theory of value and metabolism in Capital provides a methodological foundation for critically analyzing the robbery system of capitalism. For Engels and Capital. Despite his serious attempt to study natural sciences, Marx died before completing Capital, so Engels had to take up the task to edit Capital, volumes I and III. When Engels neglected Marx's notebooks on natural sciences in Anti-Düring, there existed a subtle difference between Marx and Engels. 172. Concerning the concept of metabolism. This problem is discernible in Engels' edition of Capital. Certainly, Engels recognized the importance of Liebig's critique of robbery agriculture. For example, in the housing question, he referred to Liebig and pointed to the antithesis of town and country and argued for the reconstruction of an intimate connection between industrial and agricultural production, as he demanded the combination of agriculture with manufacturing industries in the manifesto of the Communist Party. Also, in editing Capital, Volume 3, Engels supplemented Marx's description of robbery agriculture with concrete examples. He added the following passage, for example, in London, for example, they can do nothing better with the excrement produced by 4.5 million people than pollute the Thames with it, at monstrous expense. Here one can observe the intellectual collaboration between Marx and Engels. However, things look differently when metabolism at stake. Although Engels was aware that Marx discussed the problem of soil exhaustion with Liebig's concept of metabolism, he intentionally changed a particular sentence in Capital, Volume 3. In his original manuscript, Marx wrote, "This way produces conditions that provoke an irreparable rift in the interdependent process between social metabolism and natural metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of the soil. The result of this is a squandering of the vitality of the soil, and trade carries this devastation far beyond the bounds of a single country." Referring to Liebig, Marx highlighted the danger of a serious global disruption in the interdependent process between social metabolism and natural metabolism. He clearly formulated a tensed relationship between the capitalist economic form determination and the natural properties in the material world. Engels modified the first sentence as follows: "In this way it produces conditions that provoke an irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, a metabolism prescribed by the natural laws of life itself." Now the word natural metabolism is omitted and soil is changed to life, so that the contrast between social and natural metabolism became obscure. Certainly, there are a number of cases where Engels modified Marx's expressions whenever unclear, confusing, or mistaken. However, in this passage, Marx's intention is not only clear but also this is a key passage for his theory of metabolism. What does Engels' change imply? Here it is helpful to consider Engels' dialectics of nature. According to him, Anti-Düring intended to grasp laws penetrating nature and history and especially to strip of this mystic form and to bring clearly before the mind in their complete simplicity and universality. His project claimed to be a materialist one, which avoided Hegel's misconception of building the intellectual relationship revisited 173 law of dialectics into nature and aimed at discovering them in it and evolving them from it. In other words, his project seeks to grasp the laws as they objectively exist in nature. Instead of epistemologically explaining natural phenomena with a dialectical method, it is an ontological investigation in that it dialectically develops movements and evolution in nature. Notably, Engels' dialectics of nature is tied to a practical demand for the realization of freedom through the domination and control of external nature. In fact, the construction of socialism as a free society means for Engels to become the real, conscious lord of nature. The extraneous objective forces that have hitherto governed history pass under the control of man himself. Only from that time will man himself, with full consciousness, make his own history. Only from that time will the social causes set in movement by him have, in the main and in a constantly growing measure, the results intended by him. It is the humanity's leap from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom. According to Engels, not only by abolishing the reified domination of capital independently of human consciousness and behavior, but also by fully appropriating the law of nature, humans can leap to the realm of freedom. Of course, Engels did not think that the recognition of laws of nature would lead to an arbitrary manipulation of nature. In Dialectics of Nature, he warned against revenge by nature. Let us not, however, flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human victories over nature. For each such victory nature takes its revenge on us. Engels recognized the limits of nature and critically observed arbitrary human behavior toward nature, especially capitalist production oriented toward short-term profit maximalization. If the law of nature is ignored, the domination over nature fails and labor will bring about unforeseen results. Humans cease to be an active, laboring subject, but are obliged to behave passively at the mercy of nature's power. Engels' ecology pivoted around nature's revenge and criticized the short-sighted profit maximalization. The passage on metabolic rift in Capital, Volume 3 is also modified by Engels in accordance with the scheme of nature's revenge. Engels' edition of Capital came to emphasize that the violation of natural laws of life would lead to a fatal consequence for human civilization, while the methodological approach unique to Marx's metabolic theory, which investigates how the law of value dominant in the social metabolism modifies natural metabolism and causes an irreparable rift, has become rather unclear. Engels judged that Marx's original expression about the entanglement between economic form determination and material world was hard to understand for readers and changed the sentence into a more accessible scheme of revenge by nature. 174. What underlies this editorial change by Engels is the fact that he did not cherish Liebig's theory of metabolism. Indeed, Engels in Dialectics of Nature referred to Liebig's concept of metabolism in the context of criticizing him as a dilettante in biology. Concerning the origin of life, Liebig denied the possibility of the historical evolution of organic life and accepted the hypothesis of eternal life which was imported onto the planet from universal space. Engels argued that life is the process of metabolism that historically emerged and evolved from non-life, and protein confirms this point. Life is the mode of existence of protein bodies, the essential element of which consists in continual metabolic interchange with the natural environment outside them. Engels saw the origin of life in the chemical process of assimilation and excretion of protein, and he pointed to the possibility of artificially creating a living organism by creating protein in a laboratory. In the 1840s, Liebig conceived the process of absorption, assimilation, and excretion of nutrition as metabolism and tried to explain the life activity as a chemical process, while he could not fully abandon vitalist ideas. Engels rejected Liebig's vitalism that separated biology from chemistry and recognized the inexplicable principles unique to living beings. According to Engels, there exists metabolism of inorganic bodies as a chemical interchange with their environment, and once protein historically evolved, metabolism comes to exist as life. Notably, while Engels' concept of metabolism emphasized the historical emergence of protein, he rejected Liebig's understanding of metabolism and thus did not apply it to environmental issues. Consequently, lost is the role of theory of metabolism to analyze the relationality of humans and nature from both transhistorical and historical perspective and to reveal the particularity and contradictions of this relationship under the capitalist mode of production has been lost. Rather, Engels limited the theoretical scope of metabolism to the process of origin and evolution of life that proceeded independently of human beings. For Engels, anti-during the motor of dialectics characterized by negation of negation is a law which holds good in the animal and plant kingdoms, in geology, in mathematics, in history, and in philosophy. The main role of metabolism is accordingly not an ecological one, but a demonstration that this law penetrates the whole of nature. Though Engels partially took up Liebig's view, he did not adopt the concept of the disturbance of metabolism between humans and earth in capital but kept holding the earlier scheme of the antithesis of town and country in the German ideology. He was not able to fully recognize that Marx's theoretical leap is documented in his analysis of the interdependent process between social and natural metabolism. In other words, Engels could not entirely grasp the foundation of Marx's critique of political economy after the 1850s, which deals with how the metabolism between humans and nature is modified and reorganized through the formal and real subsumption of labor under capital. This is the point where the difference of political, the intellectual relationship revisited 175 economy between Marx and Engels led to that of ecology. Certainly, the antithesis of town and country can be fruitfully reinterpreted as the antagonism between center and periphery to analyze the modern ecological imperialism as an ecological critique of capitalism. However, this alone should not underestimate the significance of the fact that Marx started analyzing the disturbance of metabolism between humans and the earth in capital. Marx's analysis started with the recognition that in every society humans must work upon nature. Then he analyzed why and how alienation and the inversion of subject and object emerges by the particular form of labor under the capitalist mode of production. Thus, it is not enough to criticize the ecological crisis by denouncing the mass production for the sake of profit maximalization or by morally proclaiming the necessity of the coexistence of humans and nature. According to Marx, the ecological issues must be explained from the separation of humans from nature as the fundamental objective condition of production, and it is necessary to show how the penetration of the reified logic of capital radically alters human consciousness and behavior and even disrupts the universal metabolism of nature. While the antithesis and combination of the town and country remains static and abstract in the German ideology and the manifesto of the Communist Party, the concept of metabolism in capital can analyze the dynamic historical process of production process and capital accumulation. It also makes clear the necessity for the realization of sustainable production to radically change the form of labor, i.e. the abolition of private labor and wage labor. In contrast, Engels remained the general standpoint of the 1840s, and rejected Liebig's theory of metabolism. Since the metabolism between humans and nature as a link of critique of political economy and ecology is missing, his view remains static idea of nature's revenge. This difference also leads to different visions of the future socialist society. 5. Dialectics of domination and revenge. Marx and Engels regarded the conscious and teleological control of laws of nature through labor as a unique human activity, and they often characterized it as control over nature. For example, Engels wrote in Anti-Düring, "Freedom therefore consists in the control over ourselves and over external nature, a control founded on knowledge of natural necessity." Such remarks are taken as by critics as a proof of Prometheanism. A counter-proof is Engels' warning against a revenge by nature because he believed the necessity of correctly recognizing the law of nature and applying it properly, which is the only way to reach the realm of freedom. However, there are new criticisms. For example, Jason W. Moore argues in Capitalism in the Web of Life that it is static to think that if the law of nature continues to be ignored, nature will take a revenge on humans one day. In Uneven Development, Neil Smith also rejected this type of left apocalypticism. 176. In contrast, Marx did not treat the disruption of the universal metabolism of nature under capitalism as a revenge by nature. Capital analyzed the problem from two more aspects. First, capital does not accept such limits imposed by nature. As discussed in Capital, Volume 2, the scale on which this capital operates to form values and products is elastic and variable. In the Grundriss, Marx also pointed out that his elasticity of capital is a potent of capital, which confronted with difficulties of capital accumulation, progressively establishes a system of general utility through further development of technologies and invention of new use of values. However, since capital cannot take into account material aspects except abstract labor, its attempt to overcome natural limits does not solve its own contradiction but rather deepens it on a larger scale. An investigation into this dynamic relationship between capital and nature was the main topic for the later Marx. While Engels formulated the trans-historical law of nature as science of the universe, Marx's research shifted more and more to empirical topics in geology, agricultural chemistry, and mineralogy. Namely, he aimed at comprehending capital's astonishing elasticity in the interdependent historical process in which humans modifies nature and vice versa. Second, Marx's description of the disruption of the metabolism avoids an apocalyptic tone of nature's revenge and highlights the active factor of resistance. Boundless extension of working hours as well as the transformation of the production process seeking after the production of surplus value result in alienation of labor and physical and mental illness, which ultimately calls for the conscious regulation of reified power such as establishing the normal working day and schools for vocational teaching founded by the state. A similar path can be envisioned towards nature. The disruption of the universal metabolism of nature obliges one to establish a more conscious social management of productive activities, as Marx emphasized in Capital. But by destroying the circumstances surrounding that metabolism, which originated in a merely natural and spontaneous fashion, compels its systematic restoration as a regulative law of social production, and in a form adequate to the full development of the human race. Since capitalist production cannot fully take into account complex dimensions of the social and natural metabolism, it destroys nature, annihilates the possibilities of coevolution of humans and nature and even threatens human civilization. All what capital cares about is whether accumulation can be somehow achieved, so it does not really matter even if the most parts of the planet becomes unsuitable space to live for humans and animals to live. Thus, instead of waiting for the collapse of capitalism thanks to nature's revenge, it is indispensable for the realization of future society that individuals. The intellectual relationship revisited 177 confronting the global ecological crisis take measures for the conscious and active control over the metabolism with their environment. In Capital, Volume 3, Marx famously wrote, "Authialized man, the associated producers, govern the human metabolism with nature in a rational way, bringing it under their collective control instead of being dominated by it as a blind power, accomplishing it with the least expenditure of energy and in conditions most worthy and appropriate for their human nature. But this always remains a realm of necessity. The true realm of freedom, the development of human powers as an end in itself, begins beyond it, though it can only flourish with this realm of necessity as its basis." As seen above, Engels argued for the necessity to consciously apply the law of nature, and a realm of freedom precisely consists of this control over nature. However, Marx emphasized another point. He thought of it as a necessary condition that producers confronted with the disruption of metabolism associate with each other and put a blind power under their conscious control. Without such control, human existence would be threatened. However, this always remains a realm of necessity. The new society based on association should realize free development of individuality, but this takes place beyond freedom of labor. Labor is indispensable for human existence, but it is only one part of human activity. If freedom of labor can be realized with the aid of productive forces developed under capitalism, expanded free time beyond freedom of labor should realize the true realm of freedom. 2. For Marx, freedom is not limited to the conscious regulation of the law of nature through natural science, but it includes creative activities of art, enrichment of love and friendship, and hobbies such as sport and reading books. In contrast, Engels, who was primarily concerned with dialectics of nature, put importance on human freedom based on the recognition of the trans-historical law of nature, and it is the control over nature that immediately realizes the realm of freedom. This view impoverishes the content of the realm of freedom, so that Engels did not highlight what Marx formulated as the full development of individuality in communism, but put forward the Hegelian view of freedom that can be realized by consciously following the necessity. 6. Notebooks and critique of political economy. Marx's theory of metabolism also helps understand the meaning of his notebooks on natural sciences after 1868. Hints for imagining the unwritten part of capital exist in these little-known notebooks. In fact, Marx's interests in the natural science go beyond the theory of ground rent. His reception of Liebig cannot be contained in it but deals with the reorganization and 178. Contradiction of the relationship between humans and nature under capitalist production. Simply put, Marx aimed at comprehending how disharmonies in the material world would emerge from modifications of that metabolism by the reified power of capital. In this context, Marx's excerpts from Karl Fraß, a German agronomist, are of great importance. Marx wrote in his letter to Engels dated on March 25, 1868 that he found an unconscious socialist tendency after making detailed notes. Prompted by Marx's high evaluation, Engels later read Fraß's Climate and Plant World Over Time, which deals with climate changes in ancient civilizations such as Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Greece, due to massive deforestation. There are excerpts from this book in Engels' notebook of 1879 to 1880. Although they are of short length because they were made from Fraß's book, Dialectics of Nature, Engels' paraphrasing precisely documents that his view on Fraß was clearly influenced by Marx's. In this sense, the intellectual relationship between Marx and Engels in the field of natural science had been reversed compared to 1864. First, in the above letter, Marx highly valued Fraß's insight that cultivation, when it proceeds in natural growth and is not consciously controlled, leaves deserts behind it. Engels wrote down the same opinion in his notebook: the development of people's agriculture leaves behind an enormous desert. Engels also summarized the significance of Fraß's work as a main proof that civilization in its conventional forms is an antagonistic process which exhausts the soil, devastates the forest, renders the soil infertile for its original products, and worsens the climate. As an example, Engels noted that in Germany and Italy the average temperature increased 5 to 6 degrees. This understanding that unconscious production results in deserts is reflected in nature's revenge in Dialectics of Nature. In fact, Engels argued in the relevant passage based on Fraß. The people who, in Mesopotamia, Greece, Asia Minor and elsewhere, destroyed the forests to obtain cultivable land, never dreamed that by removing along with the forests the collecting centers and reservoirs of moisture they were laying the basis for the present forlorn state of those countries. Second, Marx in the same letter characterized Froese as a Darwinist before Darwin, and Engels also quoted a passage from Froese that reminds one of Darwin's natural selection. As said, oak is also quite sensitive to elements of natural climate, and when there is any subtle change in them, oak is left behind in the competition against more durable and less sensitive surrounding trees that strive together for natural growth and self-preservation. The Intellectual Relationship Revisited 179. Engels read Froese to refute the belief in the stability of plant species based on a Darwinian argument. He must have thought that his interest was identical with Marx's. However, Marx's interest in Froese was not limited to nature's revenge and a Darwinist argument. In the beginning of 1868, Marx in addition to Froese work carefully read George Ludwig von Mora's Einleitung zur Geschichte Mark Hof Dorf und Stadtverfassung und der öffentlichen Gewalt, in which the German historian of law dealt with the Germanic system of landed property. In the same letter to Engels dated March 25, 1868, Marx found the same socialist tendency in Mora's work. Why did Marx simultaneously study the Germanic society which appears to have no connection with natural sciences? A hint can be found in Froese's work. In Agrarian Crisis and Its Healing Methods of 1866, Froese quoted from Mora's book and evaluated the sustainability of Germanic communes. If the Mark village did not allow sales except among village members of wood, straw, dung, and even livestock, and also ordered that all the crops harvested within the village, and even wine, should be consumed within the village, the means must have been retained for the maintenance of land power, and furthermore, the use of additional nutrients from forests and pastures, and even the use of meadows manured by rivers served to increase the power everywhere. Froese did not maintain that all pre-capitalist societies ignored the law of nature and left deserts behind them. Rather, in the Germanic society the soil productivity increased under the sustainable production. In contrast to Greek and Roman societies where commodity production existed to some extent and the communal tie was somewhat dissolved, the Germanic communes imposed a communal control over the land usage, which enabled sustainable cultivation. Reading Froese's book, Marx was interested in Mora's analysis to find the socialist tendency, so that he paid more attention to the metabolism between humans and nature in pre-capitalist societies. In contrast to nature's revenge due to the ignorance of the law of nature in pre-capitalist societies, Marx recognized that the sustainable metabolism between humans and nature in the communal production functioned as the source of vitality. In drafts of letter to Varazé Sulich, Marx, referring to Maurer again, argued for the possibility of Russia to pursuing a socialist path based on reminiscences of the vitality of archaic communes without following the Western capitalist development. This vitality comes precisely from the power of sustainable agrarian communes. The metabolism there was mediated by a totally different way from in capitalism, even if this was rather unconsciously accomplished by tradition. 180. And customs, and not by the recognition of the law of nature, and its sustainability could provide a material foundation for resistance against capital's logic. As Froese and Maurer focused on this vitality, Marx found a socialist tendency in their works. Here lies his practical interest in Froese. Furthermore, Marx's notebooks of 1878 that contain geological excerpts from John Yates and Joseph B. Jukes are noteworthy as an expansion of his theory of metabolism. These long excerpts deal with various topics, and their meaning cannot be reduced to ecology. Nevertheless, Marx studied geology for the sake of political economy. For example, Marx noted that an enormous sum of money is wasted in coal mining alone due to ignorance, and documents Jukes' comment on great practical importance of geology in the Student Manual of Geology, which is one of the chief points in the practical applications of geology in the British Islands, a wasteful expenditure of money in rash enterprises, as well as directing it where enterprise where chance of being successful. Furthermore, Marx paid attention to Jukes' description on how the progress in geology improves methods of discovery and mining of raw and auxiliary materials such as coal and iron and increases productivity, and how improvements in transportation influence the relationship between industry and agriculture. Marx also paid attention to how geologic strata as a natural condition that humans cannot modify influences the social development. England is divided into two totally dissimilar parts, in which the form and aspect of the ground, and condition, and employment of the people, alike contrasted with each other. Namely, the part to the northwest part of this life is chiefly Paleozoic ground, often wild, barren and mountainous, but in many places full of mineral wealth. The part to the southeast of it consists of secondary and tertiary ground, and generally soft and gentle in outline, with little or no wealth beneath the soil. As a result, the mining and manufacturing populations are to be found in the first district, and the working people of the latter are mainly agricultural. In Capital, Volume I, Marx envisioned a new and higher synthesis, a union of agriculture and industry beyond their antithesis. However, the unchangeable geologic characteristics that Jukes pointed out must be much more carefully treated in this project. In fact, Marx highlighted these passages in his notebooks. In relation to Froese and Darwin, Jukes also discussed how climate and precipitation affect the geological formation as well as flora and fauna. In the section titled Paleontology, Jukes, directly referring to Darwin, pointed to great climate changes over time and argued that alternation of climates involves destruction of species. In this vein, Marx also. The Intellectual Relationship Revisited 181 noted Jukes' remark that extinction of species is still going on. Marx studied climate change from a long-term geological perspective and their impact upon the environment, paying particular attention to human impacts, as Froese did. A similar remark on climate change in North America can be found in his excerpt from Yeats' Natural History of the Raw Materials of Commerce. The enormous clearings have, on the other hand, already sensibly modified the climate. Here Marx's interest in Darwin and Froese is not limited to Engels' encyclopedic topics such as the origin of life, natural selection, and evolution, but more concrete ways of human metabolic interaction with nature. 7. Conclusion. Despite his efforts, Marx was not able to fully integrate his new findings into Capital. Nevertheless, it is possible to observe key differences between Marx and Engels. Engels' focus was the encyclopedic recognition of the law of nature with the aid of natural sciences to realize the realm of freedom. While Marx's materialist method investigates the inevitability of the inversion of subject/object and essence/appearance under certain social relations, Engels' materialism, founded on the dualism of consciousness and matter, advocated the ontological primacy of the latter. It is characterized by a philosophical and transhistorical scheme, and so he ended up rejecting Liebig's concept of metabolism and basically remained satisfied with the antithesis of town and country conceptualized in the 1840s. In contrast, Marx after the German ideology was not interested in such philosophical issues. By enriching the concept of metabolism, he aimed at comprehending physical and social transformation of the relationship between humans and nature from historical, economic, and scientific perspectives. Especially, the development of technology under the modern industrial system reorganizes the entire metabolic interaction between society and nature on an unprecedented scale. In the 1860s, Marx recognized the destructive potentiality of the modern technological application of natural sciences as productive forces of capital and warned against capitalism's unsustainable production. Unfortunately, due to the difference of theoretical concern, Marx's notebooks were totally neglected by Engels and other Marxists. After 150 years since the publication of Capital, Volume 1, it is necessary to examine these forgotten notebooks to rediscover an astonishing scope of Marx's critique of political economy. 10. Marx's Capital and the Earth: An Ecological Critique of Political Economy. John Bellamy Foster. 1. Introduction. Marx's Capital is known almost as much for its subtitle, A Critique of Political Economy, as it is for its title. In this chapter I shall advance the view that Marx's Capital, in its widest conception, constituted an ecological critique of political economy. Such an ecological critique can be discerned in all of Marx's work. The roots of this can be found in his earliest writings, influenced by his study of Epicurus's materialism, Feuerbach's humanism, and Hegel's dialectics. It is present in his treatment of the alienation of both labor and of nature in his economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. However, I would like to focus here on how Marx's Capital itself marks the culmination of his specifically ecological critique of capitalism. Moreover, I want to ask a disturbing question: why is it that contemporary Marxian thinkers, while now commonly acknowledging the ecological dimension of Marx's thought, nonetheless marginalize this aspect of Marx's critique, as if were a minor and exotic issue, or even attempt to argue that Marx, for of all his ecological sensitivity, fell prey to certain fundamental flaws in this area? Furthermore, how is this related to the rejection of any relation of Marxism to natural science, which came to characterize Western Marxism beginning in the 1960s, and which has only been reinforced subsequently by the culturalist turn, postmodernism, and now posthumanism? These of course are not merely academic queries. If Marx's critique of capital is to be taken seriously a century and a half later, in the Anthropocene epoch, it has to be able to address the Earth system crisis of our time. A critique that remains within the domain of political economy in the narrow sense is therefore no longer sufficient. Rather, the ecological critique of political economy embedded in Marx's dialectical method is crucial to the revolutionary praxis in the Anthropocene. Here it is useful to quote Rosa Luxemburg, who observed that Marx's great scientific achievement in Capital transcended the immediate needs of the movement, with the result that much of what he provided with its immeasurable field of application was not utilized or even fully discerned by the socialist movement that followed, faced as it was with certain practical challenges of the time. Only in proportion as our movement progresses and demands the solution to new practical problems, she declared, do we dip once more into the treasure of Marx's thought, in order to extract therefrom and to utilize new fragments of his doctrine. To the universal metabolism of nature, Marx's Capital is unlike any other work in classical political economy in that it is connected throughout to developments in natural science, and is predicated on the existence of natural conditions and natural limits. This is because, for Marx, the materialist conception of history was seen as dialectically interwoven with the material conception of nature. Although he was principally concerned with developing the materialist conception of history, this required constant attention to new discoveries in the materialist conception of nature, that is, the natural science of his day. The labor and production process was after all a material physical process involving the transformation of nature and of human relations to nature and dependent on certain unalterable natural conditions. Humanity, Marx argued, could affect the outward forms of nature and life, nevertheless it remained itself inescapably a part of nature on which it was ultimately dependent. Marx's materialist dialectical view meant the labor and production process had to be conceived in dual terms, as related to use value, i.e., connected to material conditions and production in general, and exchange value, i.e., associated with valorization based on abstract labor and specifically capitalist production. All flows in the capitalist economy had this contradictory, dual aspect, material physical and more narrowly economic. It was the contradiction between use value and exchange value in these terms that Marx considered the single most important methodological premise governing his entire critique of political economy. 1. The larger environmental implications associated with the contradiction between use value and exchange value are what eco-socialists have in mind when they refer to Marx's ecological value form analysis. 2. This is also connected to the notion of unequal ecological exchange, whereby a given individual, class, or country receives less natural use values in exchange for more. Indispensable to an understanding of these contradictions within production, for Marx, was a dialectical worldview. Dialectics in what George Lukács called its most merely objective form, as represented by Hegel's doctrine of essence, is about the recognition of the relation between part and whole in a process of ever-present movement, repulsion, reciprocal interaction, negation, and qualitative transformation. 3. Dialectical inquiry thus focuses on the concrete mediations that constitute a given. 186. Historically specific reality. Such concrete mediations invariably lead to new contradictions and crises, creating the need for further transformations. If capitalism was, for Marx, an integrative system, and hence needed to be analyzed dialectically, it was also true that it existed materially within another, more universal system of nature, with which it necessarily interacted. Nature was both internal to and external to society, simply because society was a part of nature and a manifestation of its being. To attempt to analyze society apart from nature and material existence was pure idealism, because to do so was to deny the realm of sensuous existence. Conversely, any attempt to reduce society to nature led to crude mechanism. The core concept that Marx employed beginning in the 1850s to explore the complex, dialectical interconnections of nature and society was metabolism. This was not introduced as a metaphor, but rather as a critical scientific category to explain the systemic material interconnections and flows basic to the organization of the material world and of life itself. Marx wrote of the metabolic processes of human labor, and saw the labor process as the universal condition for the metabolic interaction between man and nature. With this concept, he was able to address the dialectics of nature and history in a meaningful way, conceiving their interrelation, and building it into his critique of political economy. In doing so, Marx drew on natural science, including Microcosmos written by his close friend the physician-scientist communist Roland Daniels, a work of genius that extended the concept of metabolism to a rudimentary ecological system analysis. Equally important were the German chemist Justus von Liebig's writings on agricultural chemistry, which delved into the nutritive cycles and the disruption of the soil metabolism due to capitalism industrial agriculture. For the concept of metabolism was initially more important for the development of an ecological systems perspective than the category ecology itself, coined by Ernst Haeckel in 1866 to stand for Darwin's economy of nature. Influenced by Daniels and Liebig and others, and seeking to understand the ecological contradictions of capitalism, Marx introduced the separate notions of the universal metabolism of nature, for nature's processes as a whole, social metabolism for human production, and the irreparable rift in the interdependent process of social metabolism, for the alienated metabolism characteristic of the capitalist commodity economy. The broad methodological approach adopted by Daniels, Liebig, and Marx in its emphasis on metabolism and metabolic flows, though in Marx the issue was the social metabolism, was to give rise, as other thinkers took up this frame of analysis, to what was later to be called ecosystem theory, which constitutes the core of how we now see ecology. In fact, Marx's close friend E. Ray Lankester, England's leading zoologist in the late 19th century, was a major ecological critic of capitalism, while it was Lancaster's student, the 187. Botanist Arthur Tansley, founder of the British Ecological Society, and like Lancaster a strong materialist and Fabian-style socialist, who in the 1930s was to introduce the concept of ecosystem analysis. Marx was led by his dialectical conception of the universal metabolism of nature to form the most radical definition of ecological sustainability ever developed. No one, not even all the countries and all the peoples of the world, Marx argued, own the earth, they merely hold it in trust as boni paterfamilias and are responsible for maintaining it and even improving it for future generations. Socialism was itself defined by Marx in these terms, as the rational regulation by the associated producers of the human metabolism with nature, in such a way as to conserve human social energy while fulfilling the need for free human development. Commenting on the ecological contradictions in his time: disturbance in the soil metabolism, natural resource scarcities, deforestation, regional climate change, desertification, extinction of species, the growing division between town and country. Marx conceived of these methodologically in terms of various rifts in the Earth's universal metabolism emanating from the one-sided process of capital accumulation. A central aspect of his critique, arising from his ecological value form analysis, was the recognition that the capitalist valorization process taken as a whole was inherently destructive of natural material use values, generating ever greater ecological contradictions and social costs. In his final years, Marx entered into deep natural scientific studies meant to extend his critique of political economy in ecological directions, exploring the relation between geological and historical time. He studied the role of coal deposits on urban development in Britain through the writings of Canadian naturalist Grant Allen, and took detailed extracts in his notebooks from the work of British geologist Joseph Beat Jukes on the way in which shifts in isotherms, or in the Earth's temperature regions, generated species extinction through climate change over geological time long before today's climate change crisis made this a contemporary historical concern in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Marx took careful note of Jukes's statement, that, the extinction of species is still going on, man himself being now the most active exterminator. These various investigations were long seen as a product of an eclecticism that was supposed to have entered into Marx's work in his last decade, giving rise a series of digressions that prevented him from completing Capital. 5. However, they are now viewed as fundamental elements in his critique of political economy that increasingly took an ecological turn. 3. The expropriation of nature. A crucial aspect of Marx's method points to the theory of unequal ecological exchange, i.e., to questions of the expropriation or robbery of ecological. 188. Resources. Recently, some left ecological thinkers have tried to generalize his analysis by pointing to the concept of appropriation, and particularly the appropriation of the unpaid work of nature as the key to a left ecological critique. 6. This, however, constitutes a fundamental error. It is important to recognize that for Marx, in his own words, all production is appropriation of nature on the part of an individual within and through a specific form of society. Nor is the appropriation of nature in this sense to be decried. Production and property of any sort, including communal property, are impossible without the appropriation of nature. It is a requirement of society and even of human life itself. The free appropriation of nature by societies throughout history is therefore not to be condemned in and of itself, according to Marx's analysis, nor is it to be confused with exploitation. But private property in general, and particularly capitalist commodity production, necessarily requires as its logical and historical precondition, the expropriation, i.e., the robbery of individuals, classes, and nature's metabolism itself in order to lay the grounds of commodity production. Where expropriation is concerned, there is no quid pro quo or equal exchange, and the conditions of natural, human, and social reproduction are not maintained. If the exploitation of labor power is designed to reproduce the value of labor power, Marx also notes capitalist society systematically squanders actual human labor power on which it is based, leading many workers to an early grave. From his economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 to Capital in 1867, Marx was thus clear that the precondition of capitalist private property was the expropriation of the worker from the land. Marx's most famous discussion of this was in Capital itself in the section on so-called primary accumulation. Here Marx was commenting critically on the concept of original or primary accumulation as that had been developed previously by classical liberal political economists. In referring to so-called primary accumulation, Marx signaled his rejection of this notion. Instead, he employed the concept of expropriation, meaning systematic robbery, to describe the relation of capitalist private property to peasants who were expropriated, and to the land. Such expropriation, including the expropriation of the commons, was the precondition on which capitalism was built, and a continuing reality underlying its world domination. Moreover, expropriation, extending globally in Marx's day through colonialism and slavery, was a constantly recurring part of capital's overall logic. The revolutionary movement against capital, he famously concluded, required the expropriation of the expropriators. Expropriation, for Marx, is to be distinguished not only from appropriation, but also from exploitation. The exploitation of labor under capitalism, which was the source of surplus value for Marx, occurred within a context of equal exchange, a basic presumption of all schools of economics down to 189. The present day. But behind the quid pro quo relations, which define the realm of the exploitation of labor power and the generation of surplus value, was a deeper, wider, and more pervasive phenomenon of expropriation. This could be seen in the expropriation of the land, the squandering of nature itself, and the robbery of domestic labor, put it, slaves in the household. In certain conditions, capital also instituted super-exploitation, where the value of labor power was not reproduced. All of these were to be regarded as forms of non-economic expropriation within Marx's broader historical vision of capitalist dynamics. Like Liebig, Marx saw capitalism in many respects as characterized by earth robbery, or what was to be called the robbery economy. 7. Concealed behind the capitalist law of value, and left out of its accounting, was a wider vampire-like system that sucked the blood from the world. It was in this sense that Marx decried the system's failure to recognize Earth's contribution to development, seeing this simply as a free gift of nature to capital. 8. Marx not only argued that capitalism robbed the soil, he insisted that England had indirectly exported the soil of Ireland, and that Ireland's manure was exported to England, with Ireland gaining little or nothing in return, an early form of unequal ecological exchange. England was forced to import guano from Peru in what amounted to a neo-colonial relationship to restore its own exhausted soil. One part of the globe, Marx stated, is converted into a chiefly agriculture field of production for supplying the other part, which remains a preeminently industrial field. Marx 1981, 753, 949. What was involved here was not just the transport of values but the pillage of the ecological conditions in the periphery, a system of unequal ecological exchange based on a worldwide expropriation of natural resources falling outside the circuit of value, treated by the system as a free gift to capital. 4. Hesitations before Marx's ecology. Marx's theory of metabolic rift, his ecological value form analysis, and his theory of expropriation and unequal ecological exchange have enabled eco-socialists to integrate more fully the political, economic, and ecological critiques of capitalism as a system. These discoveries with respect to the dialectical interpenetration of the economic and ecological contradictions of the system, in Marx's analysis, have had an extraordinary impact on environmental sociology and in some cases environmental science, as well as affecting environmental movements. Explorations of capitalism's ecological rift over the last 2 decades have helped in the analysis of a myriad of contradictions in such areas as climate change, ocean systems, soil and fertilizers, deforestation, coal. 190. Mining, desertification, and the industrialization and mechanization of so-called animal husbandry. Marx was the first to raise the issue of what he called agricultural and food regimes, now a perspective widely used in world system theory. Through the efforts of Paul Burkett in particular, a new Marxian ecological economics was introduced, transcending many of the reifications of economical economics. Ian Angus has applied Marx's concept of the metabolic rift to the understanding of the Anthropocene epoch. The revelations and rediscoveries, which are still ongoing, with regard to Marx's ecology and its application, represent a revolution in the understanding of Marx's thought not seen since the retrieval of his early writings on alienation. Yet, most standard, general treatments of Marx's thought today relegate his ecological ideas to a footnote or two, and display certain hesitations, even in some cases excluding it altogether from their analysis. 9. Here we run especially into deep prejudices with respect that seem to persist in face of a mountain of research to the contrary. The general abandonment of materialism on the left from the 1960s onward led to a myopic view of Marx's work and even of dialectical thought, which systematically excluded all physical science and hence what we now call ecological considerations from his analysis, so that all of these issues were marginalized. Even a thinker as erudite as David Harvey recently wrote that Marx could not abide social theories that depended on so-called natural conditions or forces to explain anything about capitalism. 10. In some instances, there have been attempts on the left, particularly by first-stage eco-socialists, to argue that Marx's own ecological analysis was fundamentally flawed, though such attempts, for example, the idea that Marx and Engels downplayed or even rejected the second law of thermodynamics or that they completely ignored the role of coal in the development of capitalism, have been shown to be false. 11. More recently, in the face of this failure to find any anti-ecological analysis in Marx and Engels, critics have resorted to utilizing four broad polemical devices, allowing them to challenge the ecological materialist underpinnings of Marx and Engels' thought in ways that are designed to largely supersede all questions evidence. First, it is frequently said that those thinkers, including myself, who have retrieved Marx's ecological critique and have dispelled earlier myths in this respect, are simply out to suggest that Marx and Engels were politically correct Greens from the standpoint of the early 21st century, and that Marx and Engels were right in everything they said, even that their analysis is sufficient in the present. 12. This polemic is misguided, however, since today's ecological Marxists are chiefly concerned, not with some abstract notion of ecological correctness, but rather with the question of whether classical historical materialism, as exemplified by Marx's Capital, provides us with critical methodological tools and the broad ecological critique of political economy that can help guide today's revolutionary praxis. The issue is not whether Marx and Engels anticipated today's green theory, but whether they 191 can help us transcend it, creating a more revolutionary ecological movement. As Lukács famously said, orthodoxy in Marxism refers exclusively to method. What is being sought in ecological Marxism is a more unified materialist dialectical method aimed at a transformative praxis. Second, we are frequently told by first-generation eco-socialists, those who seek to demonstrate that there are fundamental ecological flaws in Marx and Engels' analysis as a basis for separating themselves from classical Marxism, that Marx and Engels were Promethean hyper-industrialists and that their ideas pointed to some of the worst aspects of the Soviet emphasis on heavy industry. 13. However, no evidence that Marx and Engels presented such views has ever been discovered. At most, what we are offered is a few phrases taken out of context, such as the famous panegyric to the bourgeoisie and its promotion of industry in the first part of the Communist Manifesto. 14. Given that Marx and Engels' complete works take up over 100 volumes, the inability to come up with a single paragraph convincingly demonstrating that they held to such Promethean hyper-industrialist views is itself significant. As Eric Hobsbawm definitively pronounced in his The Age of Extremes, no discussion of rapid industrialization with priority for the heavy industries was to be found in the writings of Marx and Engels. Marx was in many ways as concerned with agriculture as he was with manufacturing. In fact, his later writings and researches are primarily directed at agriculture and natural resources questions, reflecting his growing interest in the ecological problem.